Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
It's a text message thread labeled Proctor Friends.
Now, over the course of your investigation, over the course of this case, are you aware that there were iCloud data that was obtained from your personal cell phone?
Yes.
And different text strings from that iCloud data from your personal cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to what has just been placed before you, is that an excerpt or piece from those particular messages?
It is.
And from the front page of that, can you tell the jury who are sort of the participants in this particular text communication?
There's several numbers that aren't identified. The three that are under kind of nicknames me and my buddies have for each other.
And generally speaking, just as far as the participants in this text communication, who are these people to you, and how do you know them? How long have you known them? Who are they?
The members on this text thread are close friends from junior high, first grade even.
So people you've known for years, is that correct?
Correct.
And do each of them live, or do any of them live within the general area at this time?
Some of them do, yes.
And so when some of them do not, is that correct?
Correct.
And the ones that do not, how far away do they live?
As far away as Tennessee.
Now, with reference to this, there's an indication as far as the first message sent or last message sent from this particular text chain, correct?
I'm sorry, repeat the question, please.
Sure. Sort of towards the middle of the first page. Come direct your attention to that area. Is there any indication as far as the first message sent and the last message sent with respect to this text chain?
On the first page, yes.
And what is indicated as far as the first message and the last message?
The first message is, I need to brandish a gun more often. The last is, Chip, name of that BPD cop.
No, I'm sorry, sir. If I could direct your attention to the first page in this packet, page 2527. Do you see conversation details? I'm sorry, may I approach?
Yes.
Sir, if I could direct your attention to the right.
Okay.
Do you see what I was talking about now?
I do, sir.
And from that area labeled conversation details, there's a first message sent date and time and a last message sent date and time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What is the first message sent date and time?
It's 10/18 of 2021 at 8:48 a.m. The last message sent is 8/31, 2022 at 11:19 p.m.
And is there also within that conversation details an indication as far as number of messages over that time frame within this communication?
There is.
And what does it list for number of messages?
It's 38,707.
And fair to say the packet that you have before you does not contain all 38,707 messages, correct?
That's correct.
The first message that you had, I believe, alluded to in reference to the first one listed within this communication, what date and time is that?
That was January 29th, 2022 at 10:36 p.m.
And who is that message from?
My friend who lives in Tennessee.
And what, if anything, did he send to the group?
I need to brandish a gun more often.
And if you know, what is that in reference to?
He just recently moved to Tennessee, and he was kind of, I think, making a joke as kind of the lifestyle down there where guns are more prominent or more common to be carried around there. So I interpreted that as a joke in that nature.
And the next message, sir, from that same page, 2527?
The next one is, it's bold.
And is there a name associated with that number that's in these?
No,
Do you know who that person is?
I don't.
And the next message, sir, from 10:52 p.m.?
Chip, name of that BPD cop.
And Chip, who is that referring to, sir?
That is one of my nicknames I've had since maybe high school.
So a nickname that would be familiar amongst these group of friends in particular?
Yes.
And this time period when these text messages begin, sometime after 10:30 or 10:50 p.m. on January 29th, Where are you and what are you doing in reference around that time period?
At this point in time, on the 29th, I'm home.
And that last text message, do you respond to that at approximately 10:53 p.m.?
Yes.
And what was your response?
John O'Keefe.
And the next message down from there, also at 10:53 p.m.?
Yes. He took custody of his sister's kids.
That's your response. There's another response above that, is that correct?
Yes.
And what does that say?
How old?
And you respond as far as he took custody of his sister's kids, correct?
Correct.
Skipping down a couple, do you see an entry at 10:53:49 p.m.?
Yes.
And that's from a 617 number, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the response there?
Oh man, that's rough.
And following that, do you respond to the earlier query as far as age?
I do.
And what did you say?
Mid-40s.
Now, the next message below that, as far as indication of mid-40s, what is that?
His age.
No, I understand that. I'm sorry. The next message underneath that, sir.
I'm sorry. It's a Facebook link.
And do you recall what that Facebook link is to?
It's to John O'Keefe.
And is that something you sent or one of your friends sent?
One of my friends sent.
And the next message below, turning to now page 2529 at the top there, what is the next message that's sent?
What's that? Don't have the book anymore.
And as far as the book, what did you understand that to mean?
May we approach?
Sure.
Proceed, Your Honor.
Yes.
Trooper, if I could direct you back to page 2529 within that packet before you. And below that text stating what's that, I don't have the book anymore. You respond, is that correct?
Yes.
And what is it that you say there?
This one is a nightmare. Forget about the kids. That's awful.
And sir, if I could direct your attention again within that same packet to 2532. And there's a message there sent at 10:56 p.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And who's that from?
A friend who lives in Tennessee.
And what does he say in that text?
I'm sure the owner of the house will receive some shit.
And you respond at 10:56 as well as 10:57, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is it that you respond?
My first response was nope. Homeowner is a Boston cop too.
And what, if anything, were you saying, or what was the purpose of that text in regard to the homeowner?
I was just letting him know that essentially Mr. O'Keefe is a Boston cop and the homeowner was a Boston cop as well.
Now, if I could turn your attention to 2533. And top of the page, sir, if you could read through that page as far as who's texting and what are they saying?
Again, for my friend from Tennessee and myself. I hope not, but I can't see it. I responded with, she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital. He was banged up.
Now, as far as the next text from a 781 number, what does that say?
Did he get beat up?
And you responded to that, is that correct?
I did.
The objection sustained as to form.
What, if any, response did you provide to that?
Nope.
Objection. The objection was to the former question and the answer.
I'll strike it.
Now, turning your attention to 2534. And from this page, sir, if you could, again, just read through as far as indicating to the jury who's speaking and what is being said.
From the start of the first text, so the owner of the house?
Yes.
So the owner of the house was a woman cop that beat him? That's what I initially thought after talking to Kean paramedic. Then I saw the guy.
And those last two are your responses, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, the following text messages are from your friends, is that correct?
Yes.
What do they say?
Bear, let's focus. What does she waffle to mean? What's the story? I responded, she hit him with her car.
And the she that you're referring to there, who is that?
Miss Reed.
Now turning your attention to the next page, 2535. Again, if you could start at the top of the page and read through that page and just indicate to the jury who is talking and what is being said.
Okay. My friend in Tennessee states, okay, that's fucked up. I respond, intentional or not. Then another response, gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him, question mark. That's another animal we won't be able to prove. And then I respond, they arrived at the house together, got into an argument.
Anyone speak out loud or out of turn?
The objection's overruled.
Your Honor,
But
if I could say this, there needs to be an identifier of who's speaking.
I understand what you think the mix-up is. So, Mr. Lally, go back.
Thank you.
Sir, if you could please, again, start at the top of the page and just indicate.
No,
as you-
just after the, gotcha, he was frozen in the driveway, correct, Mr. Jackson?
That's correct, Your Honor. Thank you.
I respond, that's another animal we won't be able to prove. I follow that up. They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left. 781 number responds with, what's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other one involved.
And how do you respond to that, sir?
There's several other messages before I issue a response.
Objection again. Bottom of the page.
So it's not an objection, but Mr. Lally, why don't you point him?
So, sir, at the bottom of page 2535, you have a response. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is that response?
They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left.
Objection.
So it's going to be a matter you can address on cross.
There has to be some accuracy. If the reading.
So I understand. So, Mr. Lally, why don't you go point for your witness?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Mr. Lally, it's on there. Why don't you go show your witness? Why don't you just read it, Mr. Lally, and tell us who you attribute it to?
Sure. So, sir, what I'm asking you about is the bottom of page 2535, excuse me, 2535. You indicated biffed him, correct?
Correct.
What did you mean by that?
That Miss Reed had struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2537. Now, do you see a response toward the bottom of the page from yourself, January 29th, 2022 at 11:04 p.m.?
Yes.
And can you read that response for the jury?
Yeah, but there'll be some serious charges brought on the girl.
And what did you mean by that, sir?
That throughout the course of the day, we had compelling evidence that Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
And you have two responses from friends, the same friends, at the bottom of that page, 2537. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what are those responses?
Keep your voice up loud, please. Trooper Proctor, jurors can't hear you.
Yes, Your Honor. Number ending in 5051. Got to be. I can only imagine what internal affairs of the BPD are trying to get out there. And the second response, same number. She hot at least.
And turning your attention to the next page, 2538, at the top, if you could just read a series of responses from yourself, correct?
Yes, sir.
Read from those, sir.
Yep, so these came from me. From all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. She's a whack job. C-U-N-T.
Objection.
So don't spell it. You have to. So these are your words, Trooper Proctor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead and say them.
Cunt.
Yep, I went from 187 to 100.
They try to silence the truth we shout, but we're still here, we're still calling out. Corruption hides behind a badge of name. We light the fire, expose the shame. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. The stories echo, the pain runs deep. For stolen lives we can't just weep. Elected power, but their hearts are cold. We'll bring the truth, let it be told. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight. The heroes undo the harm. Calling out corruption, we'll stand tall for justice and truth, we'll risk it all. My life mattered is the cry we sing. Together we rise, let freedom ring.
Good evening. Welcome, social change warriors and justice seekers, to another episode of Social Change Warriors Presents Friday Night Lies, where we have been going over the testimony from the Karen Read Trial 2 since January. We are asking of ourselves every Friday night, did the witness tell the truth? Did the witness lie? Was the witness evasive, or was it a combination of all of the above? We've been watching the witnesses, listening to the witnesses, watching their body language, watching all their stress language, listening to their testimony, both from the prosecution side and the defense side, and breaking it all down in our friend zone, where all of our subscribers come to give their opinions and offer up as much interesting conversation and intelligence as we can muster late on a Friday night. So I am Catherine Felton Page. I am your host, and I am also the founder and director of Social Change Warriors. Welcome to all of our subscribers. Welcome to our friend zone that shows up every Friday night. Thank you all so much. I've appreciated you so much since January. We've had so many long, late Friday nights. I can't believe this is the last night of covering on Friday the Karen Read trial. It's really hard to believe. Retrial. I wish that I had started this way back when and was able to meet you all and cover the first trial. So that's why I started off with a little bit of down memory lane, because Proctor, he lied. He planted evidence. He fabricated. He colluded. Corruption City. So what a shame that this jury does not get to meet him on that witness stand and watch him sweat and watch him drink his water and watch the cortisol fly through his body with stress, because he deserves it. He had a choice. He didn't have to pull He didn't have to pull the corruption card. He absolutely had a choice, and he chose to do what he chose to do. I have zero sympathy for him as a police officer, former police officer, retired now myself. Bad allergies here today, and I just took the doggy out, so forgive me. I'm having a mild allergy attack. So anyway, I'm going to bring up right away off the bat. Let's get going, and let me bring up our guest tonight to the stage. MCAT is joining us again from the great state of Illinois, and of course, our resident Bostonian, Julie, craziest person on earth and experiment lady extraordinaire. So I think she's gone because she thinks I'm still playing the opening.
But we can see Julie Nagel.
Yes, we can see our blob. I pulled a fast one on Julie. I decided to throw Proctor at you all right out of the gate. I was just sitting here listening to him, be his Proctor self. He seems to have no remorse whatsoever for anything that he has done in this case. So welcome, everybody. Hello to Bert from Tampa, Shauna down in South Florida, sweet Shauna. And hello, Brittany, one of our newest subscribers and one of our newest cases we have been asked to take on by Brittany for her dear departed friend, Deshaun Hudson. And we learned a little bit about Deshaun's fate last night and what a terrible situation that was for that young man being shot inside of an Applebee's over 14 times. And nobody is paying for that. They are claiming that the person had a right to do that. Florida's stand your ground law. So we are quite appalled by that. And we're going to be covering that and advocating and digging into that case now going forward for the rest of the summer. It'll take us a while. There's a lot of police reports, a lot of witnesses that all saw different things. So join us. We'll be covering that on Thursday nights going forward. Hello to Justice Jane. Welcome. Alan Jackson stayed right there at the pulpit reading his closing argument. Not good. Hank Brennan shined today. Okay. I like that, Justice Jane. Thank you for coming. I've always welcome all opinions because we all have them and we all see things a little differently. I went into this case and I'm having an allergy attack, so sorry I'm off camera, but I may have to go wash my eyes out with water. This was a high allergy day here today in Florida. It was brutal. So I started out way back when. I started following this case when it hit the grand jury shortly before that. And I was trying to keep an open mind, but I kept hearing things that just made no sense to me, Justice Jane, as a former police officer, and I have my master's degree in social work. And it just continued to pile up for me. So at one point, I just was swayed. I was swayed over by the preponderance of non-evidence and by the what I felt to be very shady police work, not even poor police work, but actually shady police work. So of course, that is my opinion. And it's the opinion of 78% of the country based on all the polls from the first trial and based on the polls that I saw today going out for the second trial. So I don't have an unpopular opinion. And even those that really, in their honest to God, true opinion, cannot decide because there's just so much going on in this case, and they can see value in Hank Brennan. They can see value in the case that he presented, but then they see value in the defense with the science, and there was no collision. There was no impact on John's body. A medical examiner who did the autopsy, who can you, if you can't trust the medical examiner, who can you trust? And that in the case of Ellen Greenberg, it's not accurate because he was bought off and then he recanted after almost, I believe it was, oh boy, he declared her death an unaliving of herself way back in 2011, and he just recanted this past summer. So yes, medical examiners can get it wrong, but in this case, it's the CW's medical examiner, and I don't see Scorty Bello being paid off by the defense. If you guys are have a fear of corruption, conspiracy theories, that would be one that I don't think you'd want to sign up for. So once I heard the medical examiner in trial one, and then I heard the science, the physics, I was done. That was it for me. Regardless of if by some miracle she hit him with that car, there's too much reasonable doubt. And this is America. We cannot and we must not convict someone if there's too much reasonable doubt. It doesn't matter if the person did it. That doesn't always work in this country, that the person who did it goes to jail. that doesn't always work because there's not enough evidence, or the evidence is poor, or the police investigation was poor, like in O.J. Simpson. I believe O.J. Simpson unalived both those humans, but the police investigation was absolutely shitty and miserable and horrible. So there was too much reasonable doubt at that point. So no, he didn't deserve to be convicted, because those are the standards that we have to live by in this country in order to figure out our justice system. How else are we going to have a trial? How else are we going to actually make someone pay who actually is guilty for their crimes? So that is how I got to where I am at. But I've always advocated that this is a welcome to all channel. You're all welcome to come and be here and give us your opinion. We stay respectful. We don't call names here. We don't call people out. We just stay respectful as we possibly can. So Julie's back as our co-anchor. Hello, Julie. Oh, I think you're muted.
Hey, everybody. Yeah, I got the mute. Hey, everybody.
All right.
Hey,
I
I'm
think
Kat.
I
Thanks for joining us.
have my allergies under control. My eyes
Welcome
were
aboard.
burning. Yes, welcome to court, and welcome MCAT, our guest for
Welcome
tonight.
aboard.
Yes, she has been a valuable contributor in our friend zone since January, always with something witty, but also intelligent. Now, what do you got on there tonight,
Welcome
Julie?
aboard. That's what I said. I said, welcome aboard.
Welcome aboard. Okay,
So
so we're going down with the ship. Is that the?
Well, I don't know about that.
No matter what happens, we're all going down with the ship, either side. So Julie has been attending lectures over in the attic, MCAT, and I have not. That is one place I cannot go. But I have nothing personal against the attic. He seems like a fine man in other respects. We just disagree on this subject. And some of his guests make me want to go out and jump in the ocean and never come back. So I just can't go in the attic. But I did go visit Grant and his people the last 2 days. And they were very welcoming to me, and I didn't troll them. I immediately went in and introduced myself, and I said, this is how I feel about this case. There's way too much reasonable doubt. And I personally believe in science. I was never very good at it in high school. I struggled for that B, and I fought for that B in college in math and science, fought hard. So I prefer the classes that I'm good at, that I don't have to fight so hard at. But I do recommend science to people. You need to understand science if you can, the best you can. And scientists, they have to be trusted, right? And there's always going to be quackpots and people that get paid off to do things nefarious, because this is a world of humans, and humans make mistakes, and there are shitty humans amongst us every day. They're everywhere.
Well, there's mistakes, and then there's intentional misleading flim-flam men. And
Right. Hello, Tanner. I'm raising a 6-month-old puppy, so on occasion he decides to come up and visit, and he might say hello and try to get my attention. But anyway, Grant was very welcoming to me. He was very kind. I told him I understood that they all have their opinions, and that particular channel is. I think I was the only one in there that believed in Karen's innocence, but I was very, very polite to them. A couple people were kind of got on me a little hard and criticized me because I'm a cop, that I'm not for John O'Keefe, but that's not true at all. I'm absolutely 100% for justice for John O'Keefe. He 100% does not deserve to die that night. And I wish to God everybody could take it back and that none of us knew each other. I wish he was alive and he was with his families. I say this to my families every week when I live stream on Wednesdays and Thursdays with my other 13 cases that I'm advocating for, and you're all helping me and advocating with me. I tell them every week, I wish I didn't know you, because if I didn't know you, your person would be alive and you would not be going through this trauma. So we always have to remember that John O'Keefe was a good man. I appreciate why Hank started out the way he did. I don't think anybody's all bad. So you guys have all gotten to know me on Friday Night Lies. I always give people the benefit of the doubt. And then if they prove me wrong, they do. I've had friends and boyfriends I thought were good, and then I've given them too many chances. But that's on me because I choose to do that. Not everybody's like that. I see qualities in Hank that maybe some of you don't see because you just don't like him. And he's been quite nasty to a lot of our experts who we think are great people. But you always have to put yourself back in the middle for a few minutes. He has a job to do. He was hired to do. But this is what disturbs me. And I want to know in the chat what you guys think of this over in our friend zone. I want to know what our new, welcome if you're still here, Justice Jane, what you think of this, and Shauna and MCAT. When it's obvious that a case has a lot of problems, which I thought this case had a lot of problems before I made up my mind. I've chatted with so many people on Twitter, X, and Facebook who tried to do like I did and watch it with the complete objectivity. And I've talked to several of my former police officer friends who I asked to watch this case so they could give me their opinion, including a dog bite expert who raises dogs and trains dogs to be police dogs. So I've talked to all kinds of different police officers, detectives, a past sergeant of mine, had lunch with a couple of my old, one of my dispatchers and two of my fellow police officers who were community officers with me, and they were my mentors. They were older than I was. They became cops back in the late 60s, early 70s at the UW-Madison when the Vietnam War was in full flight and there was so much going on in our country. They had to do a lot of bravery actions back then to keep the students safe. I've run this by them, and I haven't talked to one single ex-cop who thinks Canton and Mass did a good job. I'm not one. And I don't go in with biased or confirmation bias. I just say, look, here's a case I'm following. This is what happened. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. What do you think? What's your opinion? And then they'll either go watch a couple videos or they'll go check out a news feed. I told them not to check out Friday Night Lives because I don't want them to get biased. Go check out it. Just go watch a little bit. Not one of them, and I was over 10, I lost count, could say to me, Kat, those were excellent cops. They did a great job. Most of them were absolutely outraged with the whole bullshit about it was too cold and there was too much snow. Wah. It was a blizzard. You sign up, sir, to work in inclement weather. You are like the post office. You are rain, shine, sleet, snow, blizzard, earthquake. You run into danger. When there's danger, you run into it. You don't run away from it. So that really got me in the first trial. I was so outraged at his nonchalant attitude. Oh, it was too cold. Oh, there was too much snow. No. You find a way to secure the scene all the time. And not just because John was a Boston police officer. It could have been a civilian. It could have been Brian Albert. It could have been Nicole Albert. It doesn't matter who it was. You do the job 100%, regardless if it's a cop or not. All of these channels, I'm constantly hearing, they didn't do this because John was a Boston cop. They should have done this. No, they should have done it because John was a human. John was a breathing, living human, someone's son, someone's friend, someone's uncle, someone's brother. That's why they should have done it. But they didn't do it. So why didn't they do it? That's what we want to talk about a little bit tonight, because then we're going to get into what Julie wants to talk about right out of the gate. And interesting, and I want to know what you guys think about all of this that I've said in my intro. So I'm going to shut up a few minutes and let MCAT and Julie talk. But I want to say that Hank was all about data today. Data. That's okay. There was a lot of data. We have cell phones now. They tell the truth. They tell on us. They tell where we were. They tell what we Googled. They tell who we looked up, who we chatted with, who we texted with, what we said, who our last phone call was with, how many steps we took, how many hills we climbed. Data. But I didn't hear him once. Did I hear him once say the word science? Did I hear him once say the word physics? You can't figure out a reconstruction of a car accident. You have to have that part. You can't just go by the data of the phone of the humans. You can't just do that. That's not acceptable. There's your reasonable doubt. That's it right there. Card over. Jury comes back Monday within an hour, because you can't do that to someone. You can't put someone in jail just because of data. And in the beginning, when he did his opening, and if we take a look at that later, if we feel up to it, he said he was going to focus on the science and the data and the blah, 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 because we have no witnesses. We have no surveillance footage. Right? So then we have to go by data and science, if that's all we have, to try to reconstruct what happened to John O'Keefe. But we can't always do that, guys. It's not always possible to put someone in jail, to arrest someone without an eyewitness, without surveillance cameras. It's just not. So what do you all think of that? Chat's a little quiet, so let's get them all involved here. Julie, go first, please. You still with us, Julie?
Or what? Like just in? Yeah, no, I'm still here. Just like in general, or
Just,
Do you have like
just,
do you have like a,
do you have
a
anything to
specific
say? You and I like to agree to disagree a little bit. So do you have anything to say about what I just said for the last 7 minutes and 2 seconds?
about Hank and bad and bad cops and how people see things? I mean, I don't think that was. I mean, like if you just wanted to talk about like today's closing arguments, I mean, it was a huge letdown, more one side than the other. I mean, I thought they were going to go like go in. And I mean, there were places, I mean, even in Jackson's, I mean, like he did his like, like, oh, really? Oh, like just, I don't know, like it fell flat. It seemed like there were places where like he could have gone through the charges and was like, hey, there was no car strike. Therefore, you could not with certainty get the second charge, OUI manslaughter with the lesser included, because the fifth or sixth or fourth or however many prongs says that her act by
they need, I believe he said.
Well, no, it's 3 for second degree murder, but for OUI manslaughter, there's a lot. There's a lot more.
Oh yeah, you were talking about the OWI. But they shouldn't even have the OWI up there. That's the problem. It shouldn't even be up there because they did not pull Karen Reed over. She did not do field sobriety. She did not have a blood test at 12:32 a.m. So OWI should never have been allowed to be a charge. That's what's so against justice in this case.
Well, both sides wanted OUI, and I think the reason why is because I think that, again, if you look at the lesser included on charge 2, like I think count 1, second degree murder, I think that's out the window because it says that like you need to be able to do this, and that's why they tried to get it lessened. But if you look at the second degree, the second charge, OUI manslaughter and everything else, they tried to pare it down so that it looks and says, well, if we concede and say, okay, fine, she was drinking, you can fight that a lot easier on appeal. I think the lesser charge is motor vehicle homicide, but then OUI manslaughter, it says like, well, has she been drinking? And 4 out of the 5 prongs right off the bat with their own interviews, just like, yeah, I definitely shouldn't have been drinking. I wouldn't have been on Southeast Expressway, but I shouldn't have been drinking. Like that goes out the window. And it even says, well, she needs to either have blood alcohol 0.08 or be in a incapacitated state under the negative
at
alcohol.
the time she hit him. That's
exactly at that time. But again,
they had no evidence.
I understand what you're getting at, and they're going to fight this. But what it looks like in front of the jury, with her own words and everything else, yeah. So I think that's the reason why they went with the oversight. We're like, listen, we'll just concede, like we'll concede. So instead of saying OUI manslaughter, we'll concede. Maybe they'll just get you on OUI and go there, because they said both sides wanted it. I think that's why.
Okay, MCAT.
So unbelievably, I had a meeting this morning and I only saw I missed Brennan totally. And I only saw about 45 minutes of Alan Jackson. I could not believe it.
Well, we will show you. We will show you because we're going to show you a little bit of Brennan, and then we're going to try to figure out what testimony we can find that he is trying to get the jury to align with him and take a listen. So this is kind of a working session tonight since it's our last Friday Night Lives of Karen Reed. I took my shower first instead of later, and I'm wearing my Disneyland pajamas. I got these when I was in California, when I was living in LA, when I went to USC for social work. So these are my Disneyland pajamas. It's a pajama party effectively now. So all of you go get your pajamas on our first stretch break. And
I put my free Karen Reed hoodie on.
Oh, I love it. Okay. I love it. So I just want to say before we delve back into all that, welcome again to everybody who's been with me since January. Thank you for helping us make it, since last July, but we started Friday Night Lives in January. Thanks for helping us make it over 1,000 subscribers. That's a really big landmark according to YouTube. So I was really pleased with that because I am trying to advocate for victims of homicide and their families who don't have justice. I work on the ground with 3 families now here in Florida, potentially 2 more coming up soon. So I'll have 5 families on the ground here in Florida. I meet with them in person. I go over their police reports. I look at videos. We talk a lot. We advocate to get them onto bigger channels. My goal as a grassroots advocacy person is to get them noticed, is to get them some attention and to help their case move forward and maybe get back into court if it's not there, or get charges brought if they weren't brought, or just help them cope and give them some type of peace that people care about their person. Because again, it's not always going to go the way they want. Sadly, a lot of police investigations get muffed, and it happens in the beginning and it slows the progress of the case down. And then many cases, 50% is the clearance rate currently in the United States of America, 50% of homicides. So my goal as an advocate is to help them get justice is the ultimate goal. Give them exposure and advocacy is the second goal. And the third goal is to be there for them and to show them that people actually care that their person was unalived by the hands of someone else. And that's what we've been doing on Wednesdays and Thursdays with all of your help and all of your subscribing to us. We are getting more noticeable now, which is really helpful to the families. So thank you, everyone. Now, big news out of Sandra Birchmore today. I saw on Mizzy, who is the lead advocate for Sandra Birchmore, that it hasn't been like put out by the actual, law enforcement, but I guess reliable sources, according to Mizzy, and she wouldn't mess around because she never does when it comes to Sandra Birchmore, that Matthew Farwell is not the biological father of Sandra Birchmore's baby.
Wow.
And that shocked a lot of people yesterday when that was put out on Twitter X and Facebook. I was quite stunned. I'm not going to lie. I thought there was a possibility because he was farming her out for years to other guys. I mean, he and his little bunch of cronies, supposed to be law-abiding police officers, upholding the law themselves, protecting and serving their community of Stoughton, Massachusetts, were literally trafficking young girls. And I can freaking guarantee you, as long as the day is long and as orange as my hair used to be when I was young, that there are more victims. And
Are they announcing who the father is? Could it be his brother?
Well, they don't know. So here's the thing. It's probably not his brother because it might have shown as if it was his brother, it might have shown as a partial match, right? Because siblings have 50% DNA. So I don't believe it is his brother, and they're fraternal twins. So it could have shown as 100%, and you might not have known which one it was if they were identical twins,
right?
But they're fraternal twins. So, and there was no evidence of that. So anybody's guess, because they were literally trafficking her.
Wow.
So, and they had been for years. So passing her around. And so there's a lot of officers involved in this. It's much uglier than I even care to imagine. And I know in the deepest part of my soul, there are other victims. And these scary, horrible pieces of shit have scared these young girls. They have threatened them and scared them. I can guarantee you, this is what traffickers do. They threaten these young girls and boys. Boys are trafficked too. Young teenage boys are trafficked as well. Just go look up Jeffrey Epstein and you'll see they threaten them, and they threaten them with their families and with their loved ones. So that's how they keep them quiet and silent, even when they release them back out into the world, when they're done with them. They threaten them. If you ever tell anybody, if you ever try to turn me in, I'm going to your family member. So I don't know what will happen if all these other men who I believe are involved, which is Robert Devine, I can say his name because he has been in the media. His photo's been in the media. It's my opinion. Everything I say on this channel is my opinion based on the evidence that he was involved. I personally believe, on everything I've read, and Mizzy and I discussed it, that he groomed Matthew and William Farwell. They were explorers. Not many people know that if you haven't followed the Sandra Birchmore case. Matthew and William were police explorers when they were teenagers. So I believe William Devine is the head of this whole little ring, and God knows who else, what other officers are involved. But I was very disturbed by some things today. So people online can be so callous and cold, and they don't stop to think before they hit that send button. They get all worked up in their feelings, or they're all worked up in the person they're following, and they believe that person, and that's their person, and they're going to like everything they say and retweet and quote everything that person says. And Aiden today, or yesterday, whenever he put it on there, he basically said, and I'm not going to quote him verbatim, I can later if I need to, if you guys want me to, but it was something to the effect of, what a shame Matthew Farwell threw away his whole life and it's not even his kid.
Wow.
And I just sat there and I just shook my head and I'm like, okay, I start typing. I'm like, oh, slow down, type slower, breathe in through the mouth, out through the nose, blah, blah, blah. And I didn't hit send. I waited on it for a good hour. And then I thought, I'll take flack for this. I've taken flack before when I've tried to speak kindly even to Aiden for anything that I have to say that's even what I consider very normal reaction. And I've never been rude to the man. I've never been unkind. I've just had critical
That doesn't
thinking.
matter.
No, it doesn't. I've just had critical thinking criticism for him, which I accept. I ask for it. I take phone calls. I give out my number and emails to people that want to critically think with me and give me some constructive feedback on my live streams. That is what we're supposed to do in this world. We're supposed to ask for constructive feedback, critical thinking from those that subscribe to us and believe in what we're trying to do. I simply wrote back. I'll read to you what I wrote back in a little while, but that really upset me. And then everybody's going on there and saying, oh yeah, can you believe it? I can't, it's not even his kid. Oh, what karma, blah, blah, blah. Guys, Matthew Farwell is a sick psychopath. He was going to hurt her eventually. He was going to unalive her and frame her for her own death. However he did it, fix her brakes, whatever. He could have done a lot of things to frame her for her own death. He panicked and did it in a hurry because someone that loved Sandra finally saw something and said something, and they called the police because they thought they could trust the police. And they called the Stoughton police and they said, something's going on here, Sandra, blah, blah, blah. And what, I don't know the exact words of what was said to this, but that person at the Stoughton police tipped off Farwell. And that was the second that he started planning her unaliving, and how he was going to do it and how he was going to frame her for her own death. There's no doubt about it. It is, to me, it is not a theory. It is not a conspiracy theory against Matthew Farwell. That is exactly how it went down. And whoever helped him by immediately declaring that she unalived herself when she had just bought baby outfits and a stroller had just been delivered to her house, and maybe something else for the baby too, if I recall. She had ordered takeout. She had just gone off and brushed her car, the snow off her car, in preparation for the next day that she would have to go out because she worked at a school, not knowing for sure if schools would be closed or not. She was out. It's on the surveillance camera. There's sweet little Sandra when it's the last photo of her alive and breathing, taking her little brush and going out pregnant, 3 months pregnant, to brush the snow off her car in her apartment parking lot. And then he's on surveillance camera a little bit later with a mask on, and he was known to never wear a mask. He's a non-vaxxer. He's a non-mask wearer. He's wearing a mask, and it's not for the cold. It was a black mask and a baseball hat, and he's got a hoodie on, and you can tell, anyone who knows it's him can tell it's him. He comes walking in. He takes the elevator. He's up there for, I don't know how long they say he was up there. Down he comes, and out the door he goes. He would have killed Sandra Birchmore eventually. And do you want to know why? Because Sandra was finally able to figure it out. She was growing up and she was realizing, she was maturing. She was realizing that she had her own life to live, that she didn't have to live under the thumb of these nasty, horrible men that she wanted to trust back in the day when she was an explorer. She had been abused since the age of 13. She didn't know any different. And to say that Sandra was not all there or not right, or that's utterly ludicrous. That's victim blaming, and that's shame on you. Because the reason Sandra Birchmore was in any kind of mental distress at all is because she was being abused since the age of 13 by men in police uniforms. It's the worst egregious kind of crime there is. Crimes against children when you're a police officer is absolutely disgusting and despicable. And every single one of these guys, I don't know what's going on with Farwell, why they keep having all these extensions, why he hasn't been in court, why there hasn't been a pretrial, anything. It's very alarming to me. But some people are saying that it's good, that means he's cooperating and that he's giving names and he's giving places and dates and times. But we'll know eventually. I mean, we'll know eventually in July. I believe there is finally some type of a hearing, but who knows? Because there was supposed to be one in April, and then that got backed up to May. And Now we're going to go in July. So we will be following this. I've been following Sandra Birchmore since I first found out about it. I knew right away that it was domestic violence. I didn't know the backstory that she had been groomed. I didn't know the backstory that he was married and had kids. I didn't know any of that. I just thought they were boyfriend, girlfriend, and that he unalived her because he wanted to move on and he had a new girlfriend and that he was a horrible, nasty sociopath. So I've been following this case as an interested domestic violence advocate since it happened. And then when I decided to live stream, I started to talk more about Sandra and make some photos of her in the memes that I can share out on social media. And I feel I have this godmother vested interest now in making sure that she gets justice, just like Mizzy, who and all of her other wonderful soldiers in Canton and Stoughton who are with Mizzy and on Mizzy's channel and continually fighting for justice. If they hadn't gone out in the streets and protest, that was a big help, a very big help. But honestly, I think John O'Keefe was Sandra Birchmore's angel. For whatever reason, we always have to find some good in some tragedy. And I think John O'Keefe's passing is what unlocked the door for the investigation into the death of Sandra Birchmore. I fear that it would still be an unaliving of herself if John hadn't passed away.
Wow.
So we will have much more about that coming up on Wednesdays and Thursdays. And rest in peace, Sandra Birchmore and baby. There will be justice for you. There will be justice for you. So that is, I wanted to update you on. I thought that was very important. So getting back to the Hank the Spank today and his interesting story. So he told a story. I thought he did it quite well. He literally took us back through from the beginning all the way till the end. But what was severely missing was the science. And obviously he left it out on purpose because of what happened at the end of the trial. So don't blame him for doing that, but that's got to be a concern for the jury. If I was on the jury, I would be very concerned that you're just weaving this story of what might have happened, what could have happened, but we don't know for sure if it happened. So if you don't know for sure if it happened and you don't have any evidence and you're not going to show me any science, how am I as a jury member going to convict a woman, put her in jail for 15 to 20 years? Right, guys?
Yeah.
Oh, he had science, all right. He brought science. What science he brought was the question.
Well, I didn't think he brought any science. He just, the word data came out of his mouth at least 20 times. I'm going to go back and watch and count because he said data at least 20 times.
Usually he says healthcare data. Like it's a group of people. It's so bizarre.
Yeah. Exactly.
Oh yeah, the healthcare data, like like when the phone moved back and forth. But no, he brought up data and he showed a data table, and that's what we're gonna get to when we talk about it. But yeah, he absolutely brought data. It's just how you use it, and we're gonna show that it's not very solid.
Right. So let me go back up now. I want to catch up with the chat, and then I want to hear more about what MCAT has to say and what Julie has to say. And then we're going to get into a little bit about Ian Whiffen because the data was the big thing for Hank today. So let's go relook at the data, right? But let me just go here real quick and say a few highs to everybody again and put up what they have to say to you. So Shauna says, hi, Jane. I don't know if she's still with us. Bert says, yep, Spanky is the lawyer in state. Brittany, hi, beautiful lady. Hello, Brittany, welcome. And Shauna says, I always liked when they walk around too, Jane. Oh, I see, when they walk around. Yeah, I do too, Jane. I don't like it when they just stand there the whole time. Walking around kind of keeps it interesting. I was listening to a lot of it because I was getting irritated a little bit. So, thank you, Shauna. I appreciate you. You're a beautiful lady too, my friend. A pretty Boston Jewel. Yes, our Boston Jewel and our Nagelblab dressed in her beautiful pink t-shirt. So let's see if you guys have any questions yet. Julie's drinking coffee. Shauna, yeah, everybody. I have iced tea actually. Yes, Kat became a mod for Grant. So Grant's funny because he literally, if you come on and talk in his chat, he gives everybody a wrench. And I find that to be kind of endearing because why not? I mean, it's his show. It's his live. He's the one taking the time to go through what it takes to buy the live stream from StreamYard, purchase it, get your YouTube account, all the prep, making these case decks. I think I have 25 case decks now with over 100 slides in each one. That just doesn't happen miraculously, guys. That's stuff I'm doing all week long prepping when I'm not with you live. So Grant has a lot of prep. I can tell he's very prepped for his work. So I was appreciative because they were very kind to me. You could go in any other anti-Karen Reed chat and get booted out. Literally, they'll kick you. They'll just say, bye-bye. They won't even let you be there. But this is a free country and we all have opinions and we all look at things differently and we all have different reasons why we believe in something and why we don't. So I wanted to check him out because Julie had told me more about him. I followed him on Twitter X, but I've never been to one of his lives. So that they all got wrenches. So I wasn't expecting a wrench. So I started talking to everybody and just kind of debating with everybody. And I got a wrench. So thank you, Grant. If you're watching tonight, I greatly appreciate it. I actually invited him to join us some night in the next few months. And depending on if we follow Sandra Birchmore, if he's following it, or if he chooses to follow a case that we're following that possibly will be coming up that has his interest, I said we should meet and talk because that's what we do. We don't just want to be friends with people that agree with us. That is not a healthy way to live. So we don't all agree politically. I can guarantee you in this live stream. I am way more liberal than most of you. Does that make me bad in your eyes? I certainly hope not. It doesn't make you bad in my eyes. We just have a different way at looking at how a country should be run or how policy. I hope that I say something that makes you think and critically dig. And I hope you say something that makes me critically think and dig. That's how it's supposed to work in a free society. We're not supposed to hate each other. This craziness that's going on with the left and the right hating on each other and the nastiness that goes on Twitter and Facebook is utterly despicable. I'm embarrassed for our youth that it is mostly our age group that seems to be engaging in this warfare of the words on Twitter and Facebook. It's mostly 40 up to 70. Most of 70 and over are like, fuck it. You know, I only got a 20 plus years left here. If I live to be 90, I am not going to get into this. I am not going to let politics ruin my life and my day. But people between 40 and 65 are losing their minds over this. They're cutting off friendships. They're blocking people on Twitter and Facebook. I've been blocked by several people because of my more liberal stance on policy, which fine. You want to block me? Bye-bye. You don't want to have an open, honest discussion and debate. Then good, block me. That's fine with me. I really don't care if they think that hurts my feelings. It does not one bit. I have every right to my opinion, as do you. So that's why we are bipartisan here. We welcome all opinions. We welcome debate. And that's how it's supposed to be in a free society. Right, guys?
Yep. Absolutely. 100%. And back in 2020, I mean, we had, family issues of different people with different views. And it's like, you know what? We're family. We're just going to get through this. I mean, and we still argue about things, but I mean, we're still family and we still, I see my sister every other day and we don't agree politically and they certainly don't agree with my son and my husband and whatever. And it's fine. And we've got some people who are gray and we've got some people that are very black and white. I got to be gray.
Yeah.
I just have to be gray. I got to live in the gray.
I personally
cannot live in the gray.
I personally, MCAT, I would like to see a new party. I would love it before I pass away and go on to heaven or wherever I get to go. I would like to see a new party to give some kind of sense of just more sanity to what we've got going on right now. I don't think it would hurt. You can still be whatever you feel you need to be or align with whoever you need to align by, carry your little card in your wallet that says you're a Republican or a Democrat. But I think we need another party. This independent bullshit did not work out. It's never worked out.
No.
We need an actual new party that can stay more in the middle. I think sadly enough, John McCain would have been a perfect person to lead that charge, but it was just too late for him to have it. It wasn't going to happen in his heyday. They were never going to accept an independent party running against the two major parties. But I think he and a few other, there's a few Democrats who are more conservative and lean more towards the middle. And then he was more leaning. I mean, he was still very much a conservative man, but he was reasonable. That's all we need. We just need reasonable people to make a new party. And can you imagine how great that would be? So I would love to see that. I'd love to advocate for that in my lifetime. So anyway, that's all. I always like to remind everybody we're bipartisan here. We all have our own opinions. I'm not bipartisan. MCAT's not, Julie's not, Sean is not, but we believe we have our reasons, but we can still get along. We can still be friendly and respectful. So Shauna says, Jane, if you're still here, I like your font. No idea how you did it, but it's really nice. Thank you, Shauna. Bert says 7 to 8 hours later, drunk driving, no way. Exactly, Bert. It's not the way things are done in our country with drunk driving. When you're a police officer and you're trained during the police academy and during your in-services, you are trained how to pull over a drunk driver. You only have so many options to do it, and you only have so much time to do it. You can't follow someone around for 2 hours. If you don't get the signs, there's 3 signs you need to see. If you don't get them, you cannot pull that person over. So you have to see a traffic violation. It could be as simple as not using their blinker, which a lot of drunk people do not do. It could be as simple as running a yellow, because technically you're supposed to stop. You have a lot of leeway when you're a cop to pull someone over, because a drunk person doesn't do these things. They typically don't use their blinker. They typically don't have their headlights on when they come out of a parking garage. I know, I can guarantee you, I had 3 drunk driving arrests based on no headlight was one of the signs coming out of a parking garage. And I just happened to be parked on the corner looking for traffic down in the middle of campus one night. Out comes this girl from the parking garage, no headlights, Jeep with too many people in it. So there's a sign right there, no seat belts. There's your other sign. They're in a Jeep. There's like 5 girls in a Jeep, and they're yelling and hooting and hollering. Now that's not a sign, but no seat belts on the passengers, no headlights. So I'm like, okay, I already have 2 signs. So I'm behind her at a red light, and I yell to her, ma'am. And she's like, you can see her. She doesn't know. I'm like, ma'am, and I'm honking my horn, and I'm yelling at her at this red light because I can't pull her over yet. I don't think you should be driving. I'm trying to give her every benefit to not get a drunk driving ticket tonight. And so sure as shit, she completely ignores me, pulls off. So I follow her out of the campus up towards the Capitol, and I get my 3rd sign within 3 minutes. I have my 3rd sign. So there's the Wisconsin State Capitol looming in front of me. I have a whole Jeep full of very drunk college girls. So I call for backup because I don't know what the heck I'm going to get. And that was her first drunk driving. Obviously, she was a young girl. She cried the whole time. I felt terrible. I don't like arresting people. I didn't like arresting people. If I was still a cop today, I wouldn't like arresting people. If you're a cop and you get off on arresting people, you need to check yourself. You need to check why you're doing this job. You're supposed to be there to protect and serve the community, take care of the community. It's not supposed to make you happy when you arrest someone. Now, obviously, there's exceptions to that. If you are a detective and you finally break a case and you arrest a serial killer, okay, that can make you happy. But you shouldn't get happy arresting college kids or arresting young people making a probably once in a lifetime mistake. And I have a very good feeling that the Canton cops, the Stoughton cops, the Massachusetts State Police cops, there's not very many of them, it appears, that really care that much about their community. If they're willing to lie and back up liars and stand for liars and not go to the authorities and say, this is what I see, this is what's happening in my department, that is a real problem. And that's what we have going on with Sandra Birchmore, with Garcia, Delgado, right?
Oh, Enrique Delgado Garcia.
We have some real problems going on there. Sandra Birchmore, we have huge problems. So Massachusetts has huge problems. and who's the other young man? Justin Root. I've been in chats with his dear sister, and what an amazing advocate she was. There were definitely problems there, and sadly they were denied at I believe it was the state Supreme Court level that denied them. It's just sad. It's just sad that there's so much police behavior going on like this. It shouldn't be like this. It should be the one profession that this profession of policing should have the least amount of crookedness going on, the least amount of corruption, the least amount of crime. So we have to turn this around somehow. So going back to the drunk driving, you have to have those 3 signs or you can't pull someone over. And then if for whatever reason, if they have a handicap, or if they have let's say they have their arm in a sling, or they have a knee brace on, they can say to you, I cannot do field sobriety. Then you can say to them, well, then we have to take you into the hospital and I have to draw your blood because I had the signs to pull you over. So I need to know if your blood alcohol level, if you won't do the breathalyzer because of your injury and you can't do it, then we will have to go to the hospital. So then you literally put them in protective custody and you take them to the hospital for blood. But that's not 8 hours later. That's why this whole extra charge of OWI, driving while intoxicated, operating while intoxicated, to me is just absolute bullshit and crap. And it should have never, ever been included.
So this is my sort of fake understanding. I was listening, I was driving and I was listening to Bettero, and he was with the people from the Matas. They're from Chicago, and Melanie Little, and there were a few of different people on. And so my understanding, and again, this may or may not be accurate, is that he thinks that they wanted to have an option if the jury didn't want to find her guilty of manslaughter.
Or manslaughter. Yep.
Yeah, that at least this would give them an option of something to guilt her, to put some guilt on her.
But that just sounds horrible. Like that just sounds completely against her civil rights, right?
And then they were saying that, your first, the Matas, who are from Chicago, said in Illinois, if your first DUI, you would never go to jail. And then they were saying that in Massachusetts, jail is an option. I was like, what? I was shocked.
Well, let me explain to you how it works in Wisconsin. Jail is only an option the night that you arrest them for OWI. If they are combative and then they end up getting like a disorderly conduct charge, that's a misdemeanor, and you can jail them for that. Especially if they're combative, then that's disorderly conduct, and it could even be violence against a police officer if they're combative in that force. A lot of drunks are and become very combative.
Sure.
Here's the deal. In Wisconsin, if you get arrested for OWI, you're taken in, you are booked, and you get your photo taken, your fingerprints, and then you can be released to a responsible party. The responsible party cannot be drunk. They cannot have any sign of alcohol on board, no smell of alcohol. They have to be totally sober. So if you can get a hold of a responsible party, depending on what time it is that you got the stop, and by the time you get processed, then you can be released, and then you have to come back for your hearing. So, that's how Wisconsin is. So every state's different. I'd have to look up the rules in every state. But in Wisconsin, you can be released the night of your arrest or the day of your arrest, as long as you have a responsible party to take you home.
Yeah.
And you have to leave your car parked. Now, if the car, when you pull someone over, that's the other thing that has to happen, is that you have to have backup, because if the car can't just be left in like on a street that there's no parking, or where it might be dangerous, so that someone has to move that vehicle to a safe parking spot where a family member can then pick that car up either that night or the following day. So there's a lot to an OWI arrest. It involves multiple officers, and especially if the drunk person is combative. So MCAT, you were talking about something and I accidentally cut you off. I didn't mean to, and I apologize. Shauna says, wait, what couldn't MCAT believe? I want to know. Do you remember what that was? You said, I can't believe that. And then Julie and I was talking, and Julie was, I don't know what Julie was talking. It was probably just me.
You know what? I don't remember.
Well, if you think of it,
there's a lot of things I can't believe.
I know. There's so much, Shauna. And I do apologize. I really am sorry about that. I wish I would have caught it sooner. I'm trying to catch up to the chat here real quickly before we move on. The fix, I
know what I couldn't believe. That I had a meeting at work and I wasn't able to listen to the testimony or the closing arguments. That's what it was.
Was that it, Shauna?
Shauna, it was no big thought. No.
Shauna keeps reminding me, Kat, please ask MCAT to finish her thought, please. But if that was that, do you think that was it, Shauna?
I think so. I mean, I've been listening with my earbuds in at work for how many days? And then today they're like, oh, we got to meet regarding this. I'm like, right now?
So what did you see today, Bert? Bert says, I saw that today, speechless. I'm a little behind the chat. I try to always stay up on it, but this case just has me charged up today. Just re-listening to everything, having to listen to it twice, both sides, how they saw it. It just really got me up in my feels about policing and how this whole case is in a shambles because of policing. Either they did it on purpose because they were told to, or they're just really bad at their job and they effed up what should have been a very simple case in some regards to figure out that Karen probably didn't do this, or that there isn't enough to arrest her. For Proctor to already believe that Karen did it, that's what I wanted to ask you too. How do you think he came up with that if it wasn't dirty? They didn't have all those taillight pieces yet. They didn't come up with those for weeks later. He hadn't talked to no more but 3 people. How in the world is he texting his buddies and saying she's fucked? How do you possibly know Karen Reed is fucked 24 hours into a case, Proctor? How do you know that?
I mean, the fix was in. He was going to protect the Alberts and the McCabe's, the Cantonites. He thought this was going to be so easy. And then he's, texting his middle school friends. He just thought this was a slam dunk.
Julie?
I don't know that he really knew exactly what happened, but
I don't think he gave a shit.
Right. I agree, Julie. I agree.
Yeah, he didn't give a shit. And I mean, that's pretty much just kind of like the culture of how things have just, like devolved into like, oh, let's go and look for what's going on. Now it's just like, oh, fuck that person. I can't stand them. I'm going to find the break in the law. And even not like, like this is like the old school, like, oh, just slip a knife on them and, we'll pass it off and, they'll plead. Now things have gotten to the point where it's like, we're going to overcharge the person and hope that they take a plea because it costs way too much money to get a lawyer. And if you go through and if you push and you fight back, well, then the hell with you. We're going to charge you even further. And then we're going to go through everything else. And I mean, like even we were talking about it today in John's chat, like they brought up Gallagher, where they're like, every single person needs to be looked at. And they brought Gallagher back saying like at 7:00 in the morning, and I forgot this from trial 1, but now it makes sense. They said 7:00 in the morning. They in trial 1, they asked Gallagher, if you found a glass or like, not yet 7-8 o'clock in the morning when he started doing his little leaf blower dance and blowing the crime scene away. In my opinion, from my leaf blowing expertise, he said, you found a glass. Where would you find a glass? You would find a glass inside the house. And he said, no. I knew that not to go in the house. I had no business going in the house because we knew this person went to a bar and he was seen at the bar with the glass that he left with. So therefore we knew that that's where the glass was and had no business going in the house. I said, wait a second. This asshole went onto somebody's property and blew the crime scene away, but wouldn't go inside the house to say, hello, do you know what the hell's going on? But was fine with, like, it doesn't, like, they want it both ways. But for him to turn around and say, yeah, we knew what happened. Obviously, it was a hit and run because we found this glass here. And we knew that it came from the bar. Definitely not inside the house. No. Don't even look over there. Look over here. Look, see, this came from the bar. We found a straw. Duh, came from the bar. And that was basically the argument. And, yeah, like, Gallagher, like, in my opinion, based on everything that I've seen, somebody's got to take a look at him because I think that's where it kind of started like, let's blow this over here and then we'll figure things out from there. And then they started talking about like Berkey and Higgy, like, and I think that's what Jackson was getting at today too. It was like, who has the connection? Well, Berkey has a connection to Higgy, which Devers said was really, really, really weird. I'm glad he brought that up, but yeah, it's just all messed up.
Well, Julie, I'm glad you mentioned all of that, but I'm glad you mentioned the leaf blow too, because I did some digging. I noticed in Grant's chat yesterday, because I was paying attention to, so why is there like this 20% of the world that believes that Karen hit John with the car, and what part of the other experts are they not in line with, or do they not agree with, or do they not want to believe in? And I noticed that someone asked me a question about, well, how could you be a cop and how could you side with, not side with the police on this? And then I said, why? I said, shoddy investigation, no crime scene, leaf blower, whatever else I wrote. And then they all started chiming in, quite a few of them, not all of them, but quite a few of them, that, well, I've heard leaf blowers are commonly used, and that especially in cold climates. And what about Alaska? How do they find evidence? And so I'm like, okay, I can understand that if you've never been in any kind of law enforcement or at all, and maybe you've never followed true crime. Maybe the Karen Reed case is your first case you've ever followed of actual true crime. I could see where you might think it's okay because Gallagher made you think it's okay, but it's not okay. I did the research. I didn't really need to because I know it's not okay. I did the job. That's never okay. It would never be okay to use a leaf blower. That's going to like Julie when she showed. Do you still have your leaf blower experiment up?
I can get it up. Sure. Would you like to
Julie
see?
did. Yes, Julie did her own experiment because we're kind of focusing in on how badly the police handled this case, and then we'll get into the data with Ian.
But then they also had that audit, that police audit.
Yeah.
And they came
was
back and
very
said,
innovative.
oh, the leaf blower was innovative. And I mean, they're just blowing smoke. It's just,
It's terrible. And so this comes right from police standards. The use of leaf blowers by police at a crime scene is not standard or recommended practice. This is right out of the police standard. You don't use it. You don't even have to be older than 8 to I could go and ask my neighbor kids, hey, do you guys think that if I was still a cop and I was investigating a crash scene and there was like some evidence in my front yard, do you think it was cold and snowing out, and do you think it'd be okay if I used a leaf blower to blow the snow around to look for my evidence? An 8-year-old would go, what?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Your evidence is down the street. Yeah.
A snow blower or a leaf blower is going to destroy evidence. It's going to move evidence. It's going to remove any footprints or
it's common sense.
It's common sense. Thank you, MCAT. I love that word because most of us that have common sense can see that this case should have never been brought to trial.
Well, it's like, why were leaf blowers invented? To blow leaves, to get them out of the way, to move them.
And we're not trying to assess what's under the leaves for a crime. We're trying to blow the leaves out of our way so we can rake them up and put them in a bag. That's what the leaf blower was invented for. Exactly.
And it's the greatest invention.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Julie, our resident Bostonian is going to pull up her leaf blowing experiment because we showed this about 4 weeks ago. Let me catch up to chat. People were still talking a little bit about when I was speaking on Sandra Birchmore and Matthew Farwell. Yes, thank you, Bert. Threw away his life. He threw away his life when he was allowed himself to be groomed. Now, if they were both groomed by Robert Devine, if this ever comes out, they're victims, but it still doesn't make what they did okay. You just because you're a victim of a crime, and then if you end up doing a crime, you still have to pay for that crime. And it's a very sad circle of violence when we have domestic violence involved with young children and they're being violated by their parents or loved ones, or in this case, we think Robert Devine, because he was in charge of the police explorers. It's a very sad, horrible situation. So Shauna, let me see, catch up to what you said. The part about not his kid, I don't think was in there, but I'm probably wrong. Oh, I'm not sure what you mean by that. You can, if you want to.
Turtle's chat. Yeah, I have his thing pulled up because I saw that last night and I took a picture of it and it was like, you gotta be shitting me.
I think No, his charges. See, he's not even charged with a homicide yet. He's not charged with. He's charged with killing a witness. So it's not a domestic violence situation. So there's no upcharge for domestic violence yet. So, and then of course the state in their wisdom, Morrissey chose not to charge him. Why are you not charging him with the crime? State of Massachusetts, what is your problem?
That's a good question. Well,
insane.
All right. So Turtle said in his, there's a typo. So I'm assuming what he's saying is Matthew Farwell, I guess that's what it's supposed to say. It's supposed to say threw his life away and murdered Sandra Birchmore for absolutely no reason. I guess that being impregnated by having a person impregnate you who is not or who's married, I guess that would be a legitimate reason to him. I don't know. I mean, did you ever see the stream that he did about Sandra Birchmore where he basically says like, this was a blackmail baby. This was.
I was in that stream live. I think that was one of the times when I got like harassed out of there. I just decided to leave. I mean, nobody actually voted.
Very victim blamey.
Yeah. Sandra Birchmore has absolutely no fault. But if you're not really doing that, then you have to watch your words. So I didn't accuse him of of anything today. I just said, you have a big audience, Aiden. You have to be very careful before you hit that send button because
That's good.
well, I know it's Rich, right? Because he doesn't care, but I care.
Nope.
And so I wanted to say something because I care about what happened to Sandra Birchmore. And I care that Matthew Farwell, in my opinion, would have unalived her no matter whose kid she was having, because she knew everything. She had everything. And he knew now because of the person who took that call from Sandra's friend. He knew that she had evidence that she could.
Well, and he thought he was getting away with it because it was
blackmail him for the rest. Right. She could effectively have blackmailed Matthew Farwell for the rest of his freaking life. And honest to God, in some ways, I wouldn't have wanted that to happen, because I would have wanted Sandra to get therapy and heal and become a victim advocate and have her child and move on from these slimy, disgusting humans. I don't even call them men because they're just not even, to me, anything. They're just vile humans. And so I wish that Sandra Birchmore had survived and lived to fight and raise her child and rat out every single one of these MNFers that ever laid a hand on her. Yeah. And that's what I wish would have happened. But I think that when he found out that she was onto him, it wouldn't have mattered whose child she was having. It really wouldn't have. It doesn't make it any less horrible or despicable or disgusting what he did. So
was he under the impression it was his child?
Yes.
Yep.
Well, she was under the impression it was his child. I don't think she, in her mind, I think she honestly thought it was his child. Now, obviously she was with someone else during that time, but maybe she had used protection, or maybe she thought she had covered herself, right? Yeah. So we'll never know. We'll never know at all, but
it doesn't matter. I was just curious.
Right. Now, is it possible that she did know it was his child? Is it possible that she did it on purpose so that she could get him to pay attention to her and be with her, and she did get with somebody and not use protection? Absolutely, it's possible. She had been damaged from a young age by these horrible men who had put her in this cycle of abuse and literally brainwashing her into these violent sex escapades, so that they could get off on their sick, disgusting fantasies. So it is possible that Sandra knew exactly what she was doing, and that she did have this affair with somebody, this time with somebody, because she wanted to have a baby, and she wanted to tell Matthew Farwell it was his so she could have some control over him instead of him having control over her. Any of it's possible, but it doesn't really matter, because he unalived her, and he was always going to unalive her once he found out that she was going to possibly take him down.
Yeah. Oh, he was going down one way or the other. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
She was sick of his shit. And so I think eventually she would have gone to taken her diary and all her proof and laid it out there. And had she been able to do that, it wouldn't have just been Matthew Farwell that would be in jail right now facing a trial. There'd be a lot more people in jail than just him facing a trial right now. There's no doubt about it.
Said too. She said that what she said, I think she said resistance silent, or it was somewhere around there that I'm
not laughing at that. I'm laughing at what I just put up on the screen. I'm sorry, Julie.
The timing of this was very suspect. So it's like that even if he wasn't the father, no matter what, it most likely would have happened, because at around that time, I think someone that Sandra either worked with or a cousin or something, a buddy, found out and called the police station and was like, "Oh, hey, FYI, this officer have been banging this person, and they're into really, really, really screwed up shit. So FYI." And I guess that he got wind of it and was like, "Oh crap, everything's gonna explode." And I think it was within, I think she said a week, then what happened.
Yeah. Yeah,
so
it was very quickly.
It's sad.
You're right, Julie. It did happen very fast. Matthew was in full panic mode for sure. I just didn't want you to
think he was having a baby or something.
Yep.
His wife had a baby within 6 hours of Sandra's death. He went straight to the hospital to be by his wife's side for the birth of his third child.
Disgusting.
it's unbelievable. It's hard to
Disgusting.
fathom the evil that it is. I didn't want you guys to think I was laughing about that. Sometimes the chat makes me laugh and we're talking about something serious. So I did not want you to think, Julie, I was laughing about what you were saying. I was laughing at Shauna. This is when we were talking about bipartisan and politics a little while ago. I am a screw the government kind of gal. Thanks for sharing, Shauna. Welcome, Kathy Coppins, one of our subscribers and my dear friend, most importantly, my dear friend from Madison, Wisconsin. One
Hello,
of our
Cheesehead.
very first subscribers and one of our very first members, because I decided to have memberships now. Once you get over 1,000, YouTube says, good for you. Here's your little reward. You can have memberships now, so you can have private get-togethers. So now we can have private get-togethers on this site. And the memberships I kept very low, and your membership dues are only going to be used for program costs. So I'll show you once every quarter, I'll show you how that works, because I have to pay for StreamYard, YouTube, and several other things in order to make this all happen. So I have it all on a spreadsheet. I've been paying for that all myself for the past 11 months. So now with the memberships, you guys can help me with that, and that will really help take a little bit of stress off me. And I really, truly appreciate that. And then the memberships gives us the option to have private live streams where we can break down some of these cases and maybe talk about things that we wouldn't want to talk about on the air, swear a little bit more than we do if we want to, if we need to, and also look at autopsy photos that we might not want to share on a live stream, and especially because we don't always want the family to be subjected to that. We talked with April last night. That's one of our other new cases. April's daughter was unalived in what she believed was a domestic violence situation, and the police shut the case down really fast and blamed it on that she accidentally smothered herself because she drank too much. I mean, it's a crazy case, and how quickly they shut it down, that there couldn't be any other reason for her death, is disgusting. And she had bruises on her face, clear signs of being slapped or punched or hit. Her family's been fighting for justice for quite a few years now. This is in the same county where Sarah Ebersol is still missing. Hashtag where is Sarah Ebersol? Please help Michelle get the word out so we can maybe hopefully find Sarah one day soon. She's been missing 2.5 years. She has a 7-year-old daughter who's being raised by the biological father, who was at one time a potential suspect and was at one time a domestic violence abuser. That's all on paper. So that is a disturbing case. That's just a little bit to my west. I've been working with that family, with Michelle and Sarah's soldiers now since last September. And then, of course, Kara Veach is still looking for justice for Jason Veach, her husband, that was asphyxiated in a bar fight. He was held down on the ground. It wasn't even a bar fight per se. It was a verbal altercation that turned ugly when one of the men ran out to his car and came back in with an axe. And he is being allowed to possibly use Florida Stand Your Ground law, the man with the axe, which is why they have not taken this case into the courts. If you can put that in your head. So these are just some of the absolutely crazy things that are happening around our country. And 3 of them are happening minutes from where I live here in Florida. So we're going to continue with the families throughout the summer on those 3 cases right here in Florida. And then, of course, we'll continue to follow and update with Sandra Birchmore and with Mizzy. And, of course, Ellen Greenberg. We're still waiting to see if they reopen her case and reverse her unaliving of herself, 20 stab wounds to the front and the back, 3 postmortem to a homicide. So there's a lot of things to cover, even though we hope that Karen Read will be exonerated and there will not be a hung jury. We have plenty to do this summer to keep us busy, and we hope that you'll continue to stay with us and advocate with us. So, Julie, shall we dig into this Ian Whiffen business?
Do you want to see Whiffen, or do you want to see the leaf blower, or what do you want to do?
What would you like to do first? You are our resident scientist.
All right. If we're going to do science, because this is basically the only thing, and as far as I can tell, this is the only thing that a lot of the antis, and this is what Hank brought up.
Sorry, had to get that in there. Say hi to Kim quick.
Hey, Kim.
Keep
and
going.
a lot of the antis bring up saying, well, but the data. 227's been debunked. The phone data. You find him at the last place where you left him, and then right after the strike, he he stops moving for forever and ever and ever. It's a slam dunk case. So I just want to play, just to refresh everybody's memory, I want to play a little bit of what Jessica Hyde said when she got on the stand, because this is very overlooked, and then we'll take a look at what Ian Whiffen did, but then we'll talk about how all this was taken in the attic today, because I didn't spend the day there, but it's very interesting. After about 6 hours, something must have clicked, because they started talking a little crazy, which is kind of out of character for them. But all right, anyways, Kat, can you go over to the private chat and
Yes.
the second tab?
Yep, that's where I just am now and pulling it up now. You want the second one, right? That says Hyde. Hyde.
Yep,
Okay,
Jessica Hyde,
good.
5 minutes. Yep.
I'm all about Jessica Hyde. I actually like her.
Me too.
I like her. She was.
I like the way Auntie Deb imitates her.
Oh, well, you know what? We're going to have
funny. He loves her.
have to find a clip from Kat. I'll find you, or if you guys, if someone wants to find me a clip and put it in the chat box, I would love to show it, because yes, Auntie Deb had me in stitches rolling on the ground the first time I saw him do the parody of Jessica Hyde.
Hilarious.
Absolutely hilarious. Okay, let me share the screen here and get up our video.
Well, so Jessica Hyde, she has so she starts off her testimony, and she has all the qualifications. She is basically what Man Shannon has described, and in his resume, like what he aspires to or what he thinks he is in his mind. Jessica Hyde actually is. So
okay, I have to remove this. There we go, and let me add it to the screen here.
Also, if you're ever in a case like this, like for example, if and this is hypothetical, if the Commonwealth decided to press charges against Jen McCabe, and they decide to question, like, oh, actually, we did find out the 227 work had some issues, and then somebody comes up and says, oh no, it was this. Jessica Hyde is the person that you want to look into all of your cases. If anybody questions a search that you did on your phone, a text message that you sent, anything like that, you would want to call Jessica Hyde. And the reason why she didn't side with what Karen Reed was saying, we're going to listen to right now. So,
all right, it's up. Let me pull off these comments. I'll catch up to your comments soon, everybody. Thank you. I'm going to take these banners off so we can see properly here. All righty, here we go. Little Jessica Hyde for a Friday night. Thank you, Julie.
Yes, I do.
Right, you can go 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
Yep. Yeah, because she spouts off a whole bunch of qualifications.
Oh, that's right. Thank you, Julie. Forgot about that.
That you focus in?
I personally specialize in mobile phones and Internet of Things devices.
I want you to just give us some very basic, very general and brief background. When you're looking at a forensic device and you're analyzing it, do you rely on any tools?
That is a really interesting question. Reliance on tools is not precisely what we do. We utilize tools to extract data from a device.
I would love to meet her.
And then we utilize a variety of tools to attempt to parse results from those devices.
I would
but
love
the
to spend a day
forensics
with her
examiner
before she
has to
gets
take
all
the
that
additional
data.
step to both
Me too.
understand, validate,
She
and
was a
provide
Marine.
meaning to those
Yeah.
results.
Cool.
Is there any shortcomings or dangers in simply relying on a forensic tool for a result or an opinion?
There is absolutely a danger in just relying on parsed results. When an algorithm is used to determine what data is stored as, it doesn't tell you what that data means, and that's where you need a forensics examiner. Tools don't necessarily understand how the data got there and what causes the data to exist. And that takes deeper and further human analysis, as well as, if you think about it, if on your phone, you can go to the Google Play Store or the App Store, and you can actually download millions of apps. There's like 6 million apps between the two stores. Digital forensics tools maybe support generously 1,000 applications. So in order to be able to parse and understand the data from applications that the tools don't know how to support, you need a forensics examiner who knows how to dig into that data, conduct testing, and determine the meaning of the data.
Were you asked
Well put.
by the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to look at and
All right,
analyze
pay
a
attention to what she
phone
says.
that was related to a person by the name of Jennifer McCabe?
Yes, with a very, very specific scope to a specific date range.
Hear that?
Were you asked during that scope and date range to analyze it and provide an opinion about whether there were any user-initiated deletions of any web searches or Safari-type searches?
Yes, I was asked to look for deletions of Safari searches within the scope of the time frame that was dictated by the purpose of the exam.
Were you asked to look at
There you
the
go.
phone device and determine whether or not there were any user-initiated deletions of phone calls on the device?
Yes, I was asked to look for deletions of phone calls in that same date range.
And did you do both of those tasks?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you ultimately have opinions on both of those issues?
I do have opinions on both of those issues. That's correct.
And in engaging in the efforts to answer those two questions, did you necessarily have to review and analyze a web history that included searches on January 29th, 2022 at 2:27 a.m.?
I did analyze web searches that occurred at 2:29 a.m. In local time here in Norfolk on January 29th, 2022 from the device I was provided, yes. Not the device, the forensic image, for clarity.
Bam.
So before we get to the
Okay,
two
all right, yeah,
opinions
that's
that you
good.
were asked to consider or what your opinions were after analyzing the data, I want to begin by...
That's good. Okay. All right. So everybody heard what she said, correct? She said that she was given the task to look at Jen McCabe's phone and call log and deletions and her web search, but and she said it twice, to look into them within the dates and the parameters. She said that twice. Then she said that she did not extract the data herself. It was given to her, we found out later, it was given to her by Lieutenant Tully of the Mass State Police of Norfolk District Attorney's Office. So every single person, including Hank the Tank today, who said 227 is done, it's dead, they didn't bring anybody to question, she was the best, which she is, but she was given the data set and she prefaced it within 5 minutes of her testimony that, oh, there were parameters set all over the place. Okay, all right, let's go on to you, and it could lose my mind.
Totally.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I didn't remember that. And
Yep.
So I'm really glad that you brought that forward, because that's big. That's really big. Plus, I really enjoy her. I just think she's great and brilliant at her job. And I really believe she was very much an impartial witness. I really think she just
100%.
wanted to, this is what it is. This is how I see it. This is why I see it this way. I don't think she thinks Karen did it or didn't do it. Maybe she doesn't even have a clue. Like, I don't think any of these experts actually have a clue what happened. I think they're all in agreement that there's no way to know for sure what happened unless someone tells the truth.
Well, kind of, sort of, maybe. I mean, she did say with the parameters of saying like, hey, listen, I didn't look beyond the scope of this, and I didn't look at the hard data. So caveat, I'm going by what they gave me and analyzed it and did my little production from there. So, I mean, she might. I mean, Sean today on his live was talking to a guy named Jeff out of Dallas who's offering $5 million in his own money for any information who could lead to, what actually happened, which is going to happen after, this trial, because things are, hinky for now. But I mean, she would be a dynamite person to call and say, yep, I was given, these parameters. And if I take a look again,
right,
who knows what might pop out.
Right. Now I have Ian Whiffen, I have the direct, and I have the cross.
Ian Whiffen, direct, 2 hours, 11 minutes, please.
That's where I think I have it. Okay, let me see if I pulled it up right for you.
And I'm going to need you to pause twice, so it's quick.
No worries. Let me come back into the room here so I can share it. No, I have it stopped at, I currently have it at 1:40. Where did you want it?
2 hours, 11 minutes.
Is it okay if we play a little bit of this? I had some questions for you.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Is that all right with everybody? Because
course,
this has
of course.
to do with this obviously has to do with the data. So I wanted to, I saw this today and I
Yep.
thought, oh, I want to show this for Julie and everybody. And then some of the chat friends might have questions for you as well. So,
Thanks,
okay,
magic
let's start.
data.
Yeah.
Location information, which is 25 meters accurate or better. Again, it kind of focuses around the front yard area, although some of these accuracies are still rather large and could put the device inside 34 on the opposite side of the street, towards 32. Between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m., fairly similar story. Again, most of these points are centered around that same location at the front yard.
Did you guys hear what he said?
Around the
About
same
the-
location of the front yard?
About the opposite side of the street.
Oh, yeah, that's the circumference. Yep.
Yeah. And he said the house.
Yep. There
I
was
just wanted to make sure everybody caught that because yeah. So there's your reasonable doubt. That's just reasonable doubt screaming in your face.
Similarly, between 3 and 4 a.m., between 4 and 5, between 5 and 6. And in fact, if I take all of the location data between 25 minutes after midnight until 6 a.m., only looking at the records that report 10-meter accuracy or better, then typically they all focus around that same location at the front of the yard, nearish to where the flagpole can be found.
I'd like to ask you some questions about this photograph.
nearish. I like that. Very
There's
specific.
a red circle with a bunch
Nearish.
of red dots
Yeah.
in the middle.
Yes.
Would those red dots indicate the center of some location that was captured at a particular point over that night?
Yes. So each of those center dots is the center of a 10-meter accurate or better location record. I chose to not show the accuracy radius circle on this image, just purely because it makes it hard to see when you've got all these intersecting lines. But ultimately, if you were to draw a 10-meter radius around all of these points, they would all fall within the large red circle that's shown.
So this photograph was meant to
That's
take
disingenuous.
readings
I just
from the
noticed
most
that.
accurate
That's
of the data throughout the
disingenuous.
night?
Correct.
All right.
Sustained, ask it again.
The other thing too, Julie and everybody that's with us tonight and on replay, why couldn't the phone be sitting on a table right inside the front door?
Well, not only that, like if you look at those pings, he was basically saying like, well, we're just approximating because we found all these pings, and so therefore we found within a 10 meter radius or 30 or 33 feet all these locations. But if you look at the tracking where it pings, it looks like, I mean, if you look at where the flagpole is, it looks like he could have been walking around around there and on his way inside the house.
Or the phone
Yeah,
could have been it could have been in this corner of the basement.
Well, yeah, so that's basically what they're saying, which is like the argument that they keep saying. It's like, yeah, he could have been in the house, but he would have been in the house for like what, 10 seconds or something like that. So he ran inside, ran outside, and then lightning, like he went up and down stairs and then ran back outside. That's disingenuous. He's basically saying within this, there's a whatever the percentile chance within a 10 meter radius, he can 100% be outside of that. There's just a less likely chance that it's outside, but it would 100% would do that, and that would include most of the house. So that's very disingenuous. But again, this is a lot of smoke and mirrors, just like what we're going to look at next with the data table. That was. Oh boy, that was like Hank's crutch.
All right, I'll just finish this little part up.
Was this circle, did it include low frequency data?
No, this circle only includes 10-meter accuracy or better.
The fact that the center dots are in
He
different
just said it.
spots, is that inconsistent with a phone being in the same place, not moving that entire night?
Here's how a doctor treats toenail fungus without a prescription. If your toenail fungus came back after using tea tree, Vicks, or a common fungus cream, you need to see this. And let me show you how to get rid of fungus for good at home today. The reason your fungus won't go away is because the impacted fungus roots have already burrowed deep into the capillaries of the nail bed. And even Stanford scientists now proved that these fungus roots completely...
There we go.
It could indicate movement, it could indicate refinement.
Is it impossible to tell?
It's impossible to tell at this level of detail anyway.
Are all of these dots
This
given
level of detail. See, it's like it's all qualified.
the range, 10 meters or under? Are all these dots and all these readings of the high frequency data that you compiled for that night, are they all consistent with Mr. O'Keefe's phone being near the flagpole and not moving that night? Yes, Your Honor.
I think that's a reasonable assumption.
All right, this might be a good spot. Are you ready to move on to the next area, or you have any more questions about
Now would
this?
be a fine time, Your Honor.
All right. Folks, why don't we take our morning break?
Okay, now where would you like me to go here?
2 hours, 11 minutes, or approximately around there.
We're not too far from there anyway.
Button presses, camera usage,
That's good.
things
That's
like that. It doesn't count for location data. It doesn't count for Apple Health data. They both work on the system time. They both work on the same system time. So they're always going to be aligned.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy of the location data times and the accuracy of the health data times that you shared with us?
They'd be consistent with each other. So to summarize that, there's only really one clock that's in use on an iPhone for recording. The only difference is the monotonic time, which is how power logs record information, but you need to offset the times to figure out when that activity actually happened. And that you only have to offset those times for power log data, not for health, not for location, not for messages or photographs or any other activity like that, purely power log data.
Is there another subject that you looked at, that you analyzed in order to reach a conclusion about the time and location of John O'Keefe's cell phone over the night of January 29, 2022?
Yes, the next one is battery temperature.
Can you explain a little bit of background on this before you start
Yes.
the slide?
So again, we have a temperature sensor built in within the phone, monitoring for if the battery temperature increases too high and becomes a danger, or if the temperature gets too low and becomes an issue. So it constantly monitors the temperature of the battery and records that information in the Knowledge C database.
Constantly records the temperature.
Did you look into the battery temperatures from before midnight and after midnight and do an analysis regarding the temperatures of that cell phone battery?
I did, yes. Throughout the evening of the 28th of January and then the morning of the 29th.
Mr. Whiffen, that's going to be hard to read. Is there any way you can enlarge it?
All right, Kat, you ready to pause?
Yes, dear.
There we go.
Thank you.
There you go.
Oh, no, not yet.
Oh, not quite?
Not yet.
So on the evening of the 28th, see an average temperature of around mid 80 degree Fahrenheit. I've got no understanding of where the device was at this time, whether it was in a pocket on a surface, whether it was in use or not. But I just wanted to get an average idea of temperatures of the device.
Oh, God.
By 13 minutes after midnight, we're still at 82 Fahrenheit.
Perfect.
At 22 minutes after midnight,
can you pause? Okay, this was Hank's crutch today when he kept referring to the location and said, clearly the phone didn't move. And Officer John O'Keefe was down. He was in the cold on the hard as a rock surface because we have his phone temperature data that recorded all night long where he didn't move. He never walked again. He never got up and moved around and nobody called for help and the whole entire shebang that he did today. Now, if you look at this, he said that he has records and he brought up 136 in one of the other clips that he played where he was going through. I think it was when he did the clip of when he put the sound bits with Karen leaving messages saying like, look at what's happening with his big dramatic thing. Like, look at what happens when Karen calls at 12, whatever the time was, the temperature was this. And look at what happens when she calls at this time and leaves this hateful message. The temperature was this. My question is, what temperature was it at 3:30 when during the interval when Karen supposedly made 48 phone calls?
Right.
Can anybody tell us what the temperature was? Don't worry, I'll wait. On this phone that is recording, constantly monitoring and recording temperature.
Right.
Don't worry, I'll wait.
Isn't there a graph that shows us that there's?
Yep. Yeah. So if you hit play, that one's better looking. So that one's about a minute away. So
we know from the location data that the device was currently in a car, and we see the temperature has dropped to 77 Fahrenheit. By 37 minutes after midnight, we now know the device is already at Fairview. It's been at Fairview for approximately 12 minutes, and the temperature has continued to drop. It's now 72 Fahrenheit.
Mr. Whitman, if I can interrupt you. At 12:37, when the temperature drops to 72 degrees, is that before or after the healthcare data stops for that evening?
That's after.
Thank you.
45 minutes past, the temperature's dropped to 66 Fahrenheit. At 53 minutes past, it's dropped to 61 Fahrenheit. At 7 minutes after 1, it's dropped to 55 Fahrenheit. At 1:36, it's dropped to 50. And then we have a large gap in the data.
Yeah.
With the next record being made 6 minutes after 6 a.m. when the temperature is 43.
I mean, then was the
Fahrenheit.
phone put in airplane mode?
No.
But why would there not be a recording for all those hours?
That is a very, very, very good question.
That's insane. That's 5.5 hours.
And why doesn't he tell us right then and there on the stand, right? Why isn't he telling us why there's this gap from 1:36 until 6:06?
I mean, it's 8 and 9 minute intervals. And then, that is so weird.
Why isn't he telling us right then and there? Why isn't he pointing that out? That's what's weird, right?
That's a very good question. So that's all right. So that's also what I tried to figure out too with this is why are there only specific readings? And what I was trying to figure out was like, does it take a reading like every 15, 20 minutes? Does it have to be like when somebody's like engaged with the phone? Is that why our readings weren't taken? It was like, no, it'd still be monitored because stuff's going on. Was it because somebody was calling? So I don't know how it takes readings. All I know is that it's being monitored because, I mean, these things don't want to self-destruct basically and melt down, cause a fire, or get too cold and, short circuit and have condensation and, short out. So they shut off. So, all right, if you play a little bit, if you play a little bit more, it'll come up with.
I like this graph that's coming up.
So if the reading at 1:30 is the reading at 1:30 is 50 degrees, and then they're saying that it got bitterly cold that night, and at 6:06 in the morning it was only 43 degrees. It only went down 7 degrees in 4.5 hours when the temperature in Canton had dropped significantly and it had gotten much more bitterly cold.
Well, so that's just it. We don't know what the readings were between 1:36 and 6:06 in the morning, and neither does the phone. So one of two things have to happen. Either the phone gets too cold and it shuts off, but it'll give a reading for that, and the phone will shut off, and it'll say like, phone off. Or the phone has to be put in some type of like a stasis, meaning that the phone is technically still, it's basically like frozen in amber type thing, where it's like
a Faraday bag, maybe.
Well, so that's what I was kind of looking into, and if you listen to Jessica Hyde talk about Faraday bags, she says that like they go on Faraday bags, and Faraday bags need to be checked and charged and everything else, and you could still get some readings. And the internal stuff still goes on, but it won't register. So the phone is still monitoring temperature, like altitude and stuff like that, just not registering a log, because you basically want it frozen in time. Like, okay, we want to trap this here so it doesn't record, but the phone doesn't register whether it goes on or off. So it's very suspect to me, looking at just the data, that the data is blank where you would expect to see data. Does that make sense?
And where I'm just trying. Okay, so if it was put into the Faraday bag at 1:36 or after 1:36 when it had its last reading,
yep.
What time did Higgy leave Canton Police on that tape?
1:45 a.m. Yep.
Wow.
We're just thinking out loud here, so
we're just spitballing. Julie,
yeah, go for
huge.
it. I love hearing you guys spitball. This is good stuff.
Because the reading prior to the last reading prior to 6:06 a.m. was 1:36 a.m. The reading prior to that was 1:07. So just call it a half hour. It's 29 minutes, but call it a half hour. Yep. So it seems to me that whatever happened to that bag, or the phone was put in that bag after 1:30, obviously after 1:36.
Over the next few hours.
And before the next reading would have come, so say that would be a half hour. Well, if Higgy got back from Canton PD at 1:50, 1:55, I mean, that comes together.
One might think that if you were investigating something and would look, you would go, look at this little hole here.
Julie saw that like immediately.
Yeah. I mean, hi, Ian Whiffen, Earth to Ian Whiffen.
So, why was this never brought about? MCAT, why was this never discussed? Why didn't the defense ask, what is this?
I don't know.
Well, so I think the defense just kind of, so I know, so again, there's how you investigate stuff in like laboratory settings, or like research settings, where you're doing experiments, and like, even if are you doing experiments and you're expecting one result and you end up getting a completely different result, you look and say, that's interesting. Let's take a look and, kind of figure out why we got there. When you're doing it in the court of law, you don't want to have kind of surprises like this. So you kind of just go with what the prosecution comes out with. The prosecution came out with this right here. And I think what the defense looked at was saying, like, okay, you came up with all this. Look at all those data points between, what is that? 10:43, was it 8:43, 11:43? I can't see what that says. Yeah. So all these data points at, I think some of them are spaced out, quite a bit of distance, like an hour. But then you see blank spot. And then after that, at 6:06, you get readings at 6:06, 6:14, 6:48, 6:58. So you'd expect to see something there. And so I think what the defense kind of looked at, it was like, okay, you gave us this. And I don't know if they made the assumption saying that, okay, it went from 50 degrees to 43 degrees. What happened? But then within, 40 minutes or so, it drops 22 degrees, something like that. 77 to 27 degrees. It drops within 50 minutes, 77 degrees to 50 degrees.
Between 6:06 and 6:14.
Right.
Is where you have that drop. And then it starts to obviously rise up at 6:14 once they've removed it from under his body.
Right. But from 12:37 to 1:36, it's 27 minutes. So that is what? That's about an hour. So in an hour, it drops 27 minutes, but you're saying that it stayed, I mean, you're assuming that those data points are the same, that you're assuming that it only dropped from 50 degrees to 43 degrees, while the temperatures, again, this is from Norwood Airport. At the time of the quote unquote strike, it was 31 degrees, at 2:30, 29 degrees, at 3:30, 28 degrees, 4:30, 27 degrees, 5 o'clock, 26 degrees, 6 o'clock, 24 degrees. So now granted, their theory is that there was, you know, body on top of it, but still you have snow and quote unquote frozen ground.
Well,
It's still going to drop. It's still going to drop, but we don't know that because there's a gaping hole in the data set. Just like he said, there's a gap, and he just said like he passed over it like nothing. It's like, oh, we have all these readings, and then there's a gap, and then we have another reading.
I mean,
And
was
so,
the phone turned off?
No, because you would have gotten a reading for the phone being turned off and then turned on, because again, there was report from what's her face?
Yeah, it was
Carrie
doing
Roberts that the
something.
phone was
It was
on.
doing something. It had to have been.
But okay, all right. Let's go. All right, let's go with either of these theories. Either the phone was what was on at the time of the strike, and the phone remained on the whole entire time. Okay, then you would expect readings. Or the phone was on at the time of the strike, then the phone somehow turned off, but then turned back on at 6:06 to get another reading. Something had to happen to either take it out of stasis or turn the phone back on.
Well, wait a minute. When did Jen get that phone in her hot little hands? Was that at roughly 6:06? Did Jen ever have the ability to have that phone in her hands?
I don't remember. I thought Carrie had it.
Carrie found the phone, but we don't know what happened with that phone.
I mean, from 6:14 to 6:35, the temperature is increasing, so it must have been in some type of heated environment.
I thought she said she put it in her pocket.
That's what I think too.
Which one did?
Carrie. I thought she said she put it in her pocket while all the chaos was going on. And then she gave it to law enforcement at some point, maybe at 6:56 or 6:48 or who knows. We'd have to go back and listen to her testimony. But I'm wondering, was there a window of time where could have Jen said, here, you got John's phone. Let me give it to the law enforcement for you. And she might have, and then she could have turned it on. Who knows?
Well, so from my coconut test, again, just from being outside, I mean, we saw one point where I was digging and I went to go drop a coconut and the phone cut off because it got cold. And what happened, and then it happened another time when I was, again, dropping more coconuts after being exposed to the cold. What happens is your temperature drops on the phone and it shuts off, but it also drains the battery. So both times that happened to me, I had to, number one, warm the phone back up, but number two, had to recharge the battery enough to get some juice back into it before we turn on.
That's a good point. Now, here's something that's never really been talked about too much, for whatever reason. The defense side, the Free Karen Reed side, because of Lucky not seeing the body and then the forward edge being parked there, that has led everybody to believe that they didn't put John out in the lawn until after 3:30 or 4. But what if they did put John out in the yard at 1:30? And what if Lucky did miss him and the forward edge was still there because they were in a panic and either Chris Albert or Kevin Albert drove over to the house to help them figure out what to fucking do at 3:30 in the morning, because we know they were all awake. We know none of them were sleeping. Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe weren't sleeping at their house. Chris and Julie Albert were probably not sleeping at their house. And Brian Higgins was at the police department till 1:45. And so it's possible that they did put John out there at 1:30 and Lucky just didn't see him. I mean, he's human. He might not have seen him. Or they, not 1:30, but approximately somewhere near that, because they wouldn't have put him out there before everybody left. So it would have had to have been after the last party goers left, which would have been approximately 1:50. So he could have been put out there right after all the party goers left. And then that would make more sense for these readings that the phone got cold, like you said, and shut itself off because it was too cold. And then when Carrie picked it up and put it in her pocket, that warmed it enough to turn it back on.
No. Well, also, but then obviously,
I'm just saying, because I'm looking at this chart, why did the phone suddenly get warm at 6:06?
That's just it. You would need some type of interaction, some type of human interaction to physically turn the phone on or to again take it out of the stasis.
Right.
Something had to happen to put it back on to say,
Well,
yep, I'm going to
now
start
that's
reading and recording data.
That's even a better point. If the
Yes.
phone turned itself off at here, hang on, I have to put this back big so I can read it. If the phone turned itself off at 1:36, that's the last red dot, is 1:36 right on the nose. And the next red dot isn't till 06:06. So if it turned itself off at somewhere shortly after 1:36, so there was no other dot showing up here, no other reading, then how did somebody turn the phone on at 6:06? Because they would not have known John's password, or they wouldn't have had his Face ID. So
what if
how
they put it up to his face?
Well, I don't know if you would need that, but I mean, if Officer John O'Kee was put out at 1:30, 2:30, 3:30 in the snow on the cold ground, I mean, it was cold. It might not have been frozen completely, like hard as a rock frozen, but it was still cold.
It was
cold
cold,
environments.
right?
His body temperature would have been a lot colder, and he would have had more.
Right. He would have had
more
frostbite.
physical-
So you're right. So he couldn't have been out there since 1:30 because he would have had more signs of hypothermia
think so,
and he
yeah.
would have had frostbite.
Yep.
That's right. I totally didn't even think about that. So, right. So he really couldn't have been out there much more than before 3:30.
He could have been in the Ford Edge.
I don't think so.
No?
No, nobody's going to risk putting a body with clothes fibers and skin fibers and hair. I mean, I don't think a cop, Kevin Albert or Brian Albert, is going to risk putting him in a car. Because
So
if they
do you
were going to
think the
do,
Ford Edge was moved there just to block the area where they
no,
planted?
I think the Ford Edge was parked there because there was no room in the freaking driveway, and Kevin Albert came over to help his brother
Yeah.
deal with the disaster that they had created. I don't
Yeah.
think that it was nefarious at all. I don't think that it was parked there to shield or hide anything. I think it was parked there because that's where he had to park, because there was nowhere to park in the driveway because everybody else had cars there. So
Sure.
I think he just probably naturally pulls up and parks in the front of the house when he comes over to Big Bro Brian's house.
Yeah.
Or is Kevin older than Brian? I forgot the order of them.
I think
But
Brian's the oldest.
it makes more sense to me that Kevin Albert came over with his Ford Edge in the middle of the night than Chris Albert.
Yes. Agree.
But that Ford Edge had to have belonged to one of the Alberts. It was either Chris or Kevin that parked in front of that house in the middle of the night. And they're, none of them are going to own up to that or agree to it in a million years. So did you want me to keep playing him now for a minute?
No. So the previous table was the one that Hank kept using over and over and over again to refer to by saying, hey, listen, they want to talk science all they want. Well, that's clearly been debunked. And you can, say like, well, we did this test and they went over to critique it and, then they got different results. But the data is the data. And he kept saying the data is the data. The data is the data. The data is the data. The data is the data.
He said it a million times. Yeah,
Yep,
he said it a
kept
million
saying
times.
the data is the data. Well, we just looked at the data of your temperature, which is what Brennan directly used to say at this time the temperature was this, and she left this nasty message. At this time the temperature was this, and he left this nasty message. And then we just saw Jessica Hyde say that she does all the things with searches and deletions and everything else, and then qualified it by saying, oh, but by the way, I was given a set of parameters. And just to clarify again, I was given a set of parameters and dates to look at specifically. And by the way, I was given the extraction, I didn't do it myself by handing the physical phone and plugging it in and extracting myself. So those are my limitations. And Hank went on and on and on saying that, yep, that had to be the case because that phone never moved from this point. And I'm saying, okay, Hank, if you're so tied to that data, tell me what the temperature of the phone was at 3:30 a.m. that morning. Tell me what it was at 3:45. Tell me what it was at 4:10. You don't know because it's blank. And we don't have a reason for it. And it wasn't investigated. So
I'm just going to play this little part here if it's okay with all of you. I just kind of like to see this last part of what he had to say.
What is device usage?
Information about when the user unlocks the phone, what applications they're using, what they're using the device for, and when they lock the phone again.
Would device usage require an actual person to interact with the phone, or can it happen without user interaction?
Everything that I was looking at was related to physical interaction and manipulation of the device by a user.
Please continue.
We have a sidebar for a sports update because we're all sports girls and sports guys in our live streams. We have a sports update saying you did good, Sox, and looking sharp in your Mondstadt uniforms. New England accents are cute too. Crazy manager got kicked off the field. Yay, New York. Oh, so Bert says, is it the Sox Yanks tonight? He says, oh yeah, Sox Yanks tonight. Hey, what's happening? Let me have a hockey update. I completely forgot to tune in to the last game.
Oh yeah, they played last night. I mean, I thought the Panthers were going to beat the crap out of the Oilers, but they managed to come back and then went ahead, and then the Panthers came back, and then I don't know what happened. I think the defenseman ended up kicking the goal, the puck in his own goal somehow and ricocheted, and
is that what happened?
The Oilers ended up coming back. So
I saw
the Oilers had taken the lead 4-3.
Yes, they did.
And I was like, my husband and I were freaking out, and then the Panthers came back to tie the game in less than a minute left in the third period.
11 seconds.
I mean, they were showing people leaving the stadium. It was so funny.
I always laugh when things happen like that. I can never understand why getting out of your parking spot is such a huge deal. You pay so much money to go to these games. Why, when I'm at Badger games and it's like 2 minutes to go and it's like a 3-point game and people are leaving because they don't want to be in a traffic.
You're crazy.
I'm just I'm blown away by that. Every time I see it, it blows me away. I'm like, that is crazy. I'm just the kind of person that never leaves till it's over. I don't give a shit about the traffic. I don't care about traffic. I came here to watch the game and enjoy everything that has to do with being at a live event. I stayed till the end. I stayed till I was kicked out of the Rose Bowl twice because I was the last person standing in the freaking Rose Bowl twice. My family had abandoned me. They're like, she's crazy. She doesn't want to leave the Rose Bowl. And I didn't, because it's such a beautiful stadium, and being part of that aura, there's nothing like it. So every time I've gone to the Rose Bowl, all 7 times, I am the last one out of the Rose Bowl. That's just what I do now, because it happened organically the first time. And my friends were like, we're leaving you. We have to catch the bus. I'm like, I can't leave yet. I might not ever get to come back. And then I got to come back. And so every time I say, I'm not leaving yet, because I might not ever get to come back. So I don't have any understanding for people that leave a sporting event. Now, I do understand if it's a blowout and you're just done and you're tired and you want to get going. Maybe you have health concerns and I understand that. I'm not trying to be mean to people. That I understand. But I personally don't like leaving till it's over. And so sometimes when I go with people and it's a blowout and they want to leave, I'm like, no, I just can't leave. I'll meet you at the tailgate. I just got to stay till the end.
Yeah, I like to stay too.
We're all different. But the ones that blow my mind are the close games, like the games that are about to go into overtime and people are trying to get to their cars so they don't have to be in traffic jam.
Like,
those really blow me away. So Shauna, thank you for the sidebar. Let's quickly finish up Ian, and then I need to take a stretch break for my knee and my back. And I think all of you could get a refresher of a drink, and then we can come back and go into the next area that we want to discuss. How does that sound?
Sure.
Sounds good to me.
So the 3 sources of data that I used for this were Knowledge C, a database I mentioned earlier that logs lots of different activity, including device unlocks, device locks, applications that are on screen. The current power log, which I mentioned, which can track button presses. So specifically when the lock button is pressed and the times that I display have been offset appropriately. And unified logs, which is essentially a list of almost everything that's happening on that phone for a short amount of time. But it would be used, for example, If you had a problem with your device, took it back to Apple because it was crashing all the time, for, let's say, they could look at the unified logs and figure out, well, what's causing these crashes to occur. So really granular. We see that at 12 minutes and 52 seconds after midnight, the device is unlocked using biometric Face ID. The SMS application is on screen for about 5 seconds before it's closed, and then the user presses the lock button at the side of the device to lock the phone. At 13 minutes and 54 seconds, biometric Face ID is used again, and the SMS application is opened. And at 14 minutes and 29 seconds, the lock button is pressed again.
So this is when he's in the car and they're driving to Fairview. I mean, they're driving to
46 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. The SMS application is already on screen because that's the application that was on screen when the device was locked. And the device is locked again at 16:03. At 17 minutes and 59 seconds, the device is unlocked again using Face ID. The SMS application is still on screen from before, and at 18 minutes and 12 seconds, the lock button is pressed, causing the device to lock. At 18 minutes and 25 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. The SMS application is already on screen from the previous usage, and at 18:31, the SMS application is closed. At 18:34, the phone application is opened by the user actively pressing on the phone icon.
I'm sorry.
On the
What'd you say, dear?
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah.
The pictures are at the bottom. So yeah, thank you. Thank you. That's great. Thank
Let
you.
me put them back where I normally have them. Sorry.
Oh,
about
there you
that.
go. Thank you.
I did that before when we were looking at the other graph. Yeah. Anytime you see something that's askew, just get me right away. Cause when I leave, I go back into this tech room where I can control in case we get a commercial, and I can't see you guys anymore when I'm in this tech room.
Oh, okay.
So,
All right.
I can't see I see you now, but I'm not in the tech room. So when I go back into the actual where I keep the video, I don't see you guys anymore. So if there's ever any weirdness going on, don't ever hesitate. And that goes for you, all of us, all you friends over there in the friend zone. Don't ever hesitate to tell me something's wrong, like you're muted or you're choppy or there's something going on. Always, always help out. You're all wrenches. And if any of you want a wrench, because it's kind of cool to see a wrench behind your name, all you have to do is make a comment in the replay on YouTube, make a comment, and I will give you a wrench. I will grant you a wrench.
But I'm bummed.
Okay.
You should be able to do it in the regular chat.
I can't for some reason. I can't do it on StreamYard. I have to do it on YouTube. So I was told this by someone else, and that's how I've been doing it. That you have to make a comment on, I have to go into, it's okay if you, like right now, if I go on YouTube, I can probably make you wrenches, but I don't like to do that while I'm live streaming. So I always like to do it afterwards. And I've been told by others that live stream that you can't do it in StreamYard, that you have to do it on YouTube. So I effectively have to go into the replay and do it. So if you haven't made a comment in the chat, I can't make you a wrench, if that makes sense. So I think I can, if I were to go on my phone now and go onto YouTube, I could probably make all of you wrenches right now before your eyes, but I don't ever do that while I'm live streaming. So I ask of you to put a comment in the replay. Plus, in case you guys don't know this, because this is a YouTube thing, if you guys make comments in the replay for me, it actually helps our algorithm, because every time there's an interaction, and these smart people would know that, every time there's an interaction with the YouTube live stream in the replay, it puts us into the YouTube universe and it gives us happy pats on the back. So if you guys have time and you could just make a simple comment or share something you shared when we were live so the replay can read it, that actually helps our live stream get out there. And then we show up for people. Like a few people found us, and I don't know how you found us, Vermont, but a few people have found us because all of a sudden we start showing up in their suggestions. And that's because of, a lot of it has to do with the comments in the replay. That's just what I've been told about the technology of it. All right, so I'll turn this back on. So we finished listening to him.
The home screen. At 18:36, they're now in a call, and this causes a different screen on the phone. And at 19:23, that phone call ends. At 19:29, the Waze application is opened by the user pressing on the icon on the home screen. And that's open for approximately 5 minutes, closing at 24 minutes and 26 seconds. 2 seconds later, at 24 minutes and 28 seconds, the device is locked by the user pressing the lock button on the side of the phone. At 24 minutes and 59 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. The SMS application is opened using the icon on the home screen. And at 25 minutes and 9 seconds, the lock button is pressed by the user to lock the device. At 27 minutes and 45 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. The SMS application is already on screen, and at 27 minutes and 50 seconds, the device is locked using the lock button. 29 minutes and 52 seconds, device is unlocked using Face ID. SMS application is already on screen from the previous usage, and at 29 minutes and 53 seconds, the lock button is pressed to lock the device. 32 minutes and 4 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. SMS application is already on screen from the previous use, and at 32 minutes and 9 seconds, the lock button is pressed by the user. And that is the final interaction with the device. It's the final unlock of the device using Face ID, and it's the final logged button press on the device as well to lock the device.
So he would have had to have manually locked his own phone while, according to the CW, right, while he was being crashed into, right?
According to their theory, the quote unquote event strike would have happened at 12:32:08 and 12:32:12.
And he's showing that this
time drift
right.
and everything else.
And he's literally showing us the data right here, data, that the lock button pressed by user at 32:09. So how in the world is John O'Keefe reaching into his pocket and pushing the lock button of his phone while he's supposedly flying through the air 10 to 20 feet?
I'm going to venture a guess and say it's not.
I really hope that when the jury, because they can look at the slide presentations, correct? Yes, they have access to those. They don't get a transcript back, but they at least have access to the slide presentations. I hope that they look and compare these things that don't add up, that aren't really physically possible.
Well, I mean, that's the hope. I mean, that was basically what Hank's whole entire argument was today. I mean, aside from these are her clips and listen to the crazy crap that she said. I mean, he was basically saying, like, well, nobody else could have done it. I mean, they want to point fingers and blame this one, that one, this one over here, this one over here, that one over there. She was doing this one was doing that, when their own words were doing this. But his main argument was, look at all of this data. He was outside because look at the drop. And, basically said, oh, yep, it stayed solid throughout the whole entire time. And it just continued to decrease the whole entire night. Therefore, he was outside the whole entire time, and bing, bang, bong, and kept saying data. And nobody else could have done it. Why would Jen McCabe, his best good friend, do all of this? Well, she was trying to search at 6:20, whatever it was, to look at this, look at that, look at this, look at that. And he was basically
I caught you slide that little shade in there, because he had the audacity to call Carrie and Jen his two best friends.
Oh yeah, his best good friends. Yeah, his best good friends. And
he said his best friends. I think he actually called them his best friends. I mean, that's really a stretch, because they were kid friends. They weren't his best friends.
Well, I think it was just one of them. I mean, one of them he grew up alongside, and
but they hadn't talked.
The other one,
Carrie doesn't get to play that card, in my opinion. You don't get to play that card. You don't get to say, I've been best friends with her since kindergarten, if you didn't speak from the time you were 21 to 41. You weren't best friends since kindergarten. You were best friends when you were kids, and then you might have been casual acquaintances via class reunions for 20 years, and then all of a sudden you became best friends again. But you don't just get to say, I've been best friends with this person since kindergarten. That's how they were trying to present that he and Carrie had been tight, and that's not true at all. They had not even seen each other. because Carrie had gone a different path. She was married and a mom, and John was single and a bachelor and a cop and busy and living in Boston. So, that whole friendship with him and Carrie was very overplayed, in my opinion, as was the friendship with Jen McCabe. They were friends because they both offered to be part of his now kids' lives, because their kids were friends with his kids. And I would like to think that any good human would do that. Hank was trying to make Carrie and Jen into saints today. I think that's just normal behavior for people that are in a friend circle with kids. If one of your person in your friend circle suddenly lost their whole family, if that had happened to one of my kids' friends, I would have absolutely chipped in to help out. And that doesn't make me a saint, and it doesn't make them a saint. They're just good. They're good people to do it.
Yeah, his whole entire argument was, he basically had nothing to work with. He had nothing to work with, and he was just kind of grasping. And I know what he was doing. And if you go with people who look at, who go with the emotion over, cold hard facts of saying like, well, all this science stuff happened. Okay, fine. But why would you say this, that, and the other thing? You're going to get some of the grasping like, well, don't you know this, and this, and this happened. And also these other people were here, and, these are her best good friends. And oh, by the way, listen to the way that she talks about it, where she basically admitted that herself was drunk and that she was driving, and that who knows what happened here. And she expected to find him there. Like, oh my God, with that stupid saying, like a buffalo on the prairie. But yeah, so like that's basically what Hank said. Hank had to do today. But it's very interesting to hear him talk about Judd Welcher, because the Cottage had some things to say about Judd Welcher and the data that was talked about. But it was very interesting to hear Hank talk about Man Shannon, and how saying like, oh, it's fine that he committed academic fraud, but just look at the results he came up with, and like justified it like that, which I thought was interesting. Kat, do you want to play a little bit from the attic while we go to break, so we don't force people to listen to them? Oh, you're muted.
I have a question. Was Koffendorfer in there with them too today for this?
No. No, it was so Kevin wasn't there this morning, which was good because like the last couple of days, and I have a bone to pick with him that I don't know. We'll see if it gets picked. But he was at the hospital or getting treatment or something. So it was good. So it was Kate. It was her friend Boomer, and it was the lady who's on Canton Confidential, the attorney. And she's pretty evenly keeled. She's for the prosecution, but she calls balls and strikes pretty much. It was just like, oh, well, it's good that Jackson did this. It was good that Hank did this. And I didn't like when Hank did that, but oh, it's fair that they argued about this point. Like, yep, that's a good point. And, like pretty much, calls that she sees it, but it was like, yeah, she doesn't like the outside of the courtroom stuff and some of the other crap that went on, which, I can agree with some of that.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it was wild to hear what happened today. So, would you mind bringing that up, and then we can go stretch so that people don't have to.
I will. Yeah, I know I will. I want to show you guys something real quick, though. I don't know if any of you I have never tuned into this person. I didn't even know this person existed, and they have a lot of followers. So I just wanted to show a little bit of this gentleman to you. He's a lawyer. And I just ran across him by accident today. Hang on, I got to figure out which clip that is. I think it's 124. Where's 124? Takes me a minute. I have a lot of tabs open for all of the stuff that we've done so far, so I have to find it. Is that it? That's it. Okay. I just want to share this with you guys. You might have already found him yourself on social media. If you did, cool. I just want to share a little bit of him with you all. Did it show up yet?
Yep, it's up.
Okay, thank you.
Fighting at the waterfall?
Practicing fighting?
It's Karina Kolakithis.
Well, hello. What the hell?
Are you saying that they grabbed each other's asses? I wanted to ask you about Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, sir.
Yes.
They were both there that night while you were there, correct?
Yes, they both were there.
On the stand is Jen McCabe's husband in the first trial. He was at the waterfall the last night John O'Keefe was seen alive.
And they are both pretty big guys, correct?
Yes, they're good sized guys.
Did you see Brian Albert and Brian Higgins practicing fighting at the waterfall?
Practicing fighting?
Did you see them kind of square up in a fighting stance to each other?
I recall them grabbing each other. I don't recall them squaring up like they were fighting each other. No, they were playing a little grab ass with each other. I did see them grab each other. I don't recall a physical, hey, let's go duke it out. I do not recall that.
Okay, so are you saying, taking you literally, that they grabbed each other's asses? Is that it?
No, I'm saying grab ass. It's a figure of speech.
They didn't grab each other. They were in a fighting stance, weren't they? Didn't they crouch down low with each other?
In the first trial, we focused so much on the hostility between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert. The surveillance video at the waterfall is so critical in our pursuit to solve who killed John O'Keefe. And our community uncovered one critical aspect in that video that the attorneys didn't recognize in the first trial.
I'm telling you, I don't recall seeing them crouching in a fighting stance. I recall someone grabbing somebody. I don't remember who grabbed who. I just recall it's like a bear hug or something. I thought I recall them doing a bear hug.
All right, so you recall them, one of them getting behind the other one and kind of restraining them or grabbing them?
I think there was a bear hug, yeah.
And you were one of the last to leave the waterfall?
Nick Kolakisas and I walked out together.
It's Nicholas Kolakithas, Kolokithas.
Canton is such a strange town. I never met a Greek named Nick. However, this was the guy who Jen McCabe's wife said exited the waterfall with him on that fateful night.
Who you recognize and where they are?
I believe that's Matt McCabe right there to my right and John O'Keefe to my left.
If I could draw your attention to the individuals at the top. Can you name the folks that we're seeing?
That's me in the white and black.
So there's Nick the Greek in the white. John O'Keefe is standing right here. And there's old Brian Higgins, Higgy Bear. And look exactly where he's staring. Right in the direction of John O'Keefe and Karen.
I think that's John right there. I thought I saw Karen earlier right in this area while you were displaying the video.
And what about the two gentlemen with their backs to us?
I can't tell from behind like this.
Well, we can tell. That's old Higgy Bear, and next to him is Brian Albert. In the first trial, we focused so much on John O'Keefe and Karen. In this video, we were looking for some hostility, some reason for Karen to have run him over with her Lexus. And we also focused on Higgy Bear and Brian Albert. However, we never took into account the fact that old Higgy Bear was in love and the fact that the video allegedly shows Higgy Bear threatening John O'Keefe as he exited the bar.
Are you talking right here?
Yes.
That looks like Karen.
And that's old Higgy Bear staring at Karen. Remember, Karen walked in and totally ignored Higgy Bear. She didn't even say hi to him.
Now, listen, guys, we're going to see some pretty interesting stuff coming up here.
And now we see the first example of what everyone was focusing on. Higgy Bear and Brian Albert play fighting, grabbing ass, whatever it may be. The motive behind these two dopes wrestling had nothing to do with a coordinated effort against John O'Keefe, but it will have everything to do with Higgy Bear. Let's watch.
Pause it.
Did you see
This is a
Brian
great
Albert
theory
and
that he
Brian
has about
Higgins
Higgins.
practicing fighting at the waterfall?
Practicing fighting?
Right. Did you see them kind of square up in a fighting stance to each other?
I recall them grabbing each other. I don't recall them squaring up like they were fighting each other. No, they were playing a little grab ass with each other. I did see them grab each other. I don't recall a physical, hey, let's go duke it out. I do not recall that.
Okay, so are you saying, taking you literally, that they grabbed each other's asses? Is that it?
No, I'm saying grab ass. It's a figure of speech.
I asked you to draw your attention to the two gentlemen in the foreground, right there. Can you describe what they're doing?
It looks like they're in a stance that you described earlier with fists up.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Okay, so I'm sustaining that objection.
And Alan Jackson was questioning Nick the Greek with the objective to evidence that both these guys were violent men. It turns out that was the wrong course of action, and that's not to anybody's fault. That's why I say trials are organic.
Yeah.
You will learn more and more information. The more eyes we have on this case, the more of us in this community analyze everything, the better it will be for Karen Reed.
Person in the far right?
Yes, I do.
Who's that?
Me.
And what do you appear to be looking at, if anything?
I appear to be looking in that
direction.
Okay.
The behavior he's exhibiting is in our DNA. Evolutionary and social signaling psychology will tell us exactly what Higgins was trying to do.
What, peacock?
Each one of the great apes exhibits this exact type of behavior.
Great
it's
apes.
playful wrestling. But what is the purpose of it? It's playful wrestling, and the purpose is to attract a female's attention, to let her know that you're a dominant male, that you are a good potential mate. There are several other psychological reasons why Higgy Bear was play wrestling here. But the main thing was to get Karen's attention. And look where Higgy Bear is looking. He did all that so far, and she wasn't even paying attention.
Looking right at her.
And there's Nick the Greek, who's on the stand, and
Greek.
Brian Albert, who's in a boxing stand. Again, we were distracted in the first trial, trying to make these guys out to be violent individuals. Another psychological reason for Higgins' behavior is indirect courtship. Male apes will roughhouse with other male apes in order to get the female's attention. It's another method male apes use to judge whether a female around them is attracted to them without subjecting themselves to being rejected. The problem for Higgy Bear was Karen was not reacting positively. In fact, her back was completely turned to him.
Yep.
Another psychological reason why Higgy was wrestling here is called creating social proof. By interacting with other males, it tells the female that this is a good guy, that males trust him. And it's one of the most powerful triggers for a female. If she believes that you're trusted amongst the other males, she will more likely be attracted to him.
Why did Amazon send me $20,000? Because I use Amazon AI. I'm going to show you a way.
Another psychological reason we see Higgy Bear trying to play fight with Brian Albert is subconscious testing of interest. That means the male will monitor the female's reaction to his playful fighting. The male ape does this in order to figure out his next move. Does he approach her or does he stay away? And that will be based upon her reaction. Unfortunately for Higgy Bear, Karen is not reacting positively to anything that he's doing. Another glance by Higgy at Karen. As we slow it down, you clearly see Higgy Bear glancing over at Karen yet again. Another glance.
Sure was.
And look at this. The most honest part on a human body is the foot. That's Karen sitting there. Now watch Higgy's feet and body as he moves as close as he got the entire night to Karen Reed. His body language is completely open to Karen, and once again, Karen is ignoring him. And while he continues to signal to her, Karen continues to ignore him. Murder comes down to three things: means, motive, and opportunity. Big Boy Higgins has the means, and now you see he's got the motive.
Mr. Kolakithis, you indicated that you don't recall the events that you're seeing. Is that still the case, or has your recollection been refreshed about what you were witnessing?
I honestly don't remember what appears to be play fighting.
And you hear how hard Alan's working to try to get Nick the Greek to say, yes, they were play fighting, they were play fighting. You didn't need to do that. It turns out the reason for the play fighting had nothing to do with being violent, but everything to do with this big boy being in love.
And pausing.
Yeah, and there's the Heimlich.
What the hell? Perhaps all that psychological mumbo jumbo isn't that accurate and there's something else going on here.
Well, maybe for one of them.
What the hell are they doing? I don't think the waterfall is a gay bar, but is there a chance that Higgy Bear was actually in love with John O'Keefe?
They moved the table. They literally.
You recall them, one of them getting behind the other one and kind of restraining them or grabbing them?
I think there was a bear hug, yeah. That's what's in my memory.
There you go.
Yeah,
tell
my
Uncle
ex-wife
Deb.
called me bear hugging, the hot neighbor from 6F, and that actually led to our divorce.
In the frame at this juncture.
I do not see him.
Karen's now facing Higgy Bear, and he's going back to all that playful wrestling.
Sudden pause. Who is that?
John O'Keefe.
Is he facing us or facing away from us?
He's facing us.
Yeah, look at him. He looks and he goes, "What are you guys? A bunch of Fruit Loops?"
Yeah, you can see the expression on his face. He's like,
Idiots.
idiots. Yeah. Now they're
That they grabbed each other's asses? Is that it?
No,
and then
I'm
Brian
saying
Albert
grab
grabs
ass. It's a
his ass.
figure of
Yeah, he
speech.
grabs his ass.
Did Gemma Cave's husband
Literally grab
perjure
ass.
himself? Clearly they were grabbing ass there.
Across the table is Karen Reed. She is the girlfriend of John O'Keefe, and also the woman that Brian Higgins has been obsessed with for weeks up until this point. However, she had cut off communication with him roughly a week earlier and has completely ignored his presence since arriving at the bar.
Say hello, shake your hand, give you a hug.
No, she did not.
No, she didn't do any of those things, did she?
No.
It's like you didn't even exist.
We'll get closer and watch as Higgins repeatedly steals glances at Karen.
This was that beautiful video done by the YouTube channel Microdots. They clearly evidence Higgins constantly checking over to Karen and seeing if she's paying any type of attention to him.
She is standing here. In 1 minute and 35 seconds, he will finally break down and text her. Leading up to that moment, we'll see him look in her direction at least 3 times. 1, 2,
Yep.
3.
Means, motive, opportunity. We know this big boy has the means. We're seeing the motive, and within an hour, he's about to get his opportunity.
At 11:32, the weight of Karen's indifference becomes unbearable. He gives in to temptation. In a whiskey-fueled haze, he removes his phone from the front pocket of his sweatshirt, composing a juvenile message designed to nudge her into interacting with him. It doesn't matter that John O'Keefe is standing right there, a few feet away from him. Higgins is determined to get attention from Karen.
We witnessed all the ways Higgy Bear tried to get Karen's attention. The wrestling, the fighting, the humping of Brian Albert. He tried everything and nothing worked. And most of us have been there. We don't want to make that text or call to the person we really like that hasn't responded, but then we break down and do it. And that's what happened to old Higgy Bear here.
Whatever the consequences may be, from this point forward, Higgins can be seen frequently checking his phone, presumably awaiting Karen's response. But that response would never come, surely adding to his humiliation and anger.
I would ask you who this individual is with the fur coat.
My wife.
Lining on the coat.
It's my wife.
It's Karina Kolakithis.
Well, hello. This is Nick the Greek's wife?
AOLOKITHAS.
And what's your husband's name?
His name is Nicholas.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a pharmacist.
That Malacca Nick the Greek hit the jackpot with this one.
That's me right there. And then my husband is right there, Nicholas. I see John. John's right there.
All this leads back to the most critical aspect of this video that we missed in the first trial. Microdots and our channel did an extensive video on all the hostility that occurred between Higgy Bear and John O'Keefe as they were exiting the waterfall.
Higgins goes to raise his arm and shout to the victim, but before he can even bring it above his waist, Chris Albert aggressively grabs his forearm, preventing it from happening. Notice that Chris is grasping Higgins' shirt so tightly that you can see tension in the fabric, and as much tension on his face. Chris pushes Higgins' arm down to his side. As the brothers settle the matter with a few final words, Higgins presses on, shifting his focus back to John. Higgins defies Chris's instruction to get going. Chris is not happy with this. His stare is ice cold and locked on Higgins.
We know from the video that all that aggression by Higgy Bear is directed right at John O'Keefe.
Higgins sidesteps Chris and is animated. Then Chris turns to look at John to see what his reaction is.
Look at that. Higgins is even pointing to his head, staring right at John. We missed this in the first trial, but we're going to utilize this in the second for certain.
And you didn't say goodbye to John, correct?
I don't think I said goodbye to anybody.
And you didn't talk to him about coming over to 34th Fairview?
No.
Neither Brian Higgins, Chris Albert, or Brian Albert ever acknowledged what we are seeing with our own eyes. It's 11:58 p.m. In about 30 minutes, John will be fatally injured.
So that's Jennifer McCabe, that's me, and that's Karen.
You can pause that, Ms. Gilman. Now there's another individual sort of making their way to the doorway. Do you recognize that person?
Yes, that's John.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just play through 25 seconds.
Unfortunately, at 12:11 and 15 seconds, that's the last time John O'Keefe was ever seen alive on video. Despite missing the real reason behind Higgy Bear's playful fighting behavior at the waterfall, we now have documented information and video to show exactly why he was behaving that way. Higgy Bear was in love, he wanted Karen's attention, and he didn't get it. And he ended his night at the waterfall not playfully fighting, but allegedly threatening John O'Keefe, the alpha male ape that was dating the female ape for which he was in love with and was desperately trying to get her attention.
No, you're muted.
So, yeah, I wanted you guys to see that because, well, first of all, part of it is he's very comical and funny, and he makes something very tragic, at least that part of it. He made us laugh a little bit, and we need that when we're following true crime and all the sadness that's involved with it. But it reminds me everything that happened that night in that such a short window of time, really. It shows you how life can change like that. Just like that. If you take the left turn instead of the right turn, or if you leave 2 minutes later or 2 minutes earlier, it's really something. And it makes you feel, sad, and it makes you think about your own life and choices you make and things you do or you didn't do. And it's just overwhelmingly sad to see those last few video clips of John O'Keefe. And obviously he had no idea what was about to happen. I've always believed that there was more to this, though, than just Higgins. And that's just me. That's just my thought process. I know that Chris Albert was the one who invited John to come out that night. And that's why it's very interesting that Chris is the one trying to keep Higgins in line and trying to keep him from starting a bar fight in a bar. Pardon the cliche, but Higgins was about to go all out right there. He kept motioning John, come over here, come over here. He wanted to go all out, have maybe only a verbal altercation, but it could have easily turned into fists with them all having that much alcohol on board. I really think that if Chris hadn't stopped him, I think that he would have started walking towards the bar, and I think there would have been a bar fight right then and there, right? Because there wasn't that many people left anymore. And for whatever reason, I think the Alberts absolutely knew that Higgins and Karen were flirting. I really think so. I think they do. And I think they wanted to mess with John that night, but not just for Higgy. I think they had other issues with him too. I really do. I think there was something going on, something that John found out about that he wasn't supposed to know, or that they didn't want him dealing, making waves. It could go back to when he made the police call about the high school kids that were acquaintances of Collins, settling, stealing, not stealing, but selling whatever they were selling to the high school kids, whether it was pot or what it was. But the chief even made a statement about that, a public statement about that we saw way back when, before the first trial. So I've always thought there was something weird going on with John and the Alberts. it's just my gut feeling about it, and that they wanted to have a little chat with him. And then when Higgy told Brian and or Kevin, because remember, Kevin, Albert, and Brian were at the police department a lot together. So when Higgy confided in either Kevin and or Brian Albert that he was conversing with Karen and that John and Karen weren't really getting along and that he was maybe going to make a play for her, however Higgins talks, I think that they set the whole thing up. I don't ever for a million years believe that was an organic, oh, just come and meet us. It's Brian Albert Jr.'s birthday and we're going to go to the waterfall the night of a storm and we're just going to meet there and have some, but Brian Albert Jr. is not going to come. We're having a birthday for our kid, but he's not coming. None of that ever sat well with me or made any sense. And then Chris Albert inviting John to come to the waterfall that night, it just doesn't add up for me. There something weird was going on. And I really do believe they wanted to have a talking to with John. And then Higgins got involved because of his jealousy over Karen. And one thing led to another. Now, what totally still doesn't make any sense is why were they so hell bent on making sure everyone knew that Colin Albert left before John and Karen got there? And all of them stuck to that exact time. For a bunch of people that can't remember and have forgotten, and I don't recall, can you show that to me in my grand jury report? Can you show me the report? They all seem to know that Colin left that house at 12:10 a.m. Now, how are that many people going to remember when they weren't even interviewed for so long, except for Jen McCabe and the few Alberts, that Colin left the house at 12:10 a.m. How is Caitlin? How are they all going to, Colin, Julie, Chris, Brian?
It was spoon-fed to all of them.
Exactly. So that doesn't make any sense either. So if it had gone down right then and there in the waterfall, obviously they would have had to have called it in. It would have been an accident. Nobody would be going to jail. But it didn't happen there because for whatever reason, Chris Albert didn't want it happening there. He knows that there's surveillance cameras in the waterfall. He owns a restaurant. He's well aware of it. And even if they'd gone out to the parking lot and had this talking to and had this fight broken out, it would have all been on surveillance cameras. But lo and behold, there's no cameras at 34 Fairview. So
Tom Kelleher's house.
Right. So all of it just, they're like little pieces to the puzzle. What do you think, Julie?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that goes on with this, goes back and forth. I mean, I originally thought it was, that had something to do with that, where he called in somebody who, could have been an associate with Colin, but it ended up, I guess, being a friend of his or something like that further down the road. But it got reported, and again, Helena Rafferty came out and made a statement about it, saying like, yes, John O'Keefe called this into the station, and the report is that it came in, and Kevin Albert grabbed it and was looking into it, and gave the heads up. But and so that's what I originally thought, that they were going to give him a talking to and say like, hey, listen, you mind, you live over there and we'll live over here, and you just, mind your own friggin' business, and, you go on with things, and, we won't make trouble. But then I kind of look at things and say, well, could this have just been like a shitluck type of situation where, the two Brian's in a car with a bunch of people, and Higgy's flapping his gums and running his mouth going, oh boy, you guys will never guess who called me and had me come over for drinks. And we talk about alcohol and all sorts of things.
You can just imagine about two or three drunk guys in a car, and Higgins is like, yeah, I love the way you put that, Julie. You're not going to believe what happened to me. I was texting with Karen Reed, and she came over for a drink. Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, and so like he's running his mouth like, oh boy, and then this happened, and this happened, and this happened, and wee woo. And so like Brian Albert's there, and I wonder if he got a call because it seemed like he and Jennifer McCabe, like, oh well, Jennifer McCabe goes somewhere, automatically Brian Albert's on the phone, or if Brian Albert gets someplace, Jennifer McCabe's on the phone. So it seems like they're always having communication. So I wonder if at some point Brian Albert communicated with Jen McCabe, and she said, oh, what a dope that Higgy is. What if we do this? What if we get John and Karen to go out, we get Higgy all because he's love struck and all like, oh boy, she's gonna leave him and he gave me a kiss. And we get them all riled up, and then we bring them to the house, and then we have them fight like morons. Yay, moron fight. So I wonder if that's just all that it was, and it just, like shit luck or something happened, and it turned like completely violent because, again, when you add Miss Alcatinta to the party, you don't know what you're turning loose, and things could just turn into like a yay, we want a drama fest, and then it turns into like, oh shit, he's actually hitting this person and like causing harm. Like he doesn't realize like how violent they're getting, or wandering into traffic or whatever happens. So,
Shauna says, bingo, Jewel, I'm leaning that way.
Yeah,
I totally get
I
where
think
you're
it's
coming
more
from.
that than anything else. Like, oh, look at these two shitheads. Like, we'll just stir up some drama and we'll have some fun. Like, we'll have some drinks. We'll have some fun with them. Like, like playing with people like puppets. I think that's all that it was, and it just turned into shit. And they went, uh-oh, what are we doing now? So
But don't forget, the Sandra Birchmore had already died, and it was still being ruled a suicide. And John was working at the Boston Police Department. In what department? In what area?
Oh yeah, sex offenders.
Exactly. Exactly. I could be totally 100% wrong, but it just sort of adds up that John may have found something out about the Sandra Birchmore case. And Kevin Albert was somewhat involved in the Sandra Birchmore case. So could that be why he was so mysteriously completely left out of any mention, or anyone wondering where Kevin Albert was that night and why he wasn't invited over? It's his freaking nephew, after all. Why wasn't Kevin over at the waterfall hanging out with the family or invited back to an after bar party?
Well, that might just be, hiding dirty laundry. I mean, it seems like, again, from going back from, what Sean has looked into and, what goes on in Boston, and then hearing like, oh, seems like the same type of shit goes on in Canton where, they, got embroiled with something. And it seems like that's their MO, where they go around and they, have certain calling cards and pieces that go around with things that are kind of signature. But,
but Chris Albert's the one who texted.
He
either texted John or he mentioned it to him when he and his nephew were getting a slice of pizza that afternoon. I can't remember which now, back from Chris Albert's trial one testimony, if he invited John in person when he was there that day getting the pizza, or if he texted him later and said, hey, why don't you come by the waterfall tonight? We're meeting for, Brian Albert Jr.'s birthday. I mean, sure, it could have all been innocent. I agree with you. It could have all happened organically with Higgy blabbing his mouth about flirting with Karen. And then they all were drunk. And but I liked where the lawyer loophole guy was going with that, though, where it wasn't so much about aggression towards John, the way that Jackson and Yannetti took it. It was about Higgins peacocking, trying to look all big and important and interesting to Karen Reed. It all makes sense now the way we watched it back. MCAT, what do you think?
Well, I think that I think that obviously Higgins was trying to get her attention for sure. But I think at the waterfall, but I think that they were going to rub it in John's face that, oh, Higgins been texting with Karen, or I think they were going to say, I think they were probably jealous of John. He was better looking than they are. They don't like him because he's an outsider. He wasn't a Cantonite.
He was cooler. He was a little bit cooler, a little bit nicer.
He had the he had the house. He had the car, the old car that he would cruise around town in the convertible. He was single. He was dating a hot woman with a great job. I mean, say what you will. I mean, those Albert women don't have careers. I mean, Jennifer, Nicole, Julie, these are not career women. These are not Karina Kolakithises. Karina, I think, wanted to leave the waterfall because she probably doesn't have a lot in common with those women. And then she stayed when Karen came because she had more in common with Karen.
Right.
And
Now, Jennifer McCabe was a school teacher, though, and I understand why she would stay home. When you've got 4 kids, I only had 2. I can't imagine trying to play childcare for 4 kids. And it makes sense to me why a lot of women choose to be stay-at-home moms.
Oh, I was a stay-at-home mom I stayed home for 10 years, and I only had 1 child.
Yeah, I remember
and it was the best 10 years of my life.
Yeah, I remember.
But,
it's a big choice for women.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying anything about her choices. I'm just saying that I think Karina had more in common with Karen, and leave it at that. Sure. And maybe even Carrie, because Carrie has
well, and they weren't from Canton either. Remember, everybody else is from Canton, born and raised. They're ingrained in the Cantonite mentality. They're ingrained in the whole city. Where Karen and Karina were transplants.
Yeah, they were more outsiders. I mean, there's no 2 ways about it. So I think that they were going to throw some things into John's face. I think that they should have realized that it wasn't going to work because Higgins wasn't getting any attention from Karen. I think they should have just given it up, but I don't think that, the testosterone of those men with, combined with the liquor, to Julie's point.
Not a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, it all plays because he was trying to get her attention by acting the fool and being weird and goofy like 8th grade boys do. And then he sent her the text and she didn't respond. So then he got even more goofy and crazy. Then he put his leg up on her chair, hoping that maybe her leg would touch his leg. Now, listen, I witnessed that. I witnessed that once. No names will be spoken. I witnessed that once at a gathering. And both of the people who were playing footsie with each other were married to other people.
Nice.
And it absolutely freaked me out. And then I saw the one person put their hand on the other person's knee under the table. It was a high top table. And it was,
wow.
I was like, and it was all accidental. I only saw it because I dropped something. I don't remember if it was my napkin or my purse, and I had to bend down to get it. So my eyes were right there under the table, and I saw them goofing with each other's foot, and then I saw the hand go to the knee, and I'm like, holy crap, I can't unsee that. I don't want to see that.
Check, please.
Check, please. Now, I must say, it might have just been goofy, innocent. Everybody was drinking, and they both ended up and are still married to their spouses to this day. So, and I never said a word. Never said a word to anybody.
Until today.
Until today. But no one knows what I'm talking about because I didn't get any context. So until today, but honest to God, I've never said a word. I never said a word to them, either one of them, because I thought, you know what, screw it. It's probably just innocent. I don't care. It's out of my business anyway. I'm not going to do anything about it anyway. Right. But I think that does happen sometimes with people in the early flirting stages where they'll let their, how you might be sitting at a table and it might be your first or second date and you let your elbows touch. It's like 8th grade stuff, but it's sort of endearing, right?
Yeah.
I think that's what he was trying to do. I think he was trying to make like Loophole Lawyer said, he was trying to make some kind of body contact with her by putting his foot up there like that, and hoping that she might kind of lean back down in her chair and then her foot might touch his foot. He was looking for a sign. I saw the sign. Remember that song? And it opened up my eyes. Now,
yeah, well, unfortunately, his game is whack.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Well, anyway, I just found that I was looking for things we could talk about having to do with microdots because we've showed the microdots video before, and I was just looking for other content creators who might have had the same kind of line on it like all of us have had, but in a different avenue. And I ran across him, so I sent him a little note and thanked him. He's got a lot of followers, so I had never. Have you ever seen his channel?
I've never seen it. He's hilarious.
I know he's hilarious. So let me quickly grab. Did I? I might have.
Lawyer?
Hang on, I'm going to go back and get it for you because I thought maybe I got rid of it. Let me go. Loophole Lawyer. Let me pull up his channel here. And thank you, Loophole Lawyer, for fair use tonight. We thoroughly enjoyed you and your humor. He has 142K subscribers, 221 videos, and so I haven't had time to look at any of his other stuff, but I will, and maybe we'll show him again as we're waiting for the I reach out to everybody because I'm not shy, and I know the odds are that nobody's coming on a grassroots channel. But I reach out to everybody. I've invited just about everybody in the movement to come and meet us and say hi to us and tell us about how they got involved in this and why they care so much. And, they don't come because that's just the nature. It's a cutthroat business, you guys. I'm finding out this YouTube live streaming stuff. It's not all friend zone happiness. People are out there making big money, and I never even realized it because I'm not here to make money. So I have a different choice, and I have nothing against them for making money, but I am a little bit surprised that when people do reach out to them, why they're not more willing to come on a startup channel and give a startup channel a little cred and a little bit of a leg up, because at one time they were a startup channel. And I know for me personally, if Social Change Warriors were to ever become more than what it is now, I would absolutely look for grassroots people and bring them on. It would absolutely make me happy to do that. So I have been a little surprised at how kind of what is in it for me. What did you do for me today? Or what can you do for my channel? I'll have you on as a guest, but only if you've got like 5,000 subscribers. I mean, no one's ever actually said that, but I see that's where that is. I mean, that's basically where it is, because there's no other reason why people aren't a little more engaging with some of the more grassroots people that have been covering trials and Karen Reed. And so I don't know that he'll reach back out to us, but I am going to thank him for the fair use of his live stream with his takedown, pardon the French, pardon the pun, takedown of Brian and Higgy Bear. I thought you guys would enjoy that and have a new content creator to go check out now. So what else would you all like to talk about tonight, Miss Julie and Miss MCAT and Miss Shauna? Shauna said, this was funny. I laughed when we were watching the video. She said, I think Karina is the hot one. Yeah, that's funny. Going off of what he said, I thought that was pretty funny. MCAT, you said, oh yeah, for sure, Shauna. I'm sure Higgy is a good kisser. LOL. I have a feeling Higgy's a really bad kisser. I don't know why I think that, but I think he's just so awkward, and he seems so awkward and weirdly bizarre around women. I think
he would be smelly.
Possible. I mean, he's built like he's like the fridge from the Chicago Bears back in the day. He's built like a brick. What's that old saying?
Brick house?
Brick shit house.
A brick shit house. Yeah. Thank you, Julie. Thank you.
I like Refrigerator Perry. He was funny.
I liked him a lot too. Shauna said, I meant motivation for Higgs to make him more angry. When OJO kissed her, I never looked at OJO I never looked at OJO.
Okay. Yeah. He kissed her at the bar. Yeah.
Right. He kissed her on her forehead right in front of Higgins. And I'm sure he did not. That was not good for Higgins at all. No. But you can absolutely see, and I even noticed today, a couple people in Grant's chat brought this up and said that they can concede that the police should have at least looked at Higgins as a suspect, as a possible suspect with that flair of domestic violence. Jen Koffendorfer was trying to say that Karen was a domestic violence abuser. That's utterly insane. I mean, it's utterly insane. There is no way in hell that either John or Karen were domestically abusing each other. They might have been snotty towards each other and not so nice sometimes and mean, but to try to group them into the verbiage of domestic violence, then obviously Jennifer Koffendorfer doesn't know shit about domestic violence and what the circle of abuse is and how that happens and how long it takes and this dance that the domestic violence abusers do with their partners, for her to post something so, to me, reckless. That was reckless. I went right on her post and I clapped back at that because Nurse Kim did too, actually. It's very reckless to accuse someone of domestic violence in the first place, unless you know what you're talking about. And then when you do know that a domestic violence situation is going on, to minimize it and make it out like it could just be a one-night fight or a one-night incident is not true at all. Not at all. Domestic violence goes on for years before the victim or even the victim's family even knows or finds out about it in most cases. Most women are afraid to speak on it. They're embarrassed. They don't want anybody to know what's going on. They try to keep it in their home. So for them to go a low blow like that, and this was going on a couple of weeks ago, and she had everybody in her chat all clamoring about Karen as a domestic violence abuser. I'm just like, that is terrible. It's a terrible, terrible optic for someone like Jennifer, right? Like Hoffendorfer, who has that much following, and she's on national television. And then she got Julie, the girl from Court TV, going on that, and then she started using the words domestic violence. So then I went on her Twitter. Oh, don't even get me started with these people. It's horrible. It's horrible use of your talent and your time on the air. You are privileged to be able to speak on national TV and to go on there and then talk about something that you have no clue what you're talking about.
The thing is, Jennifer Coffendorfer is not employed by Court TV, but Julie Grant is. And
Right.
that's what I have a problem with. I keep tweeting Vinnie Politan saying, save your channel, get rid of her. She's got to go. Like they have such a following that they have lost because
yeah. Oh, I don't want
and
I don't want to watch them. I agree.
It's awful. The thing that I was going to say about Higgins is that, in the first trial, we learned about his phone and destroying the SIM card. And I mean, that's some really nefarious stuff. I mean, it just is.
And the jury does not get to see doesn't get to know any of this. And that, for me, that's a little bothersome, because even though they decided not to go all in on the third party culprit this time, I really think they should have gone in on it a little bit. I don't completely understand why they didn't call Higgins, because I don't think that Hank could have redeemed Higgins. I don't think there was any redeeming.
No way.
That's why you don't think he should have been called, Julie?
Oh, no.
She
I
does.
100% think that he should have been called. It's
Okay,
just that there's no way that Hank would have been able to rehab him as much as he would have tried.
That's how I feel. I don't know what the downside would have been.
Exactly.
I just don't get it. And I'm not a lawyer. I mean, I'm
well,
not.
Especially Kat, since they decided to go with bringing him up a lot and showing these videos and showing him ass grabbing and why didn't they call him? I mean, I don't get it. I
don't get it either. I mean, I don't think that I mean, obviously they weren't going with a third party culprit, but they showed the waterfall video,
right?
They
talked about him in the close, and they
so if we got that layer of Higgins, why didn't we get the army base destroying the SIM card layer? Like, I don't get it.
And the Fed guy that helped him pull off what he wanted to pull off.
Welch.
Right, he wanted to pull off.
I just don't get that. I don't. That I'm never gonna understand that.
I mean, in all honesty, that could have been what turned the 4 people that voted not guilty. Was the Higgins stuff and the Brian Albert stuff, the shady behavior of getting rid of their phones so conveniently, and the butt dials at the convenient time. That might have been that might have helped the 4 people that didn't think she did it. It might have not just been the science. It might have been a little bit of both. Where the 8 people from the first jury didn't buy into the third party culprit whatsoever.
Right.
Not at all. So that's why
I just feel like I'm disappointed that there wasn't a couple of, I mean, don't get me wrong. We don't want to revisit Lally going, oh, did you like the orange juice? Did you have this? I mean, come on. We know we don't want that. We didn't want to be, he was just like, it was ridiculous. But I do think that the jury is missing some key pieces that is bothersome to me. But I don't know. I think it's going to be really interesting. What did you guys think about Bev saying that they were going to stay till 5:30 and then at 4:30 or whatever, just saying they're going home? Like, what do you think that's all about?
So there's a reason for that. Yeah.
You
So there's a reason for that. So she did all of her stuff on Thursday. Like, oh, I'm gonna call the jurors and make sure they can stay until 5:30 because we're gonna get the show on the road. They're fed up. We're gonna go. Well, come to find out, she milked it on. Like she let them go long. She milked it on the jury instructions. They added that little extra piece. She did a little thing. They had the little kerfuffle this morning, and then the jury gets to deliberate. Finally, there's an issue with the verdict form, but they're deliberating, and then she gets a note. And again, they didn't play this live, so I had to go back and watch it. Then she gets a note and says, from the juries, like to Judge Bev, dear Bev, we want to go home because we want to be knee deep in clam. Love the jurors. And she said, okay, jurors, I guess you want to go home. So bye, everybody, even though we made special arrangements for everybody to be here at 5:30. I guess what happened was there's a Flag Day parade I've never heard of in Dedham. That I guess they cleared the streets at 5:30 and it would have started at like 6:30, so everybody had to be off the street. But number one, you knew this, and you told everybody like stay here until 5:30. Number two, this is a murder trial with a big draw and everything else. Number three, you have the jurors here and they're brought to offsite parking. You couldn't have them commute back and forth past the goddamn parade. Jesus Christ! Oh.
Well, my other thought too, and I agree with everything you just said, was that once they got in there, they knew there was no way they would ever figure this all out. So why stay till 5:30? Why they've already had a long day. They've had a long.
Which I get that. Yeah.
That was kind of my thought.
Why push and say, I want them to deliberate right now? Go deliberate. Oh, you deliberated for 2 hours. You're done. Like, it almost seems like, again, to me, like, I don't mean to get like too wooey and like conspiracy theory. I wonder if they wanted, like, again, conspiracy alley. I wonder if somebody wanted the jurors to get together to pick the 12 jurors deliberating and to say like, okay, guys, talk about it for a little bit, and then go over the weekend, and then we'll kind of see where you guys are headed so we could get a feel for where the jurors are. And if people need to be dismissed or whatever, like, massaged, so be it. Again, that's conspiracy alley, but that's kind of what I'm thinking, like, just to get like a beat, like where you guys headed so we know what to plan for.
Yeah, I mean, I get where you're going with that. Bert said, I've been dormant for a bit, so
That's
I have
not science. That's not science.
I have one word. So what did he say? He says Karina.
Karina. I said Karina.
Yeah, he likes Karina.
Karina, the sexy pharmacist. The smart, sexy pharmacist.
Tell me about my Dupixent. I will tell you guys that what would have happened in Chicago if this was going on in Chicago?
A knuckle sandwich.
I mean, I was on a jury when I was 19 years old.
Wow.
And I've never been on one since.
Wow.
And it was a civil case. This guy had gotten hit by Commonwealth Edison, which is our big our big electric company. He had gotten hit by a ComEd truck. Ooh. And it was civil. And so he was suing ComEd. Well, the ComEd lawyer, oh my God, he was like the Alan Jackson of civil law. I walked out of there going, God, he was great, because he had put an investigator on it, and they found out that this guy had gone on to disability, but they found him working at a bar, hauling kegs, all this stuff. And he was suing them for back pain and whatever. Anyway, so he ended up getting, I don't know, we gave him like 15 grand or something ridiculous. He wanted millions. Anyway, and I was young. And so I had gone on the train downtown and, to go to the courthouse. And then on Friday, when we got the jury got the case, they said, well, you're just going to stay. And I was freaked out because I was like, young, and I had to get on the train, and
wow, yeah,
cell phones. Yeah. I mean, So I was kind of like, wow, this is really weird. And so anyway, we ended up deliberating till like 9:30 at night.
Well, remember when they used to go through the night and into the weekends and the whole 9 yards? They would sequester them in a hotel, and they couldn't leave because they wouldn't even want to take the chance that they would talk to family or friends or look. Back then there was no internet. So when they were doing this, it wasn't like anybody could go Google it. But wow, that's interesting.
Think about that now. It's almost like they should be doing that now because we can Google.
Right. It should be the opposite. It should be the opposite.
Right.
Interesting. Well, thanks for sharing that with us.
It's really interesting. And then they had somebody take me to the train so that I could get back home. I mean, it's amazing.
Oh, well, that's good though. I mean, I'm glad they did that. So this is hard for you guys to see, I know, because this was my this I got off of Twitter. So this person, let me try to make it bigger for a second. So this person, well, that didn't really help for me because my live time is over it. But this person wrote something. Let me take it back down and see if I can see it better. No, that's not going to help either. Let me just tell you what it says. I'm going to go to my other screen here that I can see. Welcher used VCH data to show the car in a driveway 50 Cedar Crest as it made the K-turn. Trouble is, Shannon's GPS data shows the car nowhere near that position. Looks like Shannon created phony data and was too lazy to make it more convincing. So I sent this to Julie today, and I was just curious. So do you remember where in the testimony? I don't remember. I mean, I could try to pull him up and we could find it while we take a stretch break. If you're interested in this at all, if anyone's interested in going down this rabbit hole, what is this rabbit hole, Julie? Give us the science of this.
There is none. This is
no
to me. Okay. So I know less about this, but from what I've been able to kind of understand, there is data from the phone. There's data from the car, and there's data from the GPS, and none of them aligned with anything. So what they tried to do was say, okay, let's take Officer John O'Keefe's phone and let's take the GPS pings that you got during a snowstorm in the cold where there's cloud coverage, and let's align them and say that time is absolute, that we know guaranteed this is the time that happened. And we'll create something called a time drift, which basically allows for variance and will allow for us to kind of massage the time of the quote unquote incident so that we can so that we can look and say, yep, it's totally possible that this happened by smoke and mirrors. That's why he came back, and Shannon Burgess was supposed to come back again. But what they had him do was say, this is the original report that we did, but we're going to talk about the new stuff, and we're going to hope that nobody calls us on it. And it got so convoluted, and I don't think that anybody in their right mind followed it, but it's basically made up because what it looks like to me is that it is made up. That they use such a range of variance, and this is the problem with the data and statistics. It depends on how you interpret it. So the numbers are the numbers, but but how you look at something and saying like, this is 4, but you could say, yep, this is the number 4. However, you can also add decimal places, and this might be 4 over here, but it might be 5 over there, and maybe over here it's 2. So that's kind of what they did.
Interesting.
That is wild.
Yeah. Yeah. That's basically what happened. Like I was talking to somebody in OB's chat and they basically like, I've done this so many ways. I can't make any sense of it. I'm like, yeah, you're not supposed to make sense of it because it doesn't make sense. It's not real, in my opinion.
Wow.
You have to preface everything with allegedly or in my opinion, because if not, these people are like basically they're like the flim flam man. Have you ever seen a fucking case, pardon my French, have you ever seen a fucking case where when they say, don't worry, we've got this on rebuttal because we have new information and they totally brought this up and we're going to dispute 100%, only to find the lead prosecutor turn around and say, just kidding about that, because our expert witness is probably halfway to Cancun saying, see you later. I don't know you anymore. Bye. Because of what they showed. So much so that people who believe in them are against them. That's what I'm going to show you with the added clip.
Oh, okay. Let me go to that. I need to
turn
send it.
against Walter.
Now let's talk schedule here for a second. I was just trying to find something else I thought we had in the deck to talk to you about, but I can't find it right now. But let's talk schedule for Monday. So Monday, does anybody remember what time they said they were going to report?
Oh, probably 9. So they'll probably come in about 9. I know Bev wants to get show on the road, and she said that she's gonna talk to them like, hey, did you guys abstain from whatever? And they're like, okay. Any questions?
Well,
no. Go deliberate. So they're gonna deliberate. They're gonna have lunch for about a half an hour, 45 minutes. But
I don't see them having a decision in the morning before lunch. I just don't see it. Now, so many people were being so optimistic in a lot of the Law Tubers chats. I noticed that they thought it was coming today. I'm like, there's no way. I'm sorry, you guys, but I don't have $100 to bet anybody right now. My budget is tight, but I would have bet $100 that there was no way that jury would come in today. Now, Monday, I wouldn't be so loose and fast with my $100. Monday is a different story, but no way did I personally think that jury was coming in today. But my question to you is, what are your schedules on Monday? Should we live stream Monday after lunch, just in case we can be there when the jury comes in? Or should I just kind of follow it, and then if the message is the jury's in, then just jump on and go live? What do you guys feel about that?
I'm available. I get off of work at 1:00, so that's 2:00 your time.
Right.
And I will be logged in before that. So anytime you log in, I will be logged in from work.
Okay. Anybody who's still live with us right now, 3 hours and 26 seconds in the friend zone, is that all good to you guys? That I'll plan on going live at approximate whatever time they come back from lunch, which is probably going to be roughly 2:00 would be my guess, 2:00 Eastern. I mean, I could go live at 1:30 Eastern and we could just all chit chat a little bit. But we could just hang out together and talk more about different theories like we've been doing tonight. We could take a look at the closing arguments again Monday afternoon. I live streamed Wednesday and Thursday this week, so I'm running on low right now. So I definitely don't want to break any records tonight, but I'm very willing and able on Monday to do an afternoon after lunch live stream and talk about things we didn't get a chance to talk about tonight, and wait and see if they come back on Monday, if you guys are all good with that.
Yeah, I definitely won't be in the StreamYard, but I can definitely be in the friend zone.
Cool. Very good. That would be great. And then obviously if they come back with a verdict, you're more than welcome. I'll email you the green room, and if you want to jump on, if they come back with a verdict, you're obviously always welcome. So I'll email you the green room if you want to jump on Monday. Now, they very well may take till Tuesday. Who knows? Right. So I'll just plan on doing live streams either as soon as we hear they're coming in, if we're not already living, or after lunch on both Monday and Tuesday. How does that sound?
Sounds great
for all of you. So
sounds great. All right, Pat, if you want to show Auntie Deb doing Jessica Hyde.
Yeah.
I sent you a link I sent you a link, and it's the last one. And then I wrote the note that Auntie Deb talks about Jessica Hyde at the 6-minute mark.
Okay.
He is just so funny when he talks about her, because he just loves her.
He is.
I don't know if anybody wants to see it. If nobody wants to see it, that's fine. If anybody,
he's great. We'll get to the attic next, Julie, and because I'm always interested in what you learn over there. Let me share my screen.
I learned patience.
So they're random basics of selection. I have a question for you. Yeah, patience is a virtue, Julie, when you're going in the attic. But I have a question.
Go to the attic.
Did any of you notice when he did the random selection today of 13, 7, 6, 17, 2, and 8? Did he show that to the defense?
Nope.
He should have to show it.
Yeah.
He
Well,
should
you have to
absolutely
do a lot of things in this country,
Oh,
but not in Bedford.
because it's about transparency, guys. Why wouldn't he show it? It's like the lottery when they put the balls in the thingy and they hold them up. Why wouldn't he want to show it? He's pulling a number out of that little box that goes around in a circle. Why wouldn't he hold it up and say, here it is. This is 13. This is 7. Why wouldn't you do that?
He did the same thing last year. If you remember last year, he pulled 2 numbers out of the bag and he basically pulled them like this. He said, okay, we're going to pull number. And then before he even got it placed, 2 and 3, and then didn't show anybody. And it looked suspicious to me. So
Is it Jim that does that?
Jimmy. Yep. Jimmy.
I guess they were showing him. I was listening to somebody and they were saying that he was laughing during, Brennan's closing. I haven't watched the closings yet, but I guess they were laughing.
There were a couple times where people in the audience were kind of smiling and kind of like, like, oh, okay, like kind of like nodding along, like acknowledging, because they kept handing the camera. And I mean, they both had different reactions. So,
who was on the O'Keefe side today?
It was Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe.
Mr. O'Keefe was there.
The
Carl
cousin was there, I believe.
The cousin girl that's always there.
Yeah, the cousin girl there. And I didn't see Tara though, which was surprising to me. Yeah.
No, I didn't see her either.
His friend from grade school, whatever this guy looks like a leprechaun, he was there.
Oh, Brendan Kane.
Yeah, there you go. And somebody else, forget who.
But no Aaron.
No, Aaron.
No, I don't think Aaron was there either.
Nope.
Okay, let me pull up Jimmy.
And what about Carl Dougal?
He was there. Yep, he was there. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there were 2 cops there.
So there were no surprises. They didn't. None of the
aside from Yuri. Did you hear about Yuri?
No.
So Yuri walked in right about the same time as the family. He walked in by himself. I was like, oh, that's weird, because somebody mentioned in the chat Yuri and had been looked and was like, oh, yep, there he is. And he walked in and hang on one second. Someone with measles was in Logan. Wonderful. That's nice. Okay. Sorry about that. So I know. He walked in, and what happened was there's the courtroom and then there's the courthouse. So there's the courtroom, and then outside the courtroom, there's a little hallway where you walk up and down and the stairs to go up and down. He was in the courthouse outside of the courtroom.
Like the corridor?
But he was outside. But that's where the jury walks back and forth. And so the defense bitched and said, hey, he's a witness. He's also a state trooper. Get him away. And I don't know what happened there. But I mean, there were reports from Turtle, Sue O'Connell, who I don't believe, said the exact same thing, saying that, Yuri's outside and they're bitching about saying, hey, he's going to influence. And they're like, well, he's a cop. He's allowed. It's public. And it's like, no, he's a witness. He's this and that. So they went back and forth about a bunch of shit today. So,
wow. See, I can't believe I missed all this stuff. I got to go back and watch it.
It was wild this morning when Resistance to Silence went on this morning. I don't know what the hell happened. I have to go back and watch, but they turned their stream on to do morning prayer. And all of a sudden the cops are going bananas and you hear people screaming at people and go, what the Christ is going on? And I guess it was an incident where somebody got too close to somebody and made a scene, and then somebody got arrested, and it was I guess like tensions was high. I guess somebody's partner or wife or whatever came by, and I don't know. They called a couple people, and then there were other times when they were going up and down, and because when you're outside, you're not supposed to say anything, so that's why they have the this. So they all raise their hands and do this, the international sign for I love you, because Alan Jackson and the defense team came out and said, hey, be quiet or else they're going to call mistrial and they're going to call influence. So just do this and shh. So they're all doing this, but I guess some people were getting snippy with people, and some of the cops, like most of the cops are doing they're great, they're working with people, but other cops are like all amped up, and then there were agitators. There was just a scene this morning, but there were a shitload of people there this morning too. So
wow,
yeah. So it was a lot today. It was a lot.
I baked you some shut the fuck capes.
I wanted to show that. Kathy Coppin sent that to me yesterday or the day before. So I shared it on my Twitter feed. I told Kathy I shared it. I baked you some shut the fuck up cakes. I just thought that was hysterical. I thought it was perfect to put on
That's great.
the slide with the link to his closing, and that's what that, and then of course, then there's Jackson. So we have, I have the links all ready to go for both of their closing arguments. We can play those on Monday while we're together. That'll give us something to listen to and kind of critique.
I'm going to listen to them this weekend then.
Kat, quick update. So according to Shauna, Erin was there, and I guess I missed her. So
thank you, Shauna.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know how she missed that.
All right, let's take a listen to Jimmy, and then I'll catch up to the chat because I'm behind. We can play the beginning of Brennan tonight if you want to, MCAT. I have nowhere to go, so I have nothing to do. So depends on how late you guys want to hang together, but we can definitely start that. I have my camera blocked because I've got to stand up for a while. I love your flag, Julie. That's beautiful.
This is for Jimmy. This is for Jimmy. Happy Pride, Jimmy. Happy Pride, Jimmy. I know you love Pride, Jimmy.
Jimmy hates it. He hates it. He's so
I know,
funny.
that's why.
Oh
Happy
my God.
Pride, Jimmy. Enjoy your
Okay, let me rewind this here.
Enjoy Christmas.
Go to the 6 minute mark.
Okay, 6 minute. Thank you. Oh, whoops, I missed it. I love that. That's too funny. I'm going past it. Okay, there we go. 6 minute mark.
Yeah, there you go.
About right there.
Yeah, that's perfect.
With our queen, Miss Hyde. First of all, Alessi blesses us.
I like his
with
haircut.
a wonderful soundbite before she even gets on there. Oh man, I was giddy. He blesses with a wonderful soundbite and says, "It's all about Miss Hyde." That's all. That's all I needed to fucking hear. Because yes, it is all about Miss Hyde. It is all about Miss Hyde. It's always been all about Miss Hyde. I've been trying to tell you guys this for a while now. It's all about Miss Hyde. She was the same as she was last year. She was more Miss Hyde. Anyone else think that she was more Hyde? She was more Hydean.
I think so.
She comes in. Okay. She comes in, she goes, Brennan's talking to her, and he's like, so you teach at George Mason University, you do this, you do that, started your own company, blah, 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 blah. So other than teaching at Georgetown, and she does not miss a goddamn beat. She was Hyde concentrate puree, yes, without missing a goddamn beat. She's like, small correction, it's George Mason. But that's okay. That's fine. Didn't we talk about this yesterday when we were discussing Gallagher? Remember we were talking about how like Gallagher kept correcting Jackson on the Ring versus Arlo versus Blink camera? And how irritating it was and how he was doubling down. And I was like, but it's not in the same way. I was like, it was Hydean level, very Hydean level of correcting someone, but not in the same way. Miss Hyde corrects you because she just likes truth, right? She just likes this person staring at me. And I swear to God, if they give me one more fucking dirty look, the person right there, if that motherfucker walks past me and looks at me like I have 4 fucking heads again, this is going around their throat. Directly. And I'm going to squeeze until I see a fucking color of the face that I'm happy with. Okay. So, do we not remember that? Remember we said that? Like, Gallagher will correct because he'll double down on his fucking bullshit. Hyde just does it because she's not going to have anything else but unadulterated truth. You better lock your doors. No, hon. Actually, I'll do the opposite. I will unlock my door. I will welcome it in.
I will unlock
1-800, please try a bitch. Give me a fucking reason. Please give me a fucking reason.
Oh my God.
Oh, you can turn it off anytime you want.
ahead.
He's so funny.
Go ahead.
He's the best. He's the best. So I have to find I have to do this for a second.
So she did her thing up there. Bev allowed.
I'm standing up to stretch right now, but I have to find something really quick while I'm standing up stretching. I need to find one of his first. I have to find one of his first mishides because I literally would be in tears when he would. Now I don't know what that one is. I'm trying to find his YouTube channel so I can look through his. He's got so many, but his. I don't remember if it was a video that he first did on Miss Hyde or if it was a live stream. I don't remember
because he did a video on her.
It's been so long. Yeah, I think so too. I'm going back to see because his Miss Hydes were just spectacular. Well,
he has one where he's got a do-rag on his head.
This one's worth watching. Hang on a second.
It was Jen McCabe.
Oh,
Day 14, she comes in right after Matt. All of day 15, half of day 16. About 2 minutes in, I'm like, maybe I should get my notebook because she's saying a lot of stuff that's kind of confusing and I can't really keep track. I remember homegirl goes over the span of 3 days. 16 minutes in. Here are my takeaways. First thing I noticed is how much she fronts. She's talking about coaching her daughter's teams, the basketball coach. But then she goes in and she goes, rec, not for school. I remember an objection, a very hard objection, discussing her teaching for the school. They didn't want that brought up in the trial. It was weird to me that she clarified, like, okay, daughter's basketball coach, okay? Well, rec, for the town, right? So that was weird.
I was the basketball coach for the rec, well, the town program.
Because of my handy dandy notes. When she goes to discuss the events of that Friday night, the hockey team dinner at her house for her oldest daughter, aka she leaves the 20-year-old daughter at home with a bunch of her friends. Obviously they were partying there. Drinks and apps, that's just drinks. Might have a nacho. Someone might get nachos. It's not out to eat, it's not dinner. He asked about what car. She said Denali and then smiled. Notice the trouble she has remembering what kind of car. Notice how she has to kind of be like,
And what kind of car was that?
Denali, Yukon, I think. Denali, yeah.
He had a pool. Like, yes, they came over to swim. I have a pool. Yeah, no, well, what else are they gonna swim in? Of course, yeah. It doesn't need to be stated again after you say it, we know. Then they came over for coffee. I have a coffee machine. I'm guessing you already have a pool if they're coming over to swim.
They came over to the house, they brought the kids, swam. I have a pool.
She stayed in the car when Matt took a phone call instead of going in and being with like her friends and family. Not like she was meeting these like new people. Her and Matt pulled up to the waterfall. Who was already inside? Her sister's husband, Chris Albert's brother's wife, daughter, Caitlin Albert's butt boy, Tristan Morris. Did she go right in? No, she was waiting until Matt finished the phone call. If Matt's on the phone, why are you in the car? Because she needs to hear everything. She needs to know what's going on. You can't hide anything from Jen. Matt can't hide anything from her. Matt can't hide anything from her. She stayed in the car with him while he took a phone call. Instead of just going in, control, and the need to know.
When you arrived to the waterfall, did you go right in or what, if anything, did you do?
I waited a few minutes because my husband was on a phone call.
She has SCM, selectively convenient memory. There were some things that she like was not sure of at all, but then other things she definitely knew.
That's absolutely true.
Things that should be more at the forefront of your memory were in the back, like she actually couldn't remember them. But things that you would never remember, she, like at the waterfall when Tristan left, he went to go plow. Maybe, I don't know, because maybe he had to go to sleep, blah, blah, blah. I wasn't sure.
If anyone from the group had left.
I believe Tristan left, maybe to go to sleep because he had to plow, I think.
Oh, what were people drinking? Oh, I might have had a beer. What did John have? I'm presuming a beer. What did Karen have? I don't know, a glass. Oh, the glass. She had the glass.
All specifically what you were drinking?
I think beer.
And same question with regard to Mr. O'Keefe. Do you recall him drinking? And if so, what, if anything, was he drinking?
What, if anything?
I can't be certain. Possibly a beer, but I can't be certain.
And with respect to Ms. Reed, same question as far as you recall her drinking, and if so, what, if anything, do you recall her?
Again, I remember just a clear glass.
That was weird. And Karen walking in with the glass was prompted by Lally. When Karen walked in with Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, was there? Was she carrying anything? Was there something, anyone with her? Oh, yes, thank you, you're right. Yeah, glass.
When Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant came over, what, if anything, did you observe the defendant do or have with her when she came?
Oh, she had brought a glass with her and kind of took it out of her coat and just kind of chuckled about it.
Also, what the glass looked like. She remembered it had ridges, but she had to dive deep into her memory on that one. That one she had to really like channel her. She had to go back. She had to meditate for a second.
What, if anything, did you observe about the glass?
I believe it had ridges on it.
The glass.
In regards to the waterfall that night, did you speak to Mr. O'Keefe? Yes, briefly at the bar. Why would you speak to him briefly if you guys are such good friends that he calls you to tell you about his new
Sleep
girlfriend?
tight. See you Monday.
Do you remember what you spoke about? Yes, he told me about his niece getting into school. Did you talk to Mr. O'Keefe? Yes, briefly. Do you remember what you talked about? Yes, school. Then he goes, did you talk to Miss Reed? Yes. Do you remember what you talked about? Yes.
The
With
other
respect
one
to the
that's
time
really
that you were at the
creepy with
waterfall.
Anti-Deb, Kat, is when he does Colin.
Oh yeah, he's magical.
Oh, God, he's
We'll
so funny.
play a few more of him because I want to find I want to take some time to find that my favorite one of Miss Hyde. So we'll play some of those on Monday while we're on Verdict Watch. Julie, where's the attic? It's in the private chat, right?
Yep, it's the first one.
Oh, I see it. Yep.
The attic gives you patience. I might have to go to the attic.
Well,
If the attic gives you patience, we all should spend some time in the attic.
well, so it won't give you patience, but it'll make you find patience.
It'll force patience. Is that what you're trying to tell?
Either way.
Okay, where is it? Is it this one?
You'll learn all about restraint and patience and trying to understand.
Does he have? No, that's not it, is it? Yeah, this is it.
Yep,
Okay,
that's the one.
got
That's the
it.
one.
Yep.
So
I
6
should have
hours
called
and-
in sick today.
So 6 hours and 45 minutes.
Okay.
And
Oh,
that's
that's a interesting introduction.
I kind of wanted to watch. I've never watched this whole thing.
It's a motel. It says it's a motel.
That was kind of cool.
Yeah, this one you can put on fast, like 1.5, because they.
If John was
I
beaten
can't
up and
listen
attacked
to
in that
anything
house,
fast
who did
at
it?
this time of night.
You didn't do it.
We know who did
You
it.
want me to go to? What'd you say? 6 minutes?
6 hours and 45 minutes.
Oh, 6 hours and
6
45
hours.
minutes.
Yeah.
Whoa, we're way in. Okay.
Yeah, it took them a little. It took them a little bit to get there.
Kind of unusual how that would come
got a
from
lot of
random
patience if
pieces
you
of
watched
plastic
them all
breaking
day.
out. And I had thought we would get an
no. I was
explanation
in,
that actually came from components of the
Sean
taillight
did a,
housing.
verdict
But we
watch,
didn't get that explanation, so I
which
don't know.
he
I
did,
think in some ways,
last year too, and
perhaps,
that was the
is
first
it unfair to say that
report I found for
in some ways
this,
the
so.
state's accident reconstructionist aperture maybe let down the state and made things a lot more difficult for Hank Brennan? For instance, why did Dr. Welcher, the main expert for the state, he didn't seem to know about this time drift thing, the time variance
Interesting.
problem, until later on it had to be corrected. But he's the one that didn't seem to know about that. And the time that he reported was out of sync with the other evidence.
Isn't that
And that's your main
interesting?
expert witness. And that's not Hank Brennan's fault. That's the expert's fault. That's Aperture's fault. I really think in some ways Aperture let the state down. What do you guys think about that?
You would think.
For 400.
In that respect, yes.
We agree.
I mean, I think they were dealing with some components of an accident that they just could not recreate, because let's just say they would have gone in and done an experiment similar to what ARCA did, where they had a floating arm in the air and things of that nature. Then they would have been in cross hit with similar of what Hank was hitting ARCA with, well, do you know the body position? How do you know the body position? How do you know this? How do you know that? And so many other things. And he was going to have to say is, no, I don't. And it's impossible to know these things. And then they would have came in with, well, you can't prove there wasn't a collision because you can't prove the body positioning. And
That's fair, Dan, but how does that excuse the time variance thing, which they eventually later corrected? But the initial slides that Dr. Welcher put out had the time of collision as having occurred about 25 seconds before John last used his phone. And that there's no question they created that problem. And the problem was ultimately attributed to this time variance thing, which ironically the defense's expert, DeSorga, testified that is such the time variance thing is such a big issue that he has worked on it in over 1,000 cases. So it's a very well-known issue, but apparently it was not something that was well known to Dr. Welcher.
Interesting.
Sometimes some things are overlooked. I mean, we had a guy in the Brian Coberger case.
You're paying. I mean, you're paying that kind of money. They're paying hundreds of thousands of dollars. Why are they overlooking something that everybody seems to know about? I don't understand. I think the Aperture really let them down.
No, I understand. And obviously the defense has a point to argue that. But in the Brian Coberger case,
Guys, I have to run the doggy out.
They have a defense witness called Cy Ray, and he says that he's worked with AT&T for 15 years. And majority of their defense motions have been referencing some call timing advance.
Did you hear me? Okay, I have to run the doggy out. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay.
Records for Brian
You guys can let me know what I miss.
Coberger, and yet he missed the fact that there was only a 7-day retention time. You know, something that he was an expert. He's been an expert. He's testified multiple times. And this is something that he said that he's worked with AT&T for multiple years. In fact, I pulled up a clip of him talking about the retention advanced timing records on October of 2024. So before he even filed his motion. So it was well within his knowledge that the advanced timing records have a time period in which they are retained. And yet it was something that was overlooked. And I don't think it was something that was done on purpose. In that situation, it makes him look like a fool, and the prosecution, definitely pounced on that. But I don't think at the end of the day that it was something purposeful, and I don't think it was purposeful in this situation either.
Right. Katie, you back behind the chair?
I am, yes.
I saw you came on, so I figured you were back by. So what is what I'm saying completely unfair? So I'm saying just looking at the time variance.
What were they talking about? I was trying to get Tanner's leash on. What were they talking about that wasn't absolutely purposeful?
The time drift issue, saying that, the expert came in, the Aperture came in, and they found that the time of the incident was before the final lock device on the phone, saying that the incident happened, and then the final lock device, that Officer John O'Keefe locked his phone after the incident occurred. And so he's basically saying, like, well, if you're an expert, you should know these things and say, that there should be some sort of accountability to say, wait a second, how is that possible? And basically he's saying, like, well, I think the Aperture let Hank Brennan down because they basically came up and said, yeah, the lock device happened after the incident. So it must have been some type of an oversight or something, but the expert should have known that it might have been an oversight or that the times didn't exactly sync.
Right.
And that's what they're talking about, saying, like, oh, I don't think it was done purposely. It was just that there was some issue with the time, and Hank went up there and basically said, like, yep, we got it, this was the event, this is exactly what happened. And then they went up there and said, oh, actually these times don't sync. So he's basically saying, like, well, Aperture should have done something about that so that Hank didn't get up there and say, yeah, this totally happened, and then, oh, wait a second, it happened after the fact.
Thank you.
So that's what they're talking about.
I was catching it as I was trying to head out, but I'm like, okay, I need to know this. So I'll catch up with what I missed when I get back. I'll be back in a little bit. Thanks.
Issue alone, that Dr. Welcher, the chief expert for the prosecution, put that in his slide and didn't seem to understand the time variance issue, which DeSorga for the defense said he's worked on over 1,000 cases. So is it completely unfair for me to say, to some degree, this very expensive accident reconstructionist hired by the state let them down to some degree? Did you totally disagree with that?
I think he makes
I don't really agree. I mean, I think the time variance, from what I can recall of his testimony, he understood that there was a window. Like, he understood
By the end, but later on he did, yeah, but not when he first made that slide.
Well, we don't know that.
Well, he put it in the slide, so I mean,
right, but I think he understood at that point that there was still a window, right? Like, it just wasn't tacked down. But they had Burgess, so he doesn't seem to be the data guy, right? He's not the data guy. They've got a data guy, and then you've got your reconstructionist.
Right.
And I
But
think
he's the guy putting together the main slideshow. So he really shouldn't put that together until he has everything exactly the way they want it.
Well,
Otherwise,
I think
Valid points.
I think that there was
problem.
always sort of a time variance understood, and that what disrupted that was when they came up with Disorga, who's kind of trying to throw more things to the wall to see what sticks. That prompts Burgess to then, apparently of his own initiative, investigate further, tack it down further, and then that gets to Welcher. I didn't think that was a big. I mean, I think that again, there's expectations versus reality, and this is just how I took Welcher. I understood what he was saying, that, you know, if your expectation is ARCA and what they like, we're not going to do that because it's not honest, it's not reflective of the truth. It's not possible to do in a precise way because we don't have all this information. I can give you generals, like just like Hank explained it in closing, which is why I think it was such a beautiful closing. It's a tool. Welcher's a tool,
Yeah.
and I think probably
But-
the expense comes in more because of all that laser testing to debunk the.
As usual, we kind of see that
$100,000
confirmation
tool.
bias in the chat. That if I criticize even the slightest way anything to do with a prosecution witness, chat erupts, and that's confirmation bias on your part. For people to say that I'm losing the forest or the trees didn't matter, of course it mattered, because it was a main component of the defense closing argument today. So yes, it mattered. It should. So it you know, I'm not saying that this in any way actually creates reasonable doubt. No, I've already just said 5 minutes ago. You probably didn't hear this, Kate, but that I believe we're well into. So yesterday I believed that you were looking at a hung jury, but I believe that's changed today because of the strength of Hank's closing arguments. What I'm saying is their main accident reconstructionist made this harder on them, and that's really beyond what I just said is beyond dispute, because it was a key component of the defense argument today in closing arguments. So to say I'm missing something, no, it was a key component of their argument. So Alan Jackson, one of the most high-priced attorneys in the country, believes it might sway a juror. And if it sways even one juror, it can have a huge outcome in this case. So I'm not missing something. It was a mistake for those experts, the main expert, for the vice president of that company, to put that in there. It should have been anticipated. Their job is to create testimony for a witness, for the people that hire them. They should have anticipated that. It's a mistake. I don't think there's any other ways to view that. Is it, will it change the outcome? Only time will tell,
My recollection was that he addressed it with Hank and said that there was a sort of an industry standard accepted, and I forgot the time, and I've lost his comment, but the lady's name was Shah, S-H-A, brought up and said 60 seconds. I couldn't remember if it was between a window of 30 and 60, but now seeing 60, I believe that
Burgess had mentioned 60 seconds, yes. Burgess
he said, right. So he says like it's an accepted industry standard time differential that's not usually explored any further, but because the defense started, because they're desperate, they're like, well, we got to argue anything we got, and they're not arguing text stream directly or the debris field or whatever. I think that compelled the further examination of it. So I get you bringing it up, and I could see that, like, that could be a mistake. I don't see it as a mistake, more of just an accepted discrepancy that had to be defended. So, but I mean,
and that was my impression as well. I think that, again, I think that of course they're going to, I mean, not for nothing, but we all witnessed Alan Jackson distort evidence and tell straight up lies in his closing. So I think they're going to try to seize on anything they can. But my interpretation of the whole situation is it's sort of a defense created problem with the intention of being able to exploit it. So, there's this understood time differential. Ooh,
right.
She hears him. Come here. There's this window that everybody understands, right? And it's industry accepted, and usually it doesn't go any further. The defense then raises the issue and tries to dispute it, which then prompts the prosecution witnesses to adapt to that, so that the defense can turn around and go, haha, see, they didn't even think about this time differential. Right. I don't think that it's really, I think that, again, we're watching probably, some of Jackson's higher level strategy playing out.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So you're right. To a degree, we're seeing exploitation. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, hat tip to Jackson for making that move, to push for that. And I just want to say really quickly, it was Shaw Leary.
Holes is Jackson's job.
Thank you for reminding me that it was 60, Shaw.
Yes, Burgess definitely testified that the industry standard was 60 seconds was accepted variance.
But I mean, to your credit though, Kevin, like given the price tag, the ticket price on this, is it something maybe they should have done to anticipate to kind of like make it a little bit more ironclad? I could see that argument as well, but I could just as easily see it as they didn't expect because they've never in their experience had to defend anything more finely. So I
Well,
mean,
wouldn't any defense team exploit an opening like that?
Not necessarily,
you know,
because not every defense team would expend the energy, time, and money arguing over a couple seconds between your client backing up their car and somebody not moving forever.
Well, I think,
You
but
know?
I don't think that's quite stating
Fair.
it accurately because it's more than just arguing about a few seconds. You have the key piece of evidence was what time John last used his phone. And without that time variance, that key piece of evidence has him using that phone after when Welcher said the accident, the collision occurred. So,
well, I don't think
that's why it's a problem.
Welcher never said when the accident or when the collision.
No,
occurred.
but the time, right? The time window, well, after outside of the window. I mean, just to be stated more accurately, outside of the window, he said there was a window within which it occurred. So,
and I agree with you there, Kate, too. But I would say this, but this is trial 2. So I could see maybe the experts anticipating more of an aggressive attack on every minute detail. So I could see that too. I mean, I think it's to explore it in conversation like this is awesome because I can kind of understand both sides of the fence on that.
Right. So actually, thank you, Boomer. And let's ask it this way then, one more way, and then we can move on to something different. If there is a third trial, don't you think that'll be cleaned up in the third trial?
I would expect it to be. Heaven forbid there's a third trial.
Right.
Yeah.
Which tells us it could have been cleaned up in this trial if things were done a little better. That's all I'm saying. You know. So that's all. I'm not. I know people get upset anytime I criticize anything about anything on this side, but
that's how it goes, man. That's how.
No, that's why I like you. You're very objective.
Yeah, absolutely. So
nothing
wrong.
Yep, very objective.
I agree with you guys. I'm back. I was just being quiet. I agree with you guys. I when I say things about the attic, it's not about Kevin. It's about the guests. I don't have patience for who he brings on the show. I don't have any. I have zero patience. I'm sorry for some of these women that he brings on the show, and that one guy, that one young guy, he drives me nuts. He is so bizarre and unprofessional. And where Kevin, sometimes I wish he'd just stick to doing his own live shows by himself because some of these guests don't do him any favors.
I don't know about that. I mean, when he's by himself, he kind of goes off on some tangents and seems to always end up with, well, David Yannetti, we're used to work with the DA of the county, and this happened and that happened.
Julie, Pickled Sweets is in the chat.
Hello.
Hello, Pickled Sweets. Welcome back. Good to see you again. I was out with the doggy. Sorry I didn't say hi sooner. Yeah, I hear you, Julie. I haven't watched him enough to know, like, you know him way better than I do. But I do appreciate that we talked about this last Friday Night Lies, MCAT and Julie, that there's no reason why you can't compliment the other side at times. Nobody's ever all wrong or all bad. That's just not how it works. So I think you have to stay a little bit objective at times in anything that you're covering or looking at or following or advocating for.
Yeah, but this was this was very out of the blue and very out of character. Just for him to turn around and say, but why would this all of a sudden be an issue? And why did Aperture not take a look at this? I mean, you pay them all this money. Why would it not make sense? You would pay them money to have it make sense. And it seemed kind of like he's like, oh, you're almost there. You're almost there to the point that you can't line it up no matter how much quote unquote time drift you have. And I mean, that's why they're saying like, well, the industry standard is to, like there's this, time. But then again, on the same token, you turn around and say, well, like, I don't like to do whataboutism, but like you turn around and say, well, there's an accepted time drift and it's variance, and that was already explained, and you throw it up there and go, but this happened after the fact. How do you, square that circle? And they turn around and say, well, if there's variance here, where else is there variance? Can you, use this variance here? Could there be, more room here? And it just seemed like it was like, oh, you're almost there. Like, come on, get over the finish line, because like he's questioning all the right things. He's like, wait a minute, this doesn't add up. Wait a minute, but this doesn't add up. Wait a minute, this happens after the fact. How is that possible? Wait a minute, and it's like he's getting there, and that's why I think they're trying so hard to kind of like make like force fit. He's like, wait, it just doesn't fit here. And it's very out of character because they're like all like gun ho and like, yeah, like some of them, do like go and they're like, oh, no. Like when Hank Brennan does this is wrong. And when Alan Jackson does this, it's right. It's like they look at both sides, but this was very out of the blue. It was like, am I still in the attic? Like, did they get a dose of oxygen or something? Like they're like, he's making a lot of sense. And like we completely agree. So.
He didn't look like he was in the attic.
What's that?
He didn't look like he was in the attic.
Well, okay, so calling it the attic, like that's my little like I like to find like fun names for people, and like instead of saying like, oh, that's Kevin from Yellow Cottage Tales, I'll say like, oh, I go in the attic because he's up on the second floor and it's like mine, where it's like like half attic, half
yeah, but it didn't look like he was in there today.
Oh.
Like normally he's in that like panel.
You mean like physically? I'm sorry. Yeah. So because he's been doing treatment, he is, I guess, in his living room or somewhere else where he can sit comfortably, so he can still like stream and like he'll take time off. So yeah. So he's in his living room somewhere else. He's out of the actual attic. Well, not the actual attic. He's on the second floor, but we call it the attic. Yeah, so he's somewhere else because it's more comfortable for him, so he can do his treatments and rest.
He has chemotherapy. Going through chemotherapy.
Yeah. So he like right as soon as this trial started, he had to go in the hospital for a little bit to do chemo and treatments.
Yeah,
and,
I think I heard that. Yeah.
Yeah, and so he wasn't doing that great, and so he was in the hospital for some time. But now he's getting back to things. I mean, I don't think he's out of the wood. He's out of the woods yet. And I mean, you don't want to see anybody suffer.
No, of course not. So Shauna has a question for us. So FBI is all BS, she says.
Oh yeah, that was talking about Kate with where Kate was trying to justify and say like, oh no, it was that's why there was drift and it's totally within the the window of when this happened. So don't worry about it. It was all fixed. Everybody's arguing over seconds, and who gives a shit if somebody wants to try you for murder when a few seconds matter? Who cares? You're gonna fight this hard over a few seconds, like
right? Yeah. So she says if she calls ARCA BS, then FBI is too. And then Shauna, interesting the difference in perspective. Yeah, it is. It's very interesting to see. Yep. How other people view this and see this. Pickled Sweet says, for me, Brennan poked holes in his own case. His job is to prove beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. He used the word plausible in his closing. Plausible, maybe reasonable doubt. Yes, I 100% agree, Pickled Sweets. And something we were talking about earlier, I was going to say something and then I completely lost my train of thought. And it had to do with, yes, Brennan is hired to do a job. Yes, the prosecution is going for a conviction. But if things come out organically in the trial that maybe weren't as obvious before when you were looking at the evidence and when you were choosing how to prosecute this person and getting your experts in line and getting your witnesses in line, and if something comes about organic that leads you to suddenly believe, wait a minute, maybe there is just too much reasonable doubt. Maybe I should just, maybe this needs to end. Why isn't that happening in this case? Why didn't Lally or Brennan call this anywhere in this trial at any point in time? They could have done it. They could have reached into their souls and said, this isn't right. This is no longer right.
Yep, you would think.
I mean, I think that they need a directive to do that. I don't think that they would unilaterally, or I don't think they would do it in concert with one another. I think they would need someone above them to say it would be okay to do that.
Well, that would have to be the DA.
Yeah, it would be Morrissey.
Yeah. Right. and he's
Yeah, I
whacked.
don't think he's doing that. Yeah, I mean,
But in all, for justice to truly prevail, if this is the United States of America and we want justice for all, and we don't want anybody convicted wrongly, or no one should go to trial if they didn't do it, but that can happen because of shoddy police work or crooked police work, or just sometimes it just happens that way. A person looks guilty and there's evidence that points at them. And so they have enough to arrest, and then they decide, I have enough to do this. And then the grand jury says, we have enough to do that. At some point, though, in the trial, the DA and the prosecutors, they could have a come to Jesus meeting and say, this is no longer justice. This is no longer justice for the dead person. This is no longer justice for this person who's been accused, because we can no longer say that this is confidently, without reasonable doubt, beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Right.
Why doesn't that happen more? I think egos get involved.
Absolutely.
And the whole win at all costs thing gets involved, and not wanting to go back on what you said you were going to do and said you were going to prove. But it's a person's life that's at stake. It's a person could go to jail. And if you truly don't have enough, then it should be called before it can get to 12 humans who can make mistakes and who could have confirmation bias, whether they told you they didn't or not when you chose them. I have grave concerns, like Judge Bev sometimes, with 12 human beings who some have never been on a jury before, and some who may not understand a lot of what they're hearing with all the science and how convoluted it was with the key cycles here and that and this and data and all of the magic science that we listened to in a lot of this trial. It had to be like totally overwhelming.
Well, I totally agree. I mean, I think in a lot of cases, that would be where requesting a bench trial comes in, because the judge can take all this information in. They're seasoned veterans, they're lawyers, they're now judges, all that kind of thing. But when you
can't always do that, though, MCAT. There's some charges don't allow a bench trial.
Right. No, totally. But like we saw Canoni, and she had a bench trial with what was her name? The woman who was accused of what was her name? I can't think of the name. Shoot.
I forget her name too.
Take time, and I'm going to read Shauna's text. Sweets, I'm hung up on that OWI charge. I need to listen to the lawyers and understand more. Why add it in? And then Pickled Sweets says to Shauna, it gives the jury an option to punish her without it being murder. Exactly why add it in? Was it always there? Shauna wants to know.
No, it wasn't.
Right. Because the next lesser charge is manslaughter. Some people will think she's on trial, so she must be guilty of something, Pickled Sweet says. Yeah, but that's a terrible, because again, just because you were on trial, just because they arrested you and took you to trial doesn't mean you did it. Or it doesn't mean that they can prove that you did it, which is what they have to do in this country. So trial one, weren't there 3 charges that the jury had to decide upon?
Yep.
Yes.
Now this trial, there's 4?
No, there are 3 charges, but underneath the lesser included, because it's manslaughter with OUI, they offered, both sides agreed on separate OUI under the lesser included. So there's charge number 1, which is second-degree murder. There's charge number 2, manslaughter OUI, and charge number 3, leaving the scene of an accident. I don't know if that one's OUI or not. I think that's just leaving the scene of an accident where, I don't know, grave bodily harm was done or whatever.
Knowing that grave bodily harm had been done.
Yeah. So under charge 2, instead of being charged with some type of manslaughter or murder, you could be charged with charge 2 with OUI, so that you would basically just say like, okay, charge number 1, not guilty, charge number 2, guilty of OUI, and you don't walk away with some type of like, I guess unaliving, because you can't say the other word, with some type of that charge on your record. You would just have OUI. So it's like a compromise, saying like, well, the lesser included charges are scary, let's get one that's the least scary and throw it on there so that if you get charged with 2, you're either not guilty of that or you're charged with something that's, can be argued and and I think successfully overturned based on all the shit that they did. But it's something that basically will avoid going to jail because, she doesn't have a record and anything else. And if she gets any time, it'll be, very, very, very minimal because it's just OUI. I think that's why. And if she gets charged with that, she can't get retried again with involuntary manslaughter.
Right.
So, I think, So I think
those are all very, those are all very solid points. But I'm just completely against the fact that they could even, like I told you guys way back in the beginning 4 hours ago, I'm against that they were able to include OWI at all because there was nobody at the scene when it happened. There were no witnesses, no cameras. They didn't pull her over. There was no signs of her being drunk. She could have gone home and drank because she was mad that John never came out of the house and she thought he was getting with some other woman. And then they take her blood at 6:30, 7:30, whenever they finally got her to the hospital. And then interestingly enough, and I meant to ask you guys about this earlier, they didn't bring in the whole thing from trial 1 about how they did that calculation that if they take her blood at 7:30 a.m. or 8 a.m. and then they can calculate and walk it back to what she would have possibly been at 12:30. They did not bring that up at all.
Yes, they did. That's what they brought. Yeah, they brought it up with Hannah Knowles.
I don't remember hearing it.
Yep.
Oh, how much did she say about it?
She said a lot.
So they did bring that up again. I missed that. Thank you, Julie. I totally missed that. I didn't know. I thought they left that out this time.
I mean, we talked about it. She's the one I went to school with. So
right, but I don't remember talking about. I remember talking about Hannah, and I remember talking about most of her testimony. I don't remember talking about that component of her testimony.
Oh,
that
okay.
I don't remember talking about.
I mean, the other thing that bothers me is there was never a police report.
Yes. Or motor vehicle incident report.
Yeah, I can't get beyond that. I cannot get beyond that there was never so what happened? So if she would have hit him and there was a report, or if there was a report saying that she hit him, then John O'Keefe's estate, I would assume, could get, State Farm or whoever she's got to pay his medical bills. I mean, he had medical bills. I mean, he was transported to the hospital. But I mean, in this case,
I'm sure he had insurance though. I mean, he was a police officer, Boston cop, so he would have had insurance.
Oh, I'm sure he did have insurance, but what I'm saying is if he had, if this was a result of a accident where there was a report saying this was a car accident and she hit him, then I would think that would be paid through his, through her car insurance.
Exactly. And you would think that with the way insurance companies work and his medical insurance, his death benefits, everything else, you would think that all those people, because insurance companies don't want to pay, so they're going to look and say, how do I not pay? Go after her insurance? 100%. Let's file a huge claim and go after her. Why do you think that one wasn't done? Because as soon as they file a claim, her insurance company is going to turn around and say, let me go hire 10 ARCAs to show that that my client wasn't at fault. And that's why the incident, I believe, was not filled out. A motor vehicle incident wasn't filled out.
Yeah.
That's my opinion on that.
I still think that's so odd.
Yeah, I mean, with good reason. Yeah.
Well, it's unacceptable. It's not just odd. It's unacceptable. That's a police procedure. Gallagher should have done a police report. Every single one of those officers on the scene should have done a police report. That's completely unacceptable. They found a dead freaking body in the lawn.
Yeah.
Gallagher should have done a police report. It still baffles me how poorly they handled that entire scene. It makes utterly, and not
only did they handle it poorly, the way that they're just very flip about the whole thing. Like, oh yeah, we didn't do the report. Like, yeah, didn't do it. It's like, what? I don't know. That's just so weird to me. It's
well,
like
and the whole thing with the solo cups.
Accountability.
And the way he handled the answers with the solo cups too, like Shauna likes to imitate him because she does such a good job.
Oh, yeah. They
was
they
just
hold liquid tremendously.
The Solo Cup company is like, thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know. If I was Red Solo Cups, I wouldn't want anything to do with this. I'd hide my face. Like,
Yeah.
No, not us, not us.
I think
not
we
us.
should. Yeah, I think we should get them to sponsor us.
Yeah.
We like you, Red Solo Cups, but we don't want you used for evidence collection. So let me play a little bit of Hank for you since you missed it today, MCAT, before we close out for tonight. And then we'll finish it up on Monday. We'll have plenty of time to Bert, before he said his goodnights, he put up that he thinks the jury will be in at 2:00 on Monday. So we'll see. We'll hold him to that. If it's whoever guesses closest to when the jury comes in, thanks to Tracy V, I was sent some more frame stickers. So I got yours in the mail today, MCAT, for your son.
Thank you.
And so whoever is closest to when the jury is coming in will get 2 of these little frame stickers to get one for themselves and one to give away. All right, let me go up and grab this really quick. We'll just give you a little peeky peek at Hank. Just take me a second to.
I still can't believe I missed this today. Oh my God.
Well, if you had stuff going on and you.
I should have just called in sick.
Well, there's always that, right? There is always that.
Now, trust me.
One time I called in sick and said that I hurt my ankle. And then I went back. This was when I was young. And then I went back to work the next day and I felt like I had to kind of like act like I had a broken ankle. And then I was like limping, and then I actually hurt my other ankle legitimately from trying to act like I was limping. Oh, it was awful.
Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. Okay, here it is.
Thank you.
You know, he had me for like the first minute or 2 because of how he starts, and then after that, just nothing.
Really? Oh yeah, there's Aaron.
John O'Keefe was 46 years old. 46 years old. He spent his life helping people. He's described as a good man, kind, generous, thoughtful. He was a Boston police officer. He worked to help the community. Everything you've heard about this man, he was a good man. He helped people. When his niece and nephew had nobody, he took them in. He took them in. John O'Keefe seemed to be the type of person who would help anybody at any time. And on January 29th, 2022, John O'Keefe needed some help. He needed help from somebody else. You see, John O'Keefe had just been hit by Karen Reed in front of 34 Fairview Road, and he lay on the ground dying, and he needed help. Someone to reach out a hand, someone to knock on a door, someone to make a phone call to 911, even anonymously. Not take responsibility, just to help. And there was only one person in this entire planet who could help him that morning, to give him a chance. Maybe it was a 33% chance if he met the Isaac Wolf of the world. But to give him a chance. And that one person who could help him that morning was this defendant right here, Karen Reed. And she made a decision. In her Lexus with the shattered taillight, debris field all over the front yard, and John O'Keefe lying helpless like a child on the front yard. She made a choice. She didn't call 911. She didn't run to his aid. She didn't knock on a door. She made a decision about herself. In her Lexus, she drove away. She was drunk. She hit him, and she left him to die. She was drunk. She hit him, and she left him to die.
So let's just say that there was better science, that it was a little bit closer to being really, really unsure if she hit him with her car or not. Then if that were the case, this was I thought, a very strong opening. But I would have a little concern if I was Peggy O'Keefe and Papa O'Keefe, and even Paul and Aaron O'Keefe, with the way he said they had no one else. He took in the kids, they had no one else. Well, that's not true, because anybody who's followed the backstory, mom wanted custody all along. Grandma wanted custody. She didn't want him to have custody.
Well, I thought that they had a custody fight for the kids.
I do believe they did. So that was actually a very disingenuous and almost mean thing for him to say. I wouldn't be happy about that at all if I was the O'Keefe family, because it wasn't as if they were orphaned, and that because some kids are orphaned, they don't have, their grandparents have already passed. My mom and dad were both only children. If my mom and dad had passed after my grandparents, if my dad had lived longer, or, my sister and I, if my grandparents had died young and my parents had lived longer but died young, my sister and I would have been literally orphaned, because we don't have any aunts and uncles or first cousins.
Same with me. My parents were both only children.
Yeah, that's wow, that's really rare, MCAT, because it's very rare. And so you and I are both in that same situation. So that was the first thing I wanted to point out. I thought that was very cruel. Let's use the word cruel of him, because and it's not true. Peggy O'Keefe wanted to raise her grandkids. I don't blame her. I don't know how I would feel if my son was let's just say my son was single and he had a very demanding, hard police officer job, and I'm still young and I'm a young grandma. I would want to raise my grandkids. I totally get why she wanted to do that, and not instead of having John take over, a guy who has never had any parenting experience, single, works in a very demanding, difficult job in Boston. I get all that. So anyway, that was my first comment I wanted to make. Did you guys have any comments just about that?
I think it's very insensitive. Yes.
Well, to clarify, when Ms. O'Keefe was on the stand, she mentioned that there was a custody going back, but it was John the O'Keefe versus, was it a brother or sister of the father that passed away? It was that side of the family that he had a fight with.
The other grandparents. I mean, let's not forget there were other grandparents.
Yeah, I think Steve was his name, Steve Furbush, and he has a brother.
Right.
Right. Yeah, it was somewhere around there. It was one of their siblings, or like on that side of the family. Because I originally thought it was John and his mother, but no, it was the other side of the family, and they, said like, no, let's keep him here. I think that's what they meant.
Oh, it wasn't John versus Peggy?
No.
Oh, I thought it was.
I thought it was too. Yeah, no, I thought it was too, but nope, it was.
But I don't think Peggy wanted John to have custody, though, Shauna. I've read that somewhere. I don't think she did.
No, so they wanted so they, meaning the O'Keefes, wanted to keep them there, and so they naturally assumed like, well, either the grandparents will take it or they'll go with Paul and Aaron, and that's when he stepped up and said, no, I'll take care of it, because he was really close to his sister, and they said like, well, that was very noble of him, but yeah, they didn't want him to do that because he was a cop, and they said like, do you really want to orphan them twice? That's a stressful job. We'll give you help, and that's what happened. But yeah, there was a fight with the other family.
Oh. Yeah. Well, I could see where, if I put myself in that position, if that happened to me and I lost my daughter-in-law and then I lost my son, I would be heartbroken, and I would want to help out with the kids. I would want to be in their life as much as I possibly could. I mean, so there always is the other family side too. Thanks for bringing that up, Shauna. I didn't completely relate that. Thanks for being with us tonight live in the friend zone, Shauna. We love you. And I understand that it's getting late and we're getting ready to close. We just wanted to play a little bit more of the opening because MCAT missed it. So I'll just put it on for a little bit longer. I just wanted to point out a couple things about, I did think his opening was strong if you try to look at it objectively. And I do think that Hank does believe that Karen clipped him. And I mean, it's not a theory that's outside the realm. I mean, stuff like this happens all the time. I mean, I had a couple calls of accidents in grocery stores. I mentioned this to you guys a couple weeks ago that involved being clipped or being broadside, a person on a bike being broadsided by a car, or a person being broadsided by a car because they step off the curb in the crosswalk. I mean, these things happen. I mean, so it's not completely impossible that they were having a little tat. They got mad. She got mad. He jumped out of the car. She wanted to get her. I get where he's going with all this. So it's not that far to the realm. But because they brought in the science, they brought in ARCA with the physics and the science. And then we had the unfortunate experience of hearing all the nonsense in trial one that this jury doesn't. It's just hard for us to conceive, why would all the sketchiness need to happen if this is what happened? If this truly is what happened, if she truly did clip him and didn't mean to because they were having an argument, it was an accident, then why is everybody acting crazy, right? That's the problem. And that's why all of us believe she didn't hit him, not just because of the science, but because of all the crazy behavior and the throwing away of phones and the rehoming of dogs and the selling of houses. And that's a problem, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, like, again, like thinking about like this whole trial and like trial one versus trial two, like I look at it, I look at it, I'm very biased and go, okay, like, why couldn't we just focus on this? And like, I get the strategy for trial one, but I don't know why they just didn't do that. Like, I get that, like, yeah, all the shit looks extremely sketchy and all these people, should, based on all their actions, like they do look sketchy and they probably should have been looked into, but she's the one on trial. And so I don't understand why they went that route. But yeah, like if you look at everybody else's stuff and like you start to look at stuff, like, yeah, they're not charged, but like it's very, very, very suspect. Like you would kind of look at them like, why are you doing this?
Right.
What
but
would
that's where all the
Julie
and I have had this chat with Shauna many times off air. That's what makes this case so much a reasonable doubt case, because any of this could have happened. She could have clipped him, possibly. Brian Albert and Brian Higgins and John could have gotten to a fight, possibly. It was brewing at the waterfall. It was clearly brewing. No one can deny that. If you deny that, you are completely have your head in the sand. That was an obvious bar fight about to happen right in front of the waterfall on the cameras, and Chris Albert wasn't going to have that because he's a select board member. He's not going to have Higgy Bear, as lawyer Loophole calls him, getting into a fight with John O'Keefe, a Boston police officer, and his brother, Brian Albert, and in the waterfall on camera, because he's buddies with people that are in that community. They're part of the restaurant association, I'm sure. So there's various reasons that Chris Albert had for stepping in and putting a stop to that. He could have just went home. He could have just said, screw this. I'm out of here. I'm not getting involved in this. I'm a select board member. I'm out of here. And he could have walked home and left, but he didn't. He stayed there and tried to stop Higgins from doing something that he probably would have regretted at that moment. But that is such huge evidence for a possible third-party culprit and a possible bar fight that went down at 34 Fairview instead of at the waterfall, that you just can't convict her of this crime, even if you don't want to pay attention to the science, even if you don't want to look at the data. If you just want to look at all of the circumstantial evidence that there could have been a fight, that his injuries easily could have been caused by a fight instead of being hit by a car going backwards at a crazy rate of speed and not having any broken bones or bruises. Or there's just too much in this case. It should have never ever come to trial. It's a travesty that it ever made it to trial in the first place, and that we've all had to participate in this. But many of us have met because of this, and we've become friends because of this. So we, in some sad, strange way, we all have John O'Keefe to thank for friendships that have been made out of watching this trial. It's just been the most bizarre years since his death, with the grand jury and trial 1 and trial 2 and all of the law tubers and all of the live streamers, and all of the craziness going on social media with the fighting and the infighting and the outfighting and the side stories and the back stories. And I've never seen anything like it in my 62 years, and I don't know that we ever will again. I mean, to be honest with you, Idaho 4 is going to challenge this. Those sweet 4 beautiful college students, that trial is going to challenge this trial. There are some very crazy characters in the background of that. I'm going to give you guys an introduction at some point as soon as we get the verdict and we all take a few days off to breathe. I am going to give you a nice introduction to the Idaho 4 tragedy at the University of Idaho. There is a lot brewing underneath and behind the scenes that a lot of people don't know about, that are only following this trial on mainstream media, that I can bring you into the light on. And I think when it does finally go to trial, it's going to be nuts, because they've sequestered so much, but a lot is leaking out now, little by little, and things are kind of coming to a head. And now they have filed a third-party culprit. They have one. His name is Farley, and I am starting to believe that he possibly either was in on it or that he actually did it. It's unbelievable. So those of you that are interested in that, I will be doing some live streams about that on Fridays. So, all right. Do you want to finish up a little bit more? Do you want to save the rest of Brendan for Monday, MCAT?
I mean, it's up to you guys. If you want to watch a little more, that's fine. If you don't want to watch a little bit more, that's fine too.
I'm fine. I'm going to turn my camera off for a minute and stretch my back and my knee, but I will play it for you. I'm happy to. I won't. Julie and I never go to sleep after these long marathons. We end up in the green room just talking it out and talking about next week, what we're going to talk about next week. So I'm fine with it. I mean, this is it. I mean, this is technically our last Friday Night Lies covering the Karen Reed case.
I know, that's so crazy.
Unless the jury stays out till next Friday,
Oh my
which
gosh.
I don't think that's going to happen. That would be
I can't imagine that's going to happen.
I know, I can't imagine. So our next Friday Night Lies, next week, I will take a break, and then it will be about the Idaho 4 case. So that'll be our next Friday Night Lies, and a couple other pretty scary jury trials that are going to be coming up. Brian Walsh, who 100% unalived his wife, but now we have to deal with Proctor and all of these shenanigans again now, possibly. Who knows what they did wrong in her case. Poor Anna Walsh. She's still missing. They've never found her body. So I've been watching that case. I've been studying it. I know a lot about it just on the side. I haven't live streamed about it yet, but she falls under my expert domestic violence knowledge. So I can guarantee you all that she was a victim of domestic violence for probably years leading up to him unaliving her. And I will absolutely be in terror fits if he gets off because of Proctor. So that is going to be another case that I'm going to give you an introduction to coming up here in the next few weeks, because that is scheduled to go this fall. So we will.
My guess is that, some of the people that have been involved in Karen Reed will, jump onto the Brian Walsh. Don't you think?
I would think so, because it's Massachusetts, and it's
some of those same players though. And there's something about them,
there's something about them. But in this case, it's going to be, really horrible if they screwed up or did something wrong, because Anna Walsh deserves justice, and he's never going to tell us what he did with her and where he put her. I don't believe that even if he gets convicted and gets sent away for life, he will never ever admit it or tell. He's a flaming narcissist. He's a horrible guy. Human. Yeah, he's a bad man, and he did something terrible to her, and then he disposed of her body. It's rumored that he dismembered her. and put her in different places. It's horrific. It's really horrific. But we have no body. We have no Anna, just like Jennifer Farbo-Doulos. Fotos Doulos unalived her and put her somewhere, buried her in a grave somewhere is what they think he did with Jennifer. And he wouldn't tell anybody. I mean, he never admitted that he did it. And then he unalived himself before he could go to trial.
Well, and that Troconis isn't telling either.
And I don't know that she knows. I mean, part of me thinks she doesn't know where he put her, because he would have wanted, it's okay, Tanner. He would have wanted to protect her because he was just that guy. And so I don't think
she was driving through the streets of Hartford with him when he's disposing of things
but not her body. There's no way he was putting her body in dumpsters.
Yeah, no, I get that.
Roads. No, I think he buried her. And I was on that case way before I ever started live streaming. I'm still heartsick that they've never been able to find her, and that I still think the lawyer friend of his was in on it with him. And there was a bizarre plot that people thought that they both were going to unalive each other's wives because they were both in contentious divorces at the same time. And if you hear when I play you some of this, I'll go back and cover a little bit of a recover of Jennifer Doulos. I talked about her many months ago, but I've never really talked about Michelle Troconis too much in her court case. But there was some eerie things going on with statements that the wife of this lawyer made, that she was terrified that Fotos Doulos was going to unalive her. And that she had a theory that she told to a private detective or to the police that they swapped so that they wouldn't get caught, because nobody would ever put two and two together that Fotos would kill his wife and he would kill Jennifer. And then somehow, I don't know if something happened and that's not what happened, or if this lawyer really did kill Jennifer, but Fotos never got the opportunity because the wife was getting suspicious and she was scared of Fotos. He called her over to come to the house to meet with him about something to do with the neighborhood or something, committees they were on. And she didn't go because she was scared of both her husband and of Fotos. Then this was before Jennifer died.
Yeah.
So there's a very good chance that those two creepy guys were going to unalive each other's wives and get away with it. And they might have gotten away with it. I don't know. But Fotos was way too big for his own britches. He thought he could just drive around and dump off bags and have it not look sketchy. And they made a huge, huge mistake giving him bond. Huge.
Yes.
Yeah. Absolutely terrible.
Agreed.
Right.
Agreed.
So now you've got Walsh, and this is another domestic violence situation, and you've got another missing wife, as well as Suzanne Morphew was missing, but she was found accidentally because they were looking for another missing woman, and they accidentally found Suzanne Morphew buried in a shallow grave.
Yeah.
And they don't have enough evidence to rearrest Barry, her husband. But everything points to domestic violence in that woman's case. And then you've still got Suzanne Clark Simpson currently missing in San Antonio, Texas. Her husband was arrested, and they believe that he dismembered her and put her in various locations. I mean, it's an epidemic. It should terrify people that there's this many men unaliving their wives. It should seriously, and these are only the cases that make the media. I know of 5 other cases right now that never made. 2 of them are here in Florida. One's in Wisconsin, and I don't remember where the other one is right now, but none of them made the mainstream media. Oh, the other one's in Michigan. That one finally did make the mainstream media, but they were broken up. They were no longer dating. But this is an epidemic when there's this many women getting killed by their partners.
Wow.
It's terrifying. So it
really is.
Sadly, those of us that follow true crime and that want to advocate for victims who need justice, we will have a busy summer because there's a lot going on. So Friday Night Lies will continue. It just hopefully will never have to be Karen Reed again. She will get acquitted. There will be no hung jury. And then maybe someday they will have something. Maybe someday someone will speak out and we can go to a trial with the actual people that killed John O'Keefe. That would be the best case.
That would be amazing.
Well, hello. Hi, Kaz. Welcome. We're going late tonight because it's Friday Night Lies and we can. There is insufficient evidence there is definitely insufficient evidence. We agree with you 100%. Insufficient evidence to convict Karen. Yes, thank you, Kaz. We're agreement with you 100%. Even if you do think that she possibly could have clipped him, there's not enough evidence to convict her. There's not enough for them to say reasonable doubt beyond a moral certainty. So, okay, we're going to go back to a little bit more of Hank. I just wanted to stop because, go ahead.
One quick thing. So, so I know you said that the Friday Night Lives, like what we've been doing since January, whatever it is, like that's gonna kind of come to an end with this case. But I would just like to say that no matter what happens in this case, where it's a jury now, and no matter what they come back with, if they come back with not guilty, guilty, or mistrial, there's still a lot of stuff that still needs to be looked at. And
yes, we can continue to do that.
So like we still.
I meant like with trial being live, like I meant
no. Like trial's gonna go and it's gonna be like the interlude or something. But
yeah.
I mean,
no, we will continue with Friday Night Lies, and we can continue to critique this case as whatever happens. And there'll be enough to still go over for quite a while, Julie, but we'll also spend like an hour so that I can introduce you to these other jury trials that are about to happen that we can cover on Friday Night Lies as well.
No. I'm not saying oh no, keep dedicating stuff like this, but it's still going to go on. And I mean, especially since the guy in Dallas, I think it is coming out and offering and saying, hey, if there's any other information for what's going on, it's like hey, let's take a look and see what we can come up with, and take a look at like what we've been doing, because
And Julie, people were skeptical on social media about this man. And so Sean was nice enough to bring him on his show, and Sean put up a big post that this is legit. So then I copied it and put it on my socials, and he actually reached out and gave me like a because I just wrote, this is legit. I have vetted this. You can bet your life that this guy is legit. He wants to offer this reward money if you come forward and give information that will tell us who really did this to John O'Keefe. So that's really quite something very impressive, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially with what came out in trial number 2,
right?
With all the science, and then all the new stuff that we found out, where like, hey, people are like, there's still stuff going on, like Hank can come out and say it, Helena can come out and say it, but it seems like there's still stuff going on. So I mean, now's the time to
we'll have plenty of chances to talk. There'll be plenty to talk about on Friday Night Lies. It just won't officially be in the Karen Read trial anymore, but we'll still be talking about it for a long time to come, I would assume. So thanks for helping.
Can I say one other thing?
Yes, of course.
I have to say, who I have the utmost respect for in this trial is that law student, Mr. Wolk, who has been handling the videos and everything. Boy, is he excellent.
He is excellent. He is an excellent technician, IT. He's IT extraordinaire, right, MCAT?
He never got rattled. They would say, hey, can you bring this up? I mean, for him as a law student, it's amazing for him to have this experience and be sucking all of the information from these extraordinary lawyers. I mean, I know he's looking at this as this is a great experience for him, but I think he's been impressive.
I think he's been very impressive.
That pressure cooker? Oh my gosh.
Thanks for bringing him up. I meant to say something about him too a couple weeks ago, because I got used to the other guy they had last year, the tall guy who could barely fit at the tiny table. And Jimmy did a little funny clip about that too on one of his skits that that
guy was being paid. I mean, this is a intern, a law student. I mean, I just think, and I like them both, I like them both, but I mean, I've just been so impressed with him. I just like, he is going to grow up and be a fantastic lawyer. And we're all going to say, remember when he did the little thing,
At the tiny table.
Yeah. I think he's been great.
Okay, I will start this back up for a little bit so we can hear a little more. But that in being objective, that was a very powerful opening.
Before I go through and detail the evidence, let's talk a little bit about the evidence as a whole. She was drunk. She was drinking that night. She was drinking McCarthy's with John.
Everybody was
She
drinking.
was drinking at the waterfall. Her blood was taken with samples of a retrograde analysis, almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. She was drunk. She hit him. The timeline in this case is beyond dispute. You can accuse, assault, characterize, malign, twist. The timeline doesn't change. It is data. Data is data. The black box.
There's 3. Let's count the datas.
The
There's
forensics
3.
from the SD card. We know exactly step by step where they were. We know in that window, she hits him because he never moves again. His healthcare data.
4.
The temperature on the battery of the cell phone. The physical evidence, the debris field, the DNA, the hair. And then she left him to die. He had a basal skull fracture, counter coup. We heard all about it when the back of his head hits the ground and the brain comes forward. Dr. Wolf told us the reason why they have level 1 trauma centers around the country is because people can survive this injury if they get help. That's why they have this care. That's why they have these hospitals. But you gotta get help. You gotta get help. And if you
But
don't,
they said it was too
you
severe.
develop symptoms, ecchymosis, raccoon eyes, your brain swells, and you die.
This morning on Take It Off Today, an incredible transformation on TikTok. Her weight loss video went viral with 12.
She was drunk. And that night was a recipe for disaster. But before we get to the drinking,
True.
in some ways, the fate of this night was sealed well before that night, because John O'Keefe and Karen Reed were in a toxic relationship. This relationship was crumbling.
Yeah, I don't
We're here
believe
lovey-dovey, and it was crumbling, and we know it. And
I
we
think
know it
they had
because a month
issues,
before,
but I don't
Denise
think it was-
Kaylee talks about when they went to Aruba. It should have been.
Well, toxic can be interpreted a lot of ways. I mean, knowing what we know now, I think there was a little bit of level of toxicity to their relationship. Now that that if we're going to talk about it, because we've learned a lot about what was going on those last few months. It sounded like they were bickering a lot, constantly having little issues with each other. John sounded hypersensitive about her doing things for the kids, spoiling the kids. Last time, I don't know that we knew. It seems like we've learned more now, and I don't know. I mean, people have arguments, obviously. I mean, MCAT, you've been married many years. I've been divorced many years. So I've had several boyfriends, as my grandmother would put it. My grandmother always questioned why I bothered, because the marriage wasn't very good and it didn't work out so good, except I got wonderful children out of it. But my grandma could never understand why I would want to ever bother trying to be in a situation like that again, possibly, because you just never know. But John liked to date, and he dated a lot. And Karen, I don't know how much she dated prior to John, but we know John dated a lot. And he never found, that person that he could say, will you marry me too? Or would you like to live with me forever? Or, whatever kind of commitment you want to give to someone. But they really did seem to be arguing a lot, the way that it sounds from all of the testimony. Do you guys agree with that or disagree with that?
I mean, I guess it is a subjective word, toxic. Like I think the word toxic is like the relationship that's completely doomed.
Mm-hmm.
It's unhealthy, whatever. I think they had their ups and their downs. I don't think he was a great boyfriend. I don't think she was probably a great girlfriend.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that they probably talked through some of the expectations for one another.
Maybe not. Yeah.
Neither of them had ever been married.
No.
I mean, and when you're in your 40s and you've never been married, And what I mean,
Late
this
40s,
is
late 40s.
right. I mean, this is
John was 47.
Yeah, this is a totally new path. A
Yeah.
totally new path. So I don't see it as toxic. But I mean, I can see why some people could.
Yeah. Pickle Sweet says, MCAT, it wasn't a healthy relationship. So there,
agree.
we can use.
I agree. I agree.
I'll meet you guys in the middle there on that. It definitely was not healthy. I went so far as somebody was talking about their relationship a couple months ago on Twitter when the trial first started. And I went so far as to say that I really didn't feel either one of them were like marriage material. Some people are not. Some people are good about owning it and saying, I had a friend I went to college with and we dated casually back after my divorce. I wasn't ready for anything serious. He never wanted anything serious because he didn't want serious. He wanted to be able to be footloose and fancy free. He had a very important job. His job was important to him. He had a dog that went everywhere with him. He liked the single life. So what I respected about him is that he never promised anything that he couldn't keep. And he never cheated on anyone because he never gave himself to anyone like that. He never allowed himself to be, well, he has now, which is really cool. And I'm really happy for him. But prior to that, so he was well into his 50s before he was finally able to say, hey, this person is so much to me that I don't want to be single anymore. And I don't think they're married, but they're very committed. And I never thought that would happen for him. Same thing happened to my dad's best friend. And he would, when he got older and I was much older, we would have chats about his bachelor years and how he was so into his career and into career improvement and into having friends and hobbies. And he said, I would not have been a good boyfriend. So I chose not to be a boyfriend. I chose to be in casual relationships and let the women know that that's all I could give. And I think in some ways, John probably was doing that too. I mean, we don't know for sure. We haven't interviewed all of his girlfriends, but it doesn't sound like John's a cheater. I don't think he was someone who wanted to step out on someone. So I think he was probably very maybe sincere about his inability to be in a serious relationship for whatever reason. He had this very difficult career with the Boston Police Department, and 47 years old, used to living by yourself before he had to take the kids. It can be difficult to make a relationship work when you're older and you're, as they say that term, set in your ways, right?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And I mean, it's a huge lifestyle change. I mean, the boy was only 3 years old when John took him.
Yeah.
That's young.
Oh yeah. He undertook a major lifestyle change. And then to undertake a new girlfriend in the middle of that lifestyle change who didn't have any kids, who hadn't really dated anybody with kids. It doesn't sound like before John that she did. I don't know for sure. If any of you do, let me know. But so Pickled says, I was married for 18 years and it sucked. Pickles, I was married for 8 years and it sucked, but not the kid part. My two kids were amazing and they were still amazing and they have always been amazing and a blessing. But I did not end up in a good marriage. We were very, very different people and it completely was not healthy. But it's very hard because you buy a house, you have all these expectations, you expect to be married for as long as possible until death do you part. Most people go into it with that and they're very honest about that. People don't get married and just if it lasts, it lasts. I mean, I don't know anybody that thinks that way. Maybe there's a few, but most of us don't go into a marriage that way. We go in saying, this is the person, I'm going to be with them till I die, until they die, or till something terrible happens to both of us. Maybe we don't make it till old age, but we're going to be in this together. And you buy a house and you get cars and you have loans and then you have children and you're building a family and a community with your children and their friends and the parents at your school. And then your marriage starts to crumble and you're like, oh shit, what am I going to do? I don't want to not see my kids all the time, but I can't keep my kids from their other parent. And now we have to divide our assets and sell our home. And I mean, it's overwhelming. To those of you that have never been through it, it is absolutely overwhelming. It's number one. It's number one or two. I don't remember if death of the spouse or if divorce from the spouse. But both of them are up there on that 5 scale of the most severely stressful times in a person's life. So yeah, I mean, it's nothing to be taken, you don't take it lightly. And I think that I know for my friend in college, he was never ready for that level of commitment where I'm going to be with you till we die. And I obviously don't think John and Karen had ever been in a position like that before. And maybe they were starting to go that way. And maybe the pressure of it was too much for them, right? And that's why they were arguing so much those last few months before he passed.
Yeah. I mean, that whole text exchange, the day that, the day, the 28th of January, when they went to the waterfall, I mean, that was just ridiculous. I mean, there is no way I would continue to text somebody, call me now, just 5 minutes, all that. Oh my God, that was just,
it's over. It's over the top. Like most of us.
Oh my God, that was just wrong.
Most of us don't behave that way, Kat. That's the thing. Most people don't behave that way. Kaz says, it's alarming to see so many cases of DV and murder of these women. Is it full moon season? Yeah, well, it'd be full moon like few years, because most of these ladies that I've been advocating for have been gone for a little bit now. So maybe more like 4 or 5 years back, full moon, because Sandra Birchmore was unalived in 21, and Ellen Greenberg in 2011, but her case has been a total shit show for all these years. Her poor parents. I'll revisit that again one of these nights too. But yeah, thanks for saying that, Kaz. But it is an epidemic for sure. And then Pickled reminds us that someone referred to Karen as a babysitter with benefits. That would have been Carrie Roberts in trial 1. She had the audacity to refer to Karen that way, which I thought was incredibly rude and really nasty. Pickled Sweets. My dad has been single for 45 years. Well, Pickled, send him my way. Give him my number.
Is he handy?
Yeah. Can he build anything? I need a fence.
Yeah, I mean, don't care if he's bald, don't care if he's whatever, just want to know if he's handy.
Does he make reservations? I don't know. I've been divorced for 30. Oh God, it's getting up there, guys. It's terrible. I can't even say it now because it seems so bizarre. If someone would have ever told me that I would be alone this long, and I haven't always been alone. I've had some decent boyfriends along the way, and I've had some real horrible nightmares along the way. But if someone would have told me when my husband and I divorced when I was 31, that I would never marry again, I would have said never, no way, that's not possible. Because I like to think of myself as a team player, and but I just am a terrible picker. I don't pick well. I just don't pick well. And then things start to go awry, and then I start to feel panicky, like, oh no, this is showing symptoms of what I went through before. I can't go through this again. I got to get out of this before it goes downhill that bad. And then another time I'll stick in it longer because I'll think I'm being too reactionary and I'm treating this person like past boyfriends, so I better stick in it. And then those have screwed me over. So I have the worst dating stories of anybody on the planet. So I'm pretty sure I haven't been single quite as long, Pickled, as your dear father, but it's close. It's about 10 years less, but it's close. She says, hearing the voicemails reminded me of a friend who is bipolar. Yeah, there's a lot of people walking around with various mental health issues, and a lot of people are not diagnosed. They're just self-treating themselves. They don't really know why they feel a certain way or why they don't. A lot of people, especially men, do not like to go to the doctor. They don't like to admit that there's something going on with them. In fact, men, and this is a statistic I know from my years getting my master's degree, guys, men are historically terrible about going to the doctor, and they are the worst, way worse at it than women. And they're way worse than women than as going to a psychologist or a therapist. Men just don't want to do it. They just don't. They're just not good at it. So there's a lot of undiagnosed people. I think everybody's got something. Humanity is so difficult, and especially now with technology, there's much more stress involved in our lives because technology has brought us stress, whether we want to admit it or not. I've talked about this before. In the olden days, when I was growing up, if you weren't home, you weren't home. There were no answering machines. There were no phone calls to return. There were no emails to return. There were no texts to get back to. Why didn't you call me back? Why didn't you do this? I texted you 20 minutes ago. I texted you 11 minutes ago. That is what's going on in our society. And you guys know what I'm talking about. This is happening to everybody. That was not a component of our life for me growing up. I'm 62. I grew up with one phone in the house. I didn't get my own extension till I was 16. My sister got hers earlier because she got everything earlier. She's 5 years younger than me. Okay, that's enough. I digress. That is exactly, I'm just joking, but it sort of was true. That's what life was like. You didn't have an answering machine. You didn't have call waiting. If you were talking, your phone was busy. It would go beep, 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 and you'd be like, oh, they're talking, click, I'll go do other things. You weren't upset about it. So much of what we have to deal with now because of technology is causing us stress, and it's causing more and more people to have mental health disorders than ever before. This is just fact. It's just proven fact. So you all have to police yourselves on how much you let this bother you, and police yourselves in how you treat your friends and your colleagues about all of this demand for attention and demanding that people get back to you right away and being pissed off if they don't. You got to be really careful with that and police yourself on it for your own sake and for your friends and your family's sake, because that's why I think we're seeing, and a lot of relationships are crumbling and the divorce rate has gone up a little bit. I think a lot of it does have to do with this technology. I really do. So, oh, he's 70. Oh, he's not that. He's in my age bracket. This could be Matchmaker, Friday Night Lies, matchmaker.com.
Does he live in Florida?
Oh, it doesn't matter. You know me, Shauna, if Shauna was still on, she'd write, have cat, will travel.
Or in your case, have dog, will travel.
Have puppy, will travel. He's sound asleep. But Shauna calls me the traveling cat because I go back and forth to Wisconsin so much. But I also pop out to LA at least once every couple of years to see my friends from USC and LA. So yes, it really wouldn't matter. At this stage of our lives, we're all very independent and we don't need to see each other every day. We don't have to live together. I mean, I don't know how much longer I get to be here. So if I were to meet someone nice and kind and not a narcissist, it wouldn't matter to me where they lived. I would just commute to see them whenever it was convenient for both of us. Because I mean, right now, once you're in your 62 to 63 to 64, none of us know how long we get to be here. But once you get into your 70s, closer to your 60s and 70s, you really don't know how much longer you get to be here. So why not grab happiness when and if you can and run with it, right? So I'm just joking around though, Pickles, really seriously, but you're fun. I'm so glad to have you back with us in the live. So we are not breaking our record tonight, Julie. There's no way we're doing that. Julie and I set a record last week or the week before. I don't remember. It was 5 hours and 55 minutes and 12 seconds.
Week.
Yes, it was last week. But there's so much going on right now with this trial that we've all followed so passionately. And we all have so much fun together on Friday nights. And I did take a power nap today to prepare for this. So let's play a little bit more of it for you.
A wonderful event. It was discord. It was fighting. It was aggravation. And when they got back, the discontent was palpable. Miss Reed reaches out to Brian Higgins, text messaging. John O'Keefe, the relationship is crumbling. And you heard a little bit about what that relationship was like. Kaylee, his niece, told you, when there was an argument, John would do what John does. He would walk away. She described to you one time, to get away from the scene, he walked into his bedroom. But the defendant wouldn't let it go, pounding on his door, having to get the last word, never letting go of the fight. Kind of mirrors what happens on January 29, 2022. And maybe outward appearance, they got along. Maybe sometimes quietly they got along. But behind closed doors, relationships have up and downs. We have a bird's eye view into the relationship on January 28, 2022, because we have the text messages, not so lovey-dovey. The relationship is almost over. The tensions are simmering beneath the surface. They are not getting along. She believes Mr. Keefe is already halfway out of the relationship and he's not into it anymore. You will read them, you saw them. This relationship was unstable and at its end. And so fast forward that night. That night, after this discord, after the arguing, they go out and what do? They drink. And they drink a lot. So he drinks a lot, and Karen Reed drinks a lot. You've seen my coffee videos. You can call it 6, 7, 8, whatever you want to call it. You can see the shots into the next drinks. More shots into mixed drinks. Count them yourself. Over a half dozen mixed drinks in just a few hours. Sober? And then at the waterfall, a shot, a mixed drink. Now,
the number one food for regular BMs, huh? Okay, let's see.
Fastest way to clear out stuck poop is by adding more fiber to your diet.
Not quite, unless you want to make things worse, of course.
As far as the best food,
it was brought up at the waterfall that there was some type of discord between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe. They knew each other. They were friends. Brian Higgins' conduct of speaking to Karen Reed is not honorable. It's not. But they were friendly. There was no adversarial relationship. There was no anger between them. What we heard is they barely greeted each other. Can we have slide 1, please? At the waterfall bar, when you see John O'Keefe coming, here's him barely greeting him. That's him and Mr. Higgins, barely greeting each other. Reality sometimes is different than argument. This is a celebratory mood. Celebratory mood. A bunch of friends. They're playing around, they're hugging, they're grappling. This is a fighting technique for a murder 2 hours later. Is that the story? They're practicing their moves to murder John O'Keefe. In the celebratory mood,
intended to murder
you
him.
don't see any aggravation or animus between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe. Inevitably, the next morning, Karen Reed is brought to the hospital and they take her blood. Now, the government doesn't have to prove that she was drunk. It is either that she's over the legal limit, 0.08, or she had enough alcohol to affect her ability to operate a motor vehicle safely, but you will know that she was far beyond the legal limit. After the retrograde analysis, almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. Almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. Now, it's been intimated, not come out and said that maybe she went home and started drinking after she got home. No evidence, mind you, no evidence. And that somehow that is why she had a high blood alcohol level. It's not appropriate for me to comment on the credibility of another attorney's argument, so I won't do that. But Karen Reed will do that for her. So if we listen to slide 2, she'll tell you exactly what she thinks about that claim.
What'd you say, Julie? The clips.
Probably about 5 or 6 or 4. But there's roots. Like they were born, they had no parties. Just where it is.
Yeah, this is stupid that she ever did any of those
It
shows.
tasted just like old soda water with lime.
Slide 3, please.
It's so messed up.
I wanted to
So, Julie, you've always said that you were completely against her having done any of these. Do you still feel that way?
Oh, 200%. I don't understand. I mean, like, even listening to them, I knew some of them were coming because it's obvious he was going to play them. But like listening to them, like, it's not so much that she spoke, it's that she spoke and what came out sounded like she never gave it a thought before, ever. And what she was saying sounded like she was talking amongst friends. Like, yeah, it tasted like soda water, but I didn't want like a martini. I want a martini with bubbles. I mean, come on. It was Friday. like you have, like, ma'am, you have cameras in front of you. The things with the black lens with the adjustable thing making noises and things that go that have shuddering noises. Those are cameras. They're capturing your words.
Yes.
And they're going to go out to everybody. What are you doing? What are you doing? Like, and like I know that like a lot of people gave like back in the fall, like JFK kept saying, like, listen, Hank is gonna come after you for, you know, the clips that you said. Come out with a new clip. Come out and say, we're looking for justice for John O'Keefe. I loved him. I want to find out what happened to him because I didn't do this. Come out with something. And then she comes out running down the courtroom stairs with the, you know, isn't it funny that the media had all of these clips with the confession? It's not true and it's all their fault. And then took off. And then poor David had to come back and go, oh, happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Like, what was that? Like, did you guys have a meeting prior? It was like, okay, this is what we're going to say to the media because the media is out there and they want to hear something. And then they go like, okay, here's the plan. Like, does it go out script? Or is this just like, no,
It's like an impulse control issue. Yeah.
Like, it's, but like it happens over and over and over again. Like, every single interview.
I know.
Like, I don't get it. I mean, you want to talk about writing like classes. Like, classes will definitely be taught on all this stuff, but it's also going to be taught
for
about,
sure.
like,
Yes,
Julie.
Julie.
And the other stuff outside of court, like it's going to be studied, and it's like what not to do, what to stay away from. But then also, like, in other cases, like they're talking about, like, other cases are starting to like look at this one. They're like, oh, let's take notes. Like, let's try this. Let's try that. Don't do this. Don't do that. I don't know.
Kaz has something to say, Julie, to you. She says a person who is guilty wouldn't do interviews knowing her words could trip her up.
Very true. Very true. But it's how other people look at those words. Like, you would look and say, yep, I have nothing to be afraid of. Perfect. But somebody else might hear those and go, oh my God, that woman's as guilty as sin. So
yeah,
that's the chance you take. Rolling the dice. Why take that chance? You have the right to remain silent.
I think it was too big of a risk. It's okay, Tanner. Come here. He hears something he doesn't like. There's a possum that all of you that have followed me for a long time know that lives in my backyard that Zeus, my son's Doberman, actually brought into the house one night during a Friday Night Lies episode.
Oh my God.
He caught him off the fence. It's a her because we had baby possums last year that thankfully all survived. They're cute as heck. And she's kind of become like a pet to me. Like, I take her out healthy foods that I called and found out what I can give her. And she's lived here longer than me. So I have to, I've been here 5 years. Almost 5 years. I have to respect the possum. And I always tell the Doberman, Zeus, we must respect the possum. She's been here longer than us. But he managed to get her off the fence one night and he carried her in, but he didn't hurt her. He brought her into the house while we're on live stream. He brings the possum in the house and I can hear all this commotion. So I run out there to see what's going on. And here is the possum plain dead in my living room. And my son is taking care of it, and I come back and get on the live stream. So there were possum jokes flying around Friday Night Lives for quite a while. It was funny, but I like it when the dogs alert me. I don't scold my dogs when they bark because I've always had dogs that alert. I need that for my own sake. So I always say, sorry, guys, sometimes you're going to hear Zeus, the Doberman, bark, and sometimes you're going to hear Tanner bark because that's just the way it is when you live in a house with doggies. But anyway, what was I saying? I forgot now. I got off track when he barked. The
risk was too high doing the interviews.
Yeah, I agree with Julie. I think she should have been severely counseled about this because the problem is look at how often our words are taken out of context on Twitter X and on Facebook. It happens to all of us where we've had this experience where our words were either taken out of context or people just didn't understand because sometimes you don't write it or type it exactly how you feel it and somebody else feels it different than how you're trying to convey it. And then it gets spread around the internet before you can blink. And so my fear would have always been if I was Karen's mom, I would not have wanted her to do any of these interviews. I would have wanted to play low key as possible, not do a lot of interviews, because at the end of the day, how did her attorneys not know that they would and could use them against her?
I think they did.
I mean, yeah, I agree. I'm not sure why I mean, she did something very, very smart on January 29th when Yuri and Proctor came to her parents' house. She said to her dad, I think I need a lawyer. And they called David Yannetti.
Yeah.
Very, very, very smart, very savvy. I think she needed a PR person. The second that they started seeing crowds and whatever, I think she should have probably hired a PR person. And I think she should have never done an interview. I mean, as entertaining as they were.
Save it all till after. I mean,
yeah.
It just doesn't make any sense. And I know with the Idaho 4 case and Brian Kohlberger, they're concerned now that the jury could be tainted because Dateline did this interview and they had information. Somebody leaked information that wasn't supposed to be leaked because that has a sequester order on it as well. And so that's being looked into right now. When I teach you guys about this case, for those of you that don't know a lot about it, it's going to blow your mind. It is going to equal this and maybe even surpass this case.
Wow. Well, I'm dying to hear the Kohlberger stuff. I have not dove into it at all, but I do know that they changed venues. They moved it up to Boise because they said that they could never in Moscow area get a jury that could be impartial.
But now there's a 4-part series coming out, I think, on Amazon Prime before the trial. That just shouldn't be allowed. It just should not be allowed. That is completely not right for the rights of the defendant who's innocent until proven guilty in our country.
What angle is it taking? Do you know?
I don't know yet. I've been so much with this week and with my other cases that I haven't had a chance to really find out. I didn't even know about it. I knew about the Dateline one, but I haven't watched it yet because but I will, because I heard that a lot of people are upset about it because it really there's information that was leaked that shouldn't have been.
Wow.
So yeah, I've got a pretty good I've already got about 50 slides in my case file for that one that I'll be sharing with all of you at some point once the jury comes in for Karen. So this is going to be quite something. Honestly, it is. There's a lot of nefarious characters involved and a lot of bizarre happenings that were going on prior to their death and after.
Wow.
It's a lot. It's really a lot, you guys. So be prepared. Get your seatbelts buckled up. Welcome, Dan617. Great to see you in our live chat. We're having a slumber party tonight because it's the jury is in and we don't know how the jury's out and we don't know how long they're going to be out. But obviously we won't know till Monday, but we're not staying live till Monday. We're definitely not doing that. So we're not trying to do some kind of dance marathon like we did in high school. That's for sure. But yeah, so Pickled says, my mom thought she was guilty after watching the documentary.
Yep. It seems like a lot of people did.
Yeah, that was your fear, Julie, when we talked about it, before it came out. We have 5 small dogs in our house. Best alarm system ever. Oh, yes, for sure. And I saw you up there where you said that your dad might want to move to Florida, but then you said he's looking for someone to cook and clean for him. No. I cook and clean for myself and for guests, but I will never, ever be in that role position for any man ever again. So that is never happening. But bless his little heart. I hope he finds someone, but good luck, because a lot of the women that I meet and talk to that are 60, they're older than me, that are in their late 60s and early 70s, they keep meeting men like this online in these dating sites that they want somebody to make their meals for them and to kind of be their friend, to take them around places and hang out with them, but they don't really want a 50-50 like partnership. It's bizarre. Dating after 55, guys, is really a shit show, and it's very bizarre. I could talk about it for hours. It's crazy. But thank you, Pickle Sweets, for telling us that. Kaz says she has the public support, hence her confidence has increased to perhaps do some interviews. Yeah, there you go. That's a good point, because there was so much support in trial 1 with all of the pink people, as they were called, and the Free Karen Read supporters with all of the standouts, which is very amazing. And I wish that more like that would happen. I'm all about standouts. I think it's our way in free society to be able to say, hey, we don't like this. This is not good. We need change. I'm all about peaceful protests, Martin Luther King Jr.'s way, peaceful standouts to help make change happen. That's our tagline: knowledge, power, action, change. It's very important in a free society. But I think that in this case, you're right, Kaz. I think there is some, I don't know. I sensed, I don't know what you guys think, but I sensed worry on the faces of them today. Karen looked very worried today to me. I'm sensing it because Hank took this to a different level than Lally.
It's getting real.
Yeah, definitely. Pickled sweets. I've been avoiding Kohlberger because my nephew's wife went to school with those kids. Oh dear. Oh, that's rough. Yeah. But in some ways, if you're willing, pickled sweets, more of a reason to get to the truth, more of a reason to find out, do they really have the right person? I want them to have the right person. We all want them to have the right person, because these are 4 college students who did not deserve this atrocity to happen to them. And it really, truly was an atrocity, because their injuries were horrible, were absolutely horrible. And none of that has been in the media till just very, very recently. I always surmised it based on little things that I would pick up from different YouTubers and different live streamers and content creators, and things I picked up, little hints that were dropped that probably shouldn't have been. But it's a horrific case, and it's going to be terrible to cover it because it's just so incredibly sad. But again, it's a great case for justice, because we want to see justice served here for their sakes and for their families' sakes. But I'm starting to really question. I always thought they had the right person until the last 4 months, because I've been binging on it. That's been my downtime away from my cases and away from Karen Reed. And I haven't shared it with all of you, but I have watched a ton of hours on it. And I have a couple YouTubers, live streamers, content creators that I want to share with you who have dug into this case deeper than I've ever seen a layperson dig. So I'll be showing all that to you. So Pickled, I hope that you'll join us. Same with cooking and cleaning. Yeah, exactly. And then Kaz says, I'm 48 and haven't been on a date in 2 years. I plan to be single forever. Yeah, I haven't been on, well, I shouldn't say that. I have been on a date, but I don't know that I could actually call it that really. But I think it was with an old boyfriend, an old friend, an old boyfriend who became a friend. I don't know if I would call it a date or not, but it's not going anywhere. So I wouldn't know what to call it anymore now. But it's just hard. We'll have to have a laid back session one night where we can all come in and vent about how hard it is to date at basically 50 and over. I would say, I think anything under 50 is probably still okay. But once you get to 50 and over, it's a crapshoot. It's really difficult. And I'm sure it's difficult for men too. I'm not saying it's just difficult for women. So,
my marriage is getting in the way of dating.
Gosh darn that husband. They are always putting that on you, MCAT. You got to tell him to listen up.
I'm totally kidding. After this one, I'm done. So,
okay, well, you got to tell him to loosen up a little bit, man. All right, well, let's go back and let's listen to a little more of Hank, since we're all perfectly awake. I wish I'm not having any. I'm not a big drinker, because I have the kind of constitution where if I had drank what Karen Reed drank that night, I would literally be dead. I don't have the constitution for alcohol. I never did. Even in college, when I drank for the first time, I got extremely sick. And then I just thought it was because I was young and I had never drank before, and because I didn't drink in high school. And I tried it again. I got sick again. So then I was luckily smart enough to be like, hey, wait a minute. Why would I do this to myself? Why would I do this to be cool and to be in with the cool kids? Why would I literally make myself sick every weekend? So that was when I realized that I'm a 1 or 2 drink person, and that's it. And as I've gotten older, I'm even less. I'm more of just a one beer, 1 glass of wine, 1 pina colada. That's like it for me now, because I just can't tolerate it. So it's not worth it to me. But on Friday Night Lives, sometimes I've had a little glass of wine with you all. But since I hurt my back in May. I've been having to take anti-inflammatories again to get through this ruptured disc. So I've been not having any alcohol at all, but I've already had plenty of caffeine tonight. Can't have any more caffeine or I'll be up till 5 a.m. So I can't even finish having a little cocktail now for the last little bit that we listened to, darn it all. But if those of you that are partaking in a little Friday night libation, I hope that you are having a nice one and that you had a little snack. And we'll listen to a little more, but we will not break our record, will we, Julie? We will not break our record.
Oh, no. I mean,
so let me play one quick thing for you guys, and then we'll watch like 5 more minutes of Brennan, and then we'll finish Brennan up on Monday while we're hopefully waiting. So for those of you that joined us late and on the replay, Monday, right after the lunch break or during the lunch break, I will go live for all of us that have been coming on Friday Night Lies. I know a lot of you like to go in with the Young Jerks or with other, the Emily D. Baker and all. That's great because I love all of them. Melanie Little. I mean, so many of them will probably be live streaming on Monday would be my guess. But I want to do it because I love all of you that have been coming with me on Friday Night Lies, and Julie and I want to do it. So we're going to go live on Monday right around the lunch hour. And we'll just hang out for a while and see what happens. And we'll go back over these. We'll finish Hank, and then we'll do Jackson, and then we'll talk more about our theories and our ideas until we get tired. And if the jury doesn't come in, they don't come in, and then we'll repeat on Tuesday. We'll do the same thing on Tuesday. So look for live shows to come up on the channel on YouTube, Social Change Warriors, for Monday and Tuesday. I'll put them up tomorrow when I get up and have my coffee. So let me quickly show you guys one quick thing here that I just love, and I just finally found it, and I just have to laugh for a minute. This trial is so sad.
Oh my gosh. Yes, I've seen this.
Welcome to Cultural Sensitivity Training 101, which you all, oh, she's beautiful, which you all have been needing for a very long time. So we're going to take attendance. Trooper Paul, Trooper Proctor. Trooper Tractor, of course. Trooper Proctor, you're in the wrong class. You should be in 301 down the street. You need extreme cultural sensitivity training and language reassignment, assessment, reassignment, assessment. Matt McCabe? Mr. McCabe?
Wow. I wouldn't mind playing Miss Hide and Go Seek with her.
I heard that, Mr. McCabe. What, exactly are you seeking?
What do you mean? So what exactly are you hide and seeking? What are you asking?
Oh my good God.
That is one of my
Were you born between
all-time
1960 and
favorites.
1969? If so, you can get $250 to spend at McDonald's.
He is just incredibly talented. I laugh so hard that I almost choke when I watch him because he's so freaking funny. On Monday, I'll find a few more of his greatest moments because he's just so talented. And when he first did his very first one, I want to find that one to show it to you on Monday because to me, it's a classic. His first 2 or 3 are classics. And I emailed him and I said, hey, he was complaining about something to do with storage or something. And my sister used to work for IBM. So I emailed him and I said, hi, you don't know me, but I'm from Wisconsin. I live in Florida most of the time now, but my sister's an IT geek. I know a little bit my way around this stuff. Can we help you? Because he had just gotten started. He didn't have very many subscribers. I don't even think he had hardly any subscribers. I think he had just literally started. And I was surprised. He wrote me back and we were emailing a little bit here and there. And then when things got really heated and I got myself in hot water because I was making some, like I say, constructive criticism of some people. I haven't heard much from him. That I don't think he wanted to be in the drama that happened to me when I had Sean on my show back in November. And that created a lot of drama for me. Unfortunately, I got a lot of hate mail and a lot of people were like unsubscribing and not following me anymore on social media. It was really weird. I'd never had anything happen to me like that before, where so much hate was piled on me from like the end of November while I was having my knee surgery, unfortunately, all the way through February. And then thankfully they finally all just went away. They stopped coming at me and harassing me, which was good. And now I think they've all sort of forgotten about me, which I'm very glad for. But unfortunately, I think Jimmy didn't want to be in all that. I don't really know for sure. I miss chatting with him because he's such a cool guy. And I just think he's so super uber talented. So I hope maybe when the trial's over, I'll reach out to him and see if we can chat again. But he is really an interesting person. And I told him I thought he should go and apply for a tryout for Saturday Night Live or whatever that is. It Second City? Is that still going on? The one underneath Saturday Night Live? Isn't that called Second City?
Yeah.
Because he's just he's such a natural. I mean, you just can't. When he does, I think his Matt McCabe is classic. Like I'll show you a couple of his earlier clips, and he's just got Matt down to a science. Well, hello, Jeff. Welcome. Good to see you, Jeff Dujardine. Data is sometimes wrong. Yeah. Absolutely it is. Yeah. And science isn't perfect either. I mean, even all the scientists said, I don't know how that happened. I don't know how this happened. Sometimes we haven't solved cancer. We don't know why we're dying of cancer at rapid rates. There's a lot we don't know. There's a lot we can't fix. So you're absolutely right about that. That sounds like something Higgins would say.
That's a good one.
That's a good one. Oh my gosh. All right. Well, let's listen to.
But he'd say dater.
Oh yeah. But his Matt McCabe is just. I love his Jessica Hyde though. I loved it. So one of the clips that I'll show you on Monday is he says, Jessica Hyde says, "I need an English to crime scene translator." That was one of my favorite lines that I've ever heard Auntie Deb say. In Miss Hyde's voice, he said, "Can I get an English to crime scene translator here, please?"
Oh, God. He is a stitch.
He really, truly is so talented. Thank you, Jimmy, for being so talented. We just really appreciate you. Okay, let's go back and I hate listening to these.
First way, I wouldn't really associate it.
I also didn't really care for her face in this interview.
Me too.
What'd you guys say? You didn't care for what?
Her face.
Yeah, I don't even love the outfit, to be honest with you, but you can't really hear it. It's so tinny in that courtroom. I'm kind of surprised they could hear any of this because it's so hard to hear.
Yeah.
My alerts aren't as sharp as they should be. But I shouldn't be driving.
Thank you. Do you think she drank when she got home? When they leave the Waterfall Bar at 12:12, you see a video you have in evidence. There's a still photo of John O'Keefe holding a glass. Not from the Albert's home. He didn't sneak into the house in the cupboard and grab a glass. From the waterfall, you see him with a glass, and in it is a straw. Take a look at that picture.
Yep, therefore he's guilty.
12 on, we virtually have
basically the gist of it.
historian and the data that tells us exactly where he went, exactly step by step where he went. And how do we have that? Well, we know the defendant's car had like a black box, and Judd Welcher, Dr. Judd Welcher, took the data from the black box.
There's
and
fine
downloaded
data.
it so you can see the movements in the triggering events. And then Shannon Burgess, oh, you don't like what he says, don't attack the data, attack the man.
6 data.
He can be mocked for his LinkedIn profile or his unupdated CV. But what he
Unupdated?
is he found a key, critical piece
That's
of
what
this
he
case that
said.
did not exist before. He found
That's
it
a
recently.
ridiculous
And it was
word.
that SD card.
I know.
The SD card that everybody missed, including the defense expert. Everybody missed it. So as much as you want to make fun of him, Shannon Welcher found the key so that we could have
Shannon
the
Welcher.
time and
Whoopsie.
date and location coordinated for an impenetrable timeline that can't be broken. That's what Shannon Burgess did. And so we know on the way from the waterfall to 34 Fairview,
I feel so confident thanks to Weight Loss by Hers. I'm down to my goal weight. My friends and family are all noticing my results.
And we all have body image problems.
drunk. Mr. O'Keefe is in the passenger side of the car, and they're heading their way to 34 Fairview, and they get lost. And now we have more data because John O'Keefe has a cell phone. And I said this at the beginning, it is a historian. It doesn't suffer from bias, it doesn't suffer from prejudice, it doesn't suffer from memory loss. It has
except for
data
the blank
on it.
data, but
And he puts
okay.
on Waze.
Yeah, exactly.
High location data, as Ian Whisper would say.
1:36
And it tells
a.m.
you second by second the
a.m.
speed, the location, the movement. That's what it does. And he has healthcare data on that
temperature.
phone. The healthcare data separately
Sometimes.
shows his movement. And that is critical. It is critical because it not only shows his movement, it shows when he does not move. That healthcare data is critical. And it's not subject to bias. It's not in dispute. There's no other contrary evidence. It is data. On the way to 34 Fairview, alcohol fuels tension. We know that. And we know from those text messages the tension in that relationship, and then there's a trigger. There is a trigger on the way because they're lost, and when John O'Keefe calls Jen McCabe for directions, Jen McCabe says something that triggers what's going to happen next. Could I have slide 4, please?
Yeah. Niagara Falls.
Very close to the outlets. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the outlets when I was driving, she said it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John were hooked up prior to John and I dating.
And so as they travel to 34 Fairview, under the duress of this crumbling relationship,
I love that drinking
fueled by
game. Watching that New
intoxication,
Heart.
we have triggers.
Exactly.
Hi,
Now,
Bob.
we know on the
Bob.
way there,
Drink to Bob.
We know
It
from
was
the
a drinking
data,
game in the 80s
the
in
data,
college. Drink
where they
every
went,
time that
how they
Bob's
moved.
neighbor said the
If
name
we look
Bob.
at slide 5,
Emily
Ian
said
Whiffen
Bob.
showed you a guy. who
So we're
could
counting
not
how many
afford
times he says
it. And it
data.
shows you with the
We're up to
healthcare
10.
data,
Oh, we
the
just put
next
it
is
11.
twice climb, but it doesn't mean someone's climbing upstairs. What it means is there's an elevation, and he breaks down the data, the red, the green, and you can move down.
You're
to
not
the
wrong about that, Pickled.
and then the bottom left, that's 34 Fairview.
Agreed.
You can see second by second the
100%.
circles.
You don't
of
have to
the
like her
route
to think she's
three-point turn
innocent.
On Cedar
Nope,
Crest.
not
That's
at
what you
all.
see. At that point, they've left the bar. Remember the battery temperature was 82 degrees, they're now in a car, it's now 77 degrees. Think about how accurate the battery temperature is, that it reflects the difference between being in a bar and being in a car. They take a 3-point turn at Cedar Crest, and because of Shannon Burgess, and because of Judd Welcher, we have the data, and it's a triggering event. Remember, if there's an acceleration
Got it.
past 30%, it registers data on the car, and that's exactly what
13.
happens. It's a 3-point turn, and it all lines up with the cell phone after you
I was
synchronize
trying
the
to put up
times.
a
It's
post,
that
but he
simple.
kept saying
There's
it.
nothing complicated,
We're up
there's
to
nothing
13
tricky, there's
now.
nothing devious about it. It's data.
Oh, God.
They do your
14.
3-point turn, and you can match the cell phone
Jesus
clock
Christ.
with the Lexus clock, and when you do, you can reconcile the difference. There's been a lot of talk, a lot of argument, a lot of fights. Shannon Burgess says 21 to 29 seconds. Mr. DeSorga comes in. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to actually do anything. He wasn't given the invitation to test the data. He just looked at the
Oh,
report
Jesus.
and made decisions.
Yeah, he just
like the
looked at
Monday
what you
morning
guys did.
But even he,
Yeah,
looking
that's
at the data,
nothing.
says, well, it's 3 seconds off or 2 seconds. Same window, same time. We have all the arguments we want. They're there, they're together. The data matches up.
Mr.
perfectly.
DeSorga was
Perfectly.
excellent.
And so they make their way down to 34 Fairview Road. They don't stop. They don't stop at the driveway. They don't stop. And John O'Keefe gets out of the car. They go to the flagpole, and we know for 2 reasons. One, the data. And secondly, Mr. Nagel and Ms. Mason at Cedar Crest at that intersection before it goes down to the right. They meet. They let Karen Reed go first. They follow behind in the truck. Now, at this point, Mr. O'Keefe has about 8 more minutes before the beginning of the end of his life. And he's in that car.
Oh boy.
He's in that car for most of it. Because Miss Mason and Miss Lango don't see anybody get out of the truck.
Now it's
Nobody
Miss
crosses the
Mason?
line.
Okay.
Nobody goes to a garage. Not just because they didn't see it. They didn't. Not because they didn't see it. Because the healthcare data on the phone shows that John O'Keefe is not moving. The car is stopped at the flagpole. The healthcare data stops. The battery stays at 77 degrees. The data is the data. You can't change it as much as you want to. It's data. And they sit at that
21.
flagpole for minutes.
23.
Using
You
her
just
words
said it
against
four-
her.
You just said it 4 times.
Oh my
God.
Yeah, the data is the
24:33
data. That's
when
what
they get
Karen
there.
said at some point.
They're there past 12:30. Remember?
The data's the
Miss
data.
Mason,
The data's the
Miss
data.
Mason, they were there about 5 minutes and then they go. It's not exact, but about 5 minutes they said. So there's about 2 minutes left for
About
John
5
O'Keefe.
minutes? What about the,
And
what
what
does
are
the
they
data
doing in
say?
those 2 minutes? What are the last 2 minutes of his life that he can remember that would be open to him? They're arguing. They're arguing. They're arguing. And we
Very
know they're
possible
arguing
they
because Miss
were.
Reed tells us through first responder Becker. She was sad. Remember he sees her in the back of the ambulance and he's trying to calm her down? She was sad because her last moments
He wanted to
were
go in the
arguing.
house. She didn't. That's
They're
an
in
argument.
That's why they're not going in the house. But John O'Keefe decides to get out of the car, and we know because the dome light goes on. That's what happens when you open a door. Whether he's bent down, he's standing outside or on the other side, the dome light is on. And then you see the data. John O'Keefe begins to move.
What is it? The data, the
12:31,
timeline.
56. It's the
We
first
called
time he has
911.
moved
Then we called
since
the
they got to the
timeline.
flagpole, and it will be the last time.
All right, kids. I think we're going to end at data 24. He has now said data 24 times. That's crazy. Like I knew it was a lot when I watched it live today, but I would have never guessed it was 24. And he's going to say it a bunch more. So
He keeps going.
This could go well up into the 40s before he's done. So, well, we have not broken our record yet. Thankfully, we're close though. So we're going to close it off for tonight. I want to thank all of you that chatted with us tonight in the live stream and helped me get through my allergy attack earlier when I was crying and I had to block the camera for a few minutes because allergies are horrible here in Florida today. And thanks to MCAT for live streaming with Julie and I tonight. We love having your input. And thanks for all the science, helping us understand the science again tonight, Julie, and for all of your great commentary. You're an excellent co-host. I love having you. I look so forward to Friday Night Lies. And I look forward to meeting more of you as we go forward with more interesting and sad cases that are coming up because families have lost loved ones. And it's tragedy. It's horrible. But we are advocating for their justice on Wednesdays and Thursdays. We're advocating for them to find justice, for their families to find peace. We're helping them out a little bit on Wednesdays and Thursdays where we can with their police reports and other kinds of language that they're having trouble with from the courts and from the police. So I hope you can join us sometimes on a Wednesday or a Thursday. We don't always do 2 nights in a row, but we always will be around on Friday Night Lies, covering whatever cases that you guys are interested in that are in the courts or that are about to go to the courts. So we'll continue to keep you updated tomorrow. On Monday, we will live stream at approximately lunch hour. For whatever time they send the jury out to lunch, I'll open up the live stream and we'll do the same if this goes to Tuesday. So thank you to all of our wonderful friends in the friend zone. Most of them are friends and family and loved ones of all of us that come on Friday nights. Everybody seems to bring someone with them now, that friends of mine or family of mine and friends of yours and family of yours, Shauna and Julie and MCAT. So we have a great group that we have built a community, and I'm so grateful for all of you and grateful for all of you on replay that you're willing to give us a try and listen to our opinions and what we have to say. And we gratefully appreciate you. So I will play us out with our theme song, Just Us, My Life Mattered. And we'll see you guys on Monday during lunch hour. Thank you so much, Julie. Thank you so much, MCAT.
Thank you.
Night, everybody.
Good night, everybody. Take care of yourselves. It's just us.
They try to silence the truth we shout, but we're still here, we're still calling out. Corruption hides behind a badge of name. We light the fire, expose the shame. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. The stories echo, the pain runs deep. For stolen lives we can't just weep. Elected power, but their hearts are cold. We'll bring the truth, let it be told. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within. It's just us, we're movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight. The heroes undo the harm. Calling out corruption, we'll stand tall.